Section 24 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 24. Chapter 4, Mounting Misgivings, of the Two Grandfathers, and the Boat Ride in the Twilight, Part 2. Herr Settembrini had such a droll way of telling a story. Despite his contemptuous attitude toward the society of the place, he always knew everything that went on. He knew the name and circumstances of each patient. He knew that such and such a person had been operated on for rib resection, had it on the best authority that from the autumn onward no one with a temperature of more than 101.3 degrees would be admitted into the establishment. He told them how last night the little dog belonging to Madame Capitzulias from Mitylene stepped on the button of the electric signal on her mistress's night-table and occasioned much commotion and running hither and yon, particularly because Madame Capitzulias had been found not alone, but in the society of Assessor Dustmund from Friedrichshagen. Even Dr. Blumenkohl had to laugh at that. Pretty Marussia well-nigh choked in her orange-scented handkerchief, and Frau Storr yelled with laughter, holding her breast with both hands. But to the cousins, Ludovico Settembrini talked of himself and his early life, whether on the walks they took together, or during the evening in the salon, or perhaps in the dining-room itself, after a meal, when most of the patients had left and the three sat together at their end of the table, while the waitresses cleared away, and Hans Castorp smoked his Maria Mancini, which in the third week had regained a little of its savour. He was critical of what he heard, and often he felt put off, yet he listened receptively to the Italian's talk, for it opened to his understanding a world utterly new and strange. Settembrini spoke of his grandfather, a Milanese lawyer, but even more a patriot, with something of the political agitator, and orator and journalist to boot. He too, like his grandson, had always been in the opposition, though he had been able to perform his role upon a larger stage than had Ludovico. The latter remarked with some bitterness that his own activities had been confined to heckling and castigating the follies and frailties of the guests at the International Sanatorium Gough, and to protesting against them in the name of the free and joyous human spirit. But his grandfather had had his finger in the forming of governments. He had conspired against Austria and the Holy Alliance, which had dismembered his native land, and then held it in the heavy bond of servitude. He had been a zealous member of certain secret societies that had spread over Italy. "A carbonaro," Settembrini explained, suddenly dropping his voice, as though it might still be dangerous to utter the word. In fact, from his grandson's narrative, the two hearers got a picture of a dark and tempest-tossed figure, a ringleader, political agitator and conspirator. Despite all their pains, they did not quite succeed in hiding a feeling of mistrust, even repulsion. True, the circumstances had been extraordinary. What they heard had happened long ago, almost 100 years. It was history, and they were familiar, in theory, particularly from ancient history, with the traditional figure of the tyrant-hater and liberator, such as they now heard of, though they had never dreamed of being brought into actual human contact with him like this. Settembrini's grandfather, so they were told, united with his conspiratorial zeal a profound love for his native land, which it was his dream to see free and united. Indeed, it was out of this very combination, as a natural consequence, that his revolutionary activities flowed. And how strange this mingling of rebellion and patriotism seemed to the cousins, in whose minds an abiding sense of order was on an equal footing with their love of country. But they privately admitted, none the less, that at that time and in that situation it might have been conceivably possible that rebellion should go paired with civic virtue, and law-abidingness lie down with lazy indifference to the public weal. But Grandfather Giuseppe had been not only an Italian patriot, he had been fellow citizen and brother-in-arms to any people struggling for its liberties. Thus, after the shipwreck of a certain plot hatched in Turin for the overthrow of the military and civil government, a plot in which he had been deeply involved, he had escaped by a hair's breadth the clutches of Maeterlinck's hirelings, and spent the time of his exile fighting and bleeding, first in Spain for the cause of constitutionalism, then in Greece for the independence of the Hellenic peoples. It was in Greece that Settembrini's father had seen the light, which probably accounted for his being a humanist and lover of classical antiquity. His mother had been of German stock. Settembrini had married her in Switzerland and taken her about with him in his further adventurous career. He had been allowed, after 10 years of exile, to return to Milan, where he had practised his profession, without for a moment ceasing to labour, with voice and pen, in verse and prose, for the establishment of a united republic, and to draw up subversive programmes characterised by dictatorial ardour, in which were promulgated, in the clearest style, the unification of the liberated people and the attainment of general felicity. One detail mentioned by the grandson made a profound impression upon Hans Castorp. Grandfather Giuseppe, to the day of his death, wore black, in token, he said, of his mourning for the state of the fatherland, languishing in misery and servitude. Hans Castorp, at this piece of information, thought of his own grandfather, as he had once or twice before during Settembrini's narrative. He too, for as long as his grandson had known him, wore black clothes. But for how different a reason! Hans Lorenz Castorp had worn the quaint old fashion to indicate his oneness with a bygone time, and his essential lack of sympathy with the present, worn it up to the end of his days, when he had returned in death to his true and adequate presentment with the starched ruff. Certainly these were two strikingly different kinds of grandfather. Hans Castorp pondered, his eyes fixed in a stare, cautiously shaking his head in a way that might as well be taken for a sign of admiration for Giuseppe Settembrini as for the opposite. He honourably refrained from judging what he did not understand, but simply made mental note of the contrast and let it go at that. He could see the narrow head of old Hans Lorenz as it bent musing over the pale gold rim of the christening basin, that symbol of the passing and the abiding, of continuity through change. He had his mouth open. Hans Castorp knew the words great, great, great were about to issue from it, the sombre syllables which always reminded him of places where one walked with bent head and reverent gait. And then he saw Giuseppe Settembrini with the tricolour on his arm, waving his sabre and breathing a vow to heaven, with dark gaze flung aloft, as he stormed the heights of despotism at the head of a liberty-loving host. Well, he thought, each of them had his fine and splendid side. He made the greater effort, to be fair, because he knew himself to be partisan on personal or partly personal grounds. For Grandfather Settembrini had fought to obtain political rights, whereas the other grandfather, or his ancestors, had originally had all the rights, and the scoundrels had taken them away from him in the course of the centuries by violence or pettifoggery. So both grandfathers had worn mourning, the one in the north and the one in the south, and both in the same idea, namely to put a great gulf between them and the evil present. But whereas the one had assumed it in token of his pious reverence for the past and the dead, to whom he felt himself with his whole being to belong, the other had worn it as a sign of rebellion, in the name of progress and in the spirit of hostility toward the past. Yes, these were two different worlds. As Herr Settembrini talked, and Hans Castorp stood, as it were, between them, and cast his critical eye upon one and upon the other, they called back to his conscious mind a scene from his own past life. He saw himself rowing on a lake in Holstein one late summer evening. The sun was down, the almost full moon rising above the bushes that bordered the lake. He rowed alone and slowly over the quiet waters, gazing to right and left at a scene fantastic as any dream. In the west it was still broad day, with a fixed and glassy air, but in the east he looked into a moonlit landscape, wreathed in the magic of rising mists, and equally convincing to his bewildered sense. The strange combination lasted some brief quarter hour before the balance finally settled in favour of the night and the moon. All that time Hans Castorp's dazzled eyes went shifting in lively amazement from one scene to the other, from day to night and back again to day. The picture returned to him now. At the same time the thought crossed his mind that lawyer Settembrini could scarcely have been much of a jurist, considering his other occupations and the extended sphere of his activities. His grandson asseverated, however, and Hans Castorp found it credible, that the grandfather had been from early childhood down to the last day of his life inspired by the fundamental principle of justice. Our hero, all heavy-headed as he was, and organically preoccupied by the 6-course Birkhoff meal he had just eaten, made an effort to understand what Settembrini meant when he called this principle the source and fount of liberty and progress. Progress, up to now, had had to do, in Hans Castorp's mind, with such things as the 19th century development of cranes and lifting tackle. He was accordingly gratified to learn that Grandfather Settembrini had not underestimated the importance of such matters. Of course, his own grandfather hadn't either. The Italian paid a tribute to the native land of his two listeners for the invention of gunpowder, whereby the armour of feudalism had been thrown on the scrap heap, and the printing press, which had made possible the democratic propagation of ideas, and the propagation of democratic ideas, which were one and the same. For these good gifts he praised Germany, praised her for her past, but awarded his own country the palm, because she had been the first to unfurl the banner of freedom, culture, and enlightenment at a time when all other lands were wrapped in the darkness of superstition and slavery. Yet in paying due honour, as upon their first meeting, at the bench by the watercourse, to commerce and technology, Hans Castorp's own field, Settembrini apparently did so not for the sake of these forces themselves, but purely with reference to their significance for the ethical development of mankind. For such a significance, he declared, he joyfully ascribed to them. Technical progress, he said, gradually subjugated nature by developing roads and telegraphs, minimizing climatic differences, and by the means of communication which it created, proved itself the most reliable agent in the task of drawing together the peoples of the earth, of making them acquainted with each other, of building bridges to compromise, of destroying prejudice, of finally bringing about the universal brotherhood of man. Humanity had sprung from the depths of fear, darkness, and hatred, but it was emerging, it was moving onward and upward, toward a goal of fellow-feeling and enlightenment, of goodness and joyousness, and upon this path, he said, the industrial arts were the vehicle conducive to the greatest progress. But all this made a confused impression on Hans Castorp. Herr Settembrini seemed to bring together in a single breath categories which in the young man's mind had heretofore been as the poles asunder, for example, technology and morals. Positively, he made the statement that Christ had been the first to proclaim the principle of equality and union, that the printing presses had propagated the doctrine, and that finally the French Revolution had elevated it into a law. All which our poor young friend found very muddling. He scarce knew why, though the feeling was definite enough in all conscience, and though Herr Settembrini had couched his thought in the clearest and roundest of periods. Once, the Italian went on, once only in his lifetime, and that in his early manhood, had his grandfather known what it was to feel profound joy. That was at the time of the Paris July Revolution. He had gone about proclaiming to all and sundry that some day men would place those 3 days alongside the 6 days of creation, and reverence them alike. Hans Castorp felt utterly dumbfounded. Involuntarily he slapped the table with his hand. To compare those 3 summer days of the year 1830, when the Parisians had taken unto themselves a new constitution, to the 6 in which God had divided the land from the water and created the lights in the firmament of heaven, as well as flowers, trees, birds, and fishes, and all other living things, that seemed to him to be going too far. He talked it over later with cousin Joachim, and gave clear expression to his opinion that it really was pretty thick, that he, Hans Castorp, for his part, found it positively offensive. But still open-minded, at least in the sense that he enjoyed the experiment he was making, he restrained the objections which his sense of fitness would have raised against Settembrini's scheme of things. Restrained them on the theory that what seemed sedition to him might to another seem dauntless courage, and what he called bad taste might have been, in that far-off time and circumstance, but a display of the noble excesses of a high-hearted nature. For instance, when Grandfather Settembrini called the barricades the People's Throne, and talked about dedicating the Burgher's Pike on the altar of humanity. Hans Castorp knew, without putting it into so many words, why he lent an ear to Herr Settembrini. Partly it was out of a sense of duty, though also out of that holiday mood of taking everything as it came, rejecting nothing, in the knowledge that another day or so he would spread his wings and fly back to the wonted order of things. Yes, he knew it was largely the promptings of conscience to which he hearkened, to be precise, the promptings of a conscience not altogether easy, as he sat listening to the Italian, one leg crossed over the other, drawing at his Maria Mancini, or when the three of them climbed the hill from the English quarter. Two principles, according to the Settembrinian cosmogony, were in perpetual conflict for possession of the world: force and justice, tyranny and freedom, superstition and knowledge, the law of permanence and the law of change, of ceaseless fermentation, issuing in progress. One might call the first the Asiatic, the second the European principle, for Europe was the theatre of rebellion, the sphere of intellectual discrimination and transforming activity, whereas the East embodied the conception of quiescence and immobility. There was no doubt as to which of the two would finally triumph. It would be the power of enlightenment, the power that made for rational advance and development. For human progress snatched up ever more peoples with it on its brilliant course. It conquered more and more territory in Europe itself, and was already pressing Asiawards. Much still remained to be done. Sublime exertions were still demanded from those spirits who had received the light. Then only the day would come when thrones would crash and outworn religions crumble in those remaining countries of Europe which had not already enjoyed the blessings of 18th century enlightenment, nor yet of an upheaval like 1789. But the day would come, Settembrini said, with his suave smile. It would come, he repeated, if not on the wings of doves, then on the pinions of eagles. And the dawn would break over Europe, the dawn of universal brotherhood, in the name of justice, science, and human reason. It would bring in its train a new holy alliance, the alliance of the democratic peoples of Europe, in opposition to that other holy alliance, the thrice infamous organ of princes and cabinets, which Grandfather Giuseppe had personally regarded as his deadly foe. In a word, it would bring in its train the Republic of the world. But before that could happen, the Asiatic principle must be met and crushed in its very stronghold and vital centre. That was to say, in Vienna. Austria must be crushed and dismembered, first to take vengeance for the past, and second to lead in the new law of justice with truth on earth. Hans Castorp did not care for this last drift in Herr Settembrini's sonorous flow of words. He mistrusted it. It sounded too much like a personal or national animus. As for Joachim Seimsen, whenever the Italian fell into this vein, he scowled and turned away his head, or sought to create a diversion by saying it was time for the rest cure. Neither did Hans Castorp feel obliged to listen when the conversation took these devious paths. They clearly fell outside the limits within which his conscience prompted him to profit by Herr Settembrini's words. Yet conscience still urged him to continue in the effort, so clearly that often, as opportunity arose, he would even invite the Italian to discourse on the subject of his ideas. Those ideas, ideals, and efforts of the aspiring will were, Settembrini said, traditional in his family. He inherited them. Grandfather, son, and grandson, each in his turn, had dedicated to them their entire lives, and all their spiritual energy. The father, in his own way, had done so no less than Grandfather Giuseppe. True, he had not been a political agitator, or active combatant in the cause of freedom, but a quiet and sensitive scholar, a humanist sitting at his writing desk. But what, after all, was humanism, if not love of humankind? And by that token also, political activity, rebellion against all that tended to defile or degrade our conception of humanity. He had been accused of exaggerating the importance of form, but he who cherished beauty of form did so because it enhanced human dignity, whereas the Middle Ages, in striking contrast, had been sunk not only in superstitious hostility to the human spirit, but also in a shameful formlessness. From the very beginning he had defended the right of the human being to his earthly interests, to liberty of thought and joy in life, and insisted that we could safely leave heaven to take care of itself. Humanism. Had not Prometheus been the earliest humanist? And was he not identical with the Satan hymned by Carducci? Ah, if the cousins had only heard that arch-enemy of the Church at Bologna pouring the vials of his sarcasm upon the Christian sentimentalism of the Romanticismo, upon Manzoni's Inni Sacri, upon the shadows and moonlight poetry of the Romantic movement, which he had compared to Luna, heaven's pallid nun, per Baccio, that was a joy to listen to. And they ought to have heard Carducci interpret Dante, celebrating him as the citizen of a great city-state, who had spoken out against asceticism and the negation of life, and on the side of the world-transforming and reforming deed. It was not the sickly and mystagogic figure of Beatrice which the poet had celebrated under the name of Donna Gentile e Pietosa. Rather it had been his wife, who represented in the poem the principle of worldly knowledge and practical workaday life. Thus Hans Castorp came to hear something about Dante, and certainly from the lips of authority. He was not too much inclined to believe implicitly all Settembrini said. He considered him too much of a windbag for that. Still, it was an interesting conception, this of Dante as the wide-awake citizen of a great metropolis. And now Settembrini went on to speak of himself, and to explain how the tendencies of his immediate forebears, the political from his grandfather, the humanistic from his father, had united in his own person to produce the writer and independent man of letters. For literature was, after all, nothing else than the combination of humanism and politics, a conjunction the more immediate in that humanism itself was politics, and politics humanism. Hans Castorp did his best at this point to listen and comprehend, in the hope of finally learning wherein had consisted the crass ignorance of Magnus the brewer, and finding out what else literature actually was, above and beyond beautiful characters. Settembrini asked his audience whether they had ever heard of Brunetto Latini, a Florentine notary, who, about the year 1250, had written a book on the subject of the virtues and the vices. He it was who had sharpened the wits of the Florentines, taught them the art of language, and how to guide their state according to the rules of politics. "There you have it, gentlemen, there you have it," Settembrini cried with ardour, and enlarged upon the cult of the word, the art of eloquence, which he called the triumph of the human genius. For the word was the glory of mankind. It alone imparted dignity to life. Not only was humanism bound up with the word and with literature, but so also was humanity itself, man's ancient dignity and manly self-respect. "You heard, didn't you?" Hans Castorp said later to his cousin. "You heard him say that literature is a question of beautiful words. I spotted it directly." From which it followed that politics too is bound up with the word. Or rather, it followed directly from the unity that subsisted between humanity and literature, for the beautiful word begets the beautiful deed. 200 years ago, Settembrini said, you had a poet in your country, a magnificent old chatterbox, who set great store by good handwriting, because he thought it must induce a good style. He should have gone a step further, and said that a good style could lead to good deeds, Settembrini added. For writing well was almost the same as thinking well, and thinking well was the next thing to acting well. All moral discipline, all moral perfection, derived from the soul of literature, from the soul of human dignity, which was the moving spirit of both humanity and politics. Yes, they were all one and the same force, one and the same idea, and all of them could be comprehended in a single word. This word? Ah, it was already familiar to their ears, yet he would wager the cousins had never before rightly grasped its meaning and its majesty. The word was civilization. And as Settembrini brought it out, he flung his small, yellow-skinned right hand in the air, as though proposing a toast. Well, all that young Hans Castorp found worth listening to. Not precisely overwhelming, of a value largely experimental, but still worth listening to. He said as much to Joachim Zaimson later, but Joachim had his thermometer in his mouth, and could not reply to his cousin. Nor had he afterwards leisure, when, on taking it out, he read the figure and entered it in his notebook. But Hans Castorp good-naturedly took cognizance of Settembrini's point of view, and tested it by his own inner experiences. from which self-examination it principally appeared that the waking man has an advantage over the sleeping and dreaming one. For whereas the sleeping Hans Castorp had more than once upbraided the organ-grinder to his face, and done his utmost to drive him away, because he felt him a disturbing influence, the waking one lent him an attentive ear, and made an honest effort to minimize the opposition which his mentor's ideas and conceptions persistently aroused in him. For it cannot be denied that there was such opposition, some of it such as he must always have felt from the very beginning, the rest arising from the particular situation and his partly vicarious, partly secret and personal experiences among those up here. What a creature is man! How idly his conscience betrays him! How easy it is for him to think he hears, even in the voice of duty, a license to passion. Hans Castorp listened to Herr Settembrini out of a sense of duty and fairness, in the idea of hearing both sides. With the best of intentions, he tested the latter's views on the subject of the Republic, reason, and the bello stile. He was entirely receptive, and all the while he was finding it more and more permissible to give his thoughts and dreams free rein in another and quite opposite direction. Indeed, to give expression to all that we suspect or divine, we think it not unlikely that Hans Castorp hearkened to Herr Settembrini's discourse in order to get from his own conscience an indulgence which otherwise might not have been forthcoming. But what or who was it that drew down the other side of the scales, when weighed over against patriotism, belles-lettres, and the dignity of man? It was Claudia Schoscher, Kirgitz-eyed, relaxed and tainted within. When he thought of her, though thinking is far too tame a word to characterize the impulse that turned all his being in her direction, it was as though he were sitting again in his boat on the lake at Holstein, looking with dazzled eyes from the glassy daylight of the western shore to the mist and moonbeams that wrapped the eastern heavens. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 25. Chapter 4. The Thermometer. Part 1. Hans Castorp's week here ran from Tuesday to Tuesday, for on a Tuesday he had arrived. 2 or 3 days before, he had gone down to the office and paid his second weekly bill. A modest account of around 160 francs, modest and cheap enough, even without taking into consideration the nature of some of the advantages of a stay up here. Advantages priceless in themselves, though for that very reason they could not be included in the bill, and even without counting extras like the fortnightly concert and Dr. Krukowski's lectures, which might conceivably have been included. The sum of 160 francs represented simply and solely the actual hospitality extended by the Berghof to Hans Castorp, his comfortable lodgment, and his 5 stupendous meals. "It isn't much. It is rather cheap than otherwise," remarked the guest to the old inhabitant. "You cannot complain of being overcharged up here. You need around 650 francs a month for board and lodging, treatment included. Let us assume that you spend another 30 francs for tips, if you are decent and like to have friendly faces about you. That makes 680. Good. Of course, I know there are fixed fees and other sorts of small expenses, toilet articles, tobacco, drives and excursions, now and then a bill for shoes or clothing. Very good. But all that won't bring it up to 1,000 francs. Say what you like. Not 800 even. That isn't 10,000 francs a year. Certainly not more. That is what it costs you." "Mental arithmetic very fair," Joachim said. "I never knew you were such a shot at doing sums in your head. And how broad-minded of you to calculate it by the year like that. You've learnt something since you've been up here. But your figure is too high. I don't smoke, and I certainly don't expect to buy any suits while I'm up here, thank you." "Then it would be lower still," Hans Castorp answered, rather confused. Why, indeed, he should have included tobacco and a new wardrobe in his calculation of Joachim's expenses is a puzzle. But, for the rest, his brilliant display of arithmetic had simply been so much dust thrown in his cousin's eyes, for here, as elsewhere, his mental processes were rather slow than fast, and the truth is that a previous calculation with a pencil and paper underlay his present facility. One night on his balcony, for he even took the evening cure out of doors now, like the rest, a sudden thought had struck him, and he had got out of his comfortable chair to fetch pencil and paper. As the result of some simple figuring, he concluded that his cousin, or, speaking generally, a patient at the Gough, would need 12,000 francs a year to cover the sum total of his expenses. Thus he amused himself by establishing the fact that he, Hans Castorp, could amply afford to live up here, if he chose, being a man of 18 or 19,000 francs yearly income. He had, as we have said, paid his second weekly bill 3 days before, and accordingly found himself in the middle of the third and last week of his appointed stay. The coming Sunday, as he remarked to himself and to his cousin, would see the performance of another of the fortnightly concerts, and the Monday another lecture by Dr. Krukowski. Then, on Tuesday or Wednesday, he would be off, and Joachim would be left up here alone. Poor Joachim, for whom Rhadamanthus would prescribe God knows how many more months. Already there came a shade over his gentle black eyes whenever Hans Castorp's swiftly approaching departure was spoken of. Where in heaven's name had the holiday gone? It had rushed past, it had flown, and left one wondering how. For, after all, 3 weeks, 21 days, is a considerable stretch of time, too long at least for one to see the end at the beginning. And now, on a sudden, there remained of it no more than a miserable 3 or 4 days, nothing worth mentioning. They would, it was true, comprehend the lecture and the concert, those 2 recurrent variations in the weekly programme, and thus weighted might move a little more slowly. But on the other hand, they would be taken up with packing and leave-taking. 3 weeks up here was as good as nothing at all. They had all told him so in the beginning. The smallest unit of time was the month, Settembrini had said, and as Hans Castorp's stay was less than that, it amounted to nothing. It was a weekend visit, as Hofrat Behrens put it. Had the swift flight of time up here anything to do with the uniformly accelerated rate of organic combustion? At any rate, here was a consoling thought for Joachim during his 5 remaining months, in case he really got off with 5. But Hans Castorp felt that during these 3 weeks they ought to have paid more attention, to have kept better watch, as Joachim did, in his daily measurings, during which the 7 minutes seemed like quite a considerable stretch of time. Hans Castorp grieved for his cousin, reading in his eyes his pain at the approaching parting. He felt the strongest possible sympathy at the thought of the poor chap's having to stop on up here when he himself was down in the flatland, helping bring the nations together through the development of commerce and communications. His own regret was at times so lively as to burn in his breast, and cause him to doubt whether he would have the heart, when the time came, to leave Joachim alone. And this vicarious suffering was probably the reason why he himself referred less and less to his impending departure. It was Joachim who came back to it, for Hans Castorp, moved by native tact and delicacy, seemed to wish to forget it up to the last moment. "At least," Joachim said more than once in these days, "let us hope it has done you good to be up here, and that you will feel the benefit when you are at home again." "I'll remember you to everybody," Hans Castorp responded, "and say you are coming back in 5 months at the outside." "Done me good? If it has done me good to be up here, I should like to think so. Some improvement must surely have taken place, even in this short time. I have received a great many new impressions, new in every sense of the word, very stimulating, but a good deal of strain too, physically and mentally. I have not at all the feeling of having really got acclimatized, which would certainly be the first necessary step toward improvement. Maria, thank goodness, is her old self. For several days now I have been able to get the aroma, but my handkerchief still becomes red from time to time when I use it. And this damned heat in my face, and these idiotic palpitations, I shall apparently have them up to the last minute. No, it seems I can't talk about being acclimatized. How could I, either, in so short a time? It would take longer than this to overcome the change of atmosphere and adjust oneself perfectly to the unusual conditions, so that a real recovery could begin, and I could commence to put on flesh. It is too bad. It was certainly a mistake not to have given myself more time, for of course I could have had it. I have the feeling that once I am at home again, I shall need to sleep 3 weeks on end to get rested from the rest I've had. That shows you how tired I sometimes feel. And now, to cap the climax, I get this catarrh. It looked, in fact, as though Hans Castorp would return home in possession of a first-class cold. He had caught it, probably, in the rest cure, and again, probably, in the evening rest cure, which for almost a week now he had been taking in the balcony, despite the long spell of cold, wet weather. He was aware that the weather of this kind was not recognized as bad. Such a conception hardly existed up here, where the most inclement conceivable went unheeded and had no terrors for anyone. With the easy adaptability of youth, which suits itself to any environment, Hans Castorp had begun to imitate this indifference. It might rain in bucketfuls, but the air was not supposed to be the more damp for that. Nor was it, in all probability, for the dry heat in the face persisted, as though after drinking wine, or sitting in an overheated room. And however cold it got, the radiators were never heated, unless it snowed, so that it was no avail to take refuge in one's chamber, since it was quite as comfortable on the balcony, where one lay in one's excellent chair, wrapped in a paletot, and 2 good camel-hair rugs put on, according to the ritual. As comfortable, it was incomparably more so. It was, in Hans Castorp's reasoned judgment, a state of life which more appealed to him than any in all his previous experience, as far as he could remember. He did not propose to be shaken in this view for any carbonaro or quill-driver in existence, no matter how many malicious and equivocal jokes he made on the subject of the horizontal. Especially he liked it in the evening, when, with his little lamp on the stand before him, and his long-lost and now-restored Maria alight between his lips, he enjoyed the ineffable excellencies of his reclining chair. True, his nose felt frozen, and the hands that held his book — he was still reading Ocean Steamships — were red and cramped from the cold. He looked through the arch of his loggia over the darkening valley, jewelled with clustered or scattering lights, and listened to the music that drifted up nearly every evening for almost an hour. There was a concert below, and he could hear, pleasantly subdued by the distance, familiar operatic selections, snatches from Carmen, Il Trovatore, Frischutz, or well-built facile waltzes, marches so spirited that he could not help keeping time with his head, and gay mazurkas. Mazurka? No, Marussia was her name. Marussia of the Little Ruby. And in the next loggia, behind the thick wall of milky glass, lay Joachim, with whom Hans Castorp exchanged a word now and then, low-toned, out of consideration for the other horizontalers. Joachim was as well off in his loggia as Hans Castorp in his, though, being entirely unmusical, he could not take the same pleasure in the concerts. Too bad. He was probably studying his Russian primer instead. But Hans Castorp let Ocean Steamships fall on the coverlet and gave himself up to the music. He contemplated with such inward gratification the translucent depth of a musical invention full of individuality and charm that he thought with nothing but hostility of Settembrini and the irritating things he had said about music. That it was politically suspect was the worst, and little better than the remark of Grandfather Giuseppe about the July Revolution and the 6 days of creation. Joachim, though he could not partake of Hans Castorp's pleasure in the music, nor the pungent gratification purveyed by Maria, lay as snugly ensconced as his cousin. The day was at an end. For the time, everything was at an end. There would be no more emotional alarums, no more strain on the heart muscles. But equally, there was the assurance that tomorrow it would begin all over again. All the favouring probabilities afforded by propinquity and the household regimen, and this pleasing combination of snugness and confident hope, together with the music and the restored charms of Maria, made the evening cure a state almost amounting to beatification for young Hans Castorp. All which had not prevented the guest and novice from catching a magnificent cold, either in the evening rest cure or elsewhere. He felt the onset of catarrh with oppression in the frontal sinus, and inflamed uvula. He could not breathe easily through the passage provided by nature. The air stuck cold and painfully as it struggled through, and caused constant coughing. His voice took on overnight the tonal quality of a hollow bass, the worse for strong drink. According to him, he had not closed an eye, his parched throat making him start up every 5 minutes from his pillow. "Very vexatious," Joachim said, "and most unfortunate. Colds, you know, are not the thing at all up here. They are not reçus. The authorities don't admit their existence. The official attitude is that the dryness of the air entirely prevents them. If you were a patient, you would certainly fall foul of Behrens if you went to him and said you had a cold. But it is a little different with a guest. You have a right to have a cold if you want to. It would be good if we could check the catarrh. There are things to do down below, but here I doubt if anyone would take enough interest in it. It is not advisable to fall ill up here. You aren't taken any notice of. It's an old story, but you are coming to hear it at the end. When I was new up here, there was a lady who complained of her ear for a whole week and told everybody how she suffered. Behrens finally looked at it. "Make yourself quite easy, madam," he said. "It is not tubercular." That was an end of the matter. Well, we must see what can be done. I will speak to the bathing master early tomorrow morning when he comes to my room. Then it will go through the regular channels, and perhaps something will come of it. Thus Joachim, and the regular channels proved reliable. On Friday, after Hans Castorp returned from the morning round, there was a knock on his door, and he was vouchsafed the pleasure of a personal acquaintance with Fräulein von Meilendonck, Frau Director, as she was called. Up to now he had seen this over-occupied person only from a distance, crossing the corridor from one patient's room to another, or when she had popped up for a moment in the dining-room, and he had been aware of her raucous voice. But now he himself was the object of her visit. His catarrh had fetched her. She knocked a short, bony knock, entered almost before he had said "come in," and then, upon the threshold, bent round to make sure of the number of the room. 34, she croaked briskly. Right. Well, young un, on me dit que vous avez pris froid. Vai cacciaggia, prostitutici hai raffreddato. I hear you have caught a cold. What language do you speak? Ah, I see, you are young Simpson's guest. I am due in the operating room. Somebody there is to be chloroformed, and he has just been eating bean salad. I have to have my eyes everywhere. Well, young un, so you have a cold? Hans Castorp was taken aback by this mode of address in the mouth of a dame of ancient lineage. In her rapid speech she slurred over her words, all the time restlessly moving her head about with a circular motion, the nose sniffingly in the air, the motion of a caged bird of prey. Her freckled right hand, loosely closed with the thumb uppermost, she held in front of her, and waved it to and fro on the wrist, as though to say, "Come, make haste, don't attend to what I say, but say what you have to and let me be off." She was in the 40s, of stunted growth, without form or comeliness, clad in a belted pinafore-ish garment of clinical white, with a garnet cross on her breast. Sparse reddish hair showed beneath the white coif of her profession. Her eyes were a watery blue, with inflamed lids, and one of them, as a finishing touch, had a sty in a well-advanced state of development in the corner. Their glance was unsteady and flickering. Her nose was turned up, her mouth like a frog's, and furnished to boot with a wry and protruding lower lip, which she used like a shovel to get her words out. Hans Castorp looked at her, and all the modest and confiding friendliness native to him spoke in his eyes. "What sort of cold is it, eh?" repeated the directress. She seemed to try to concentrate her gaze and make it penetrate, but it slipped aside. "We don't care for such colds. Are you subject to them? Your cousin has been too, hasn't he? How old are you, 24? Yes, it's the age, and you come up here to get a cold. There ought not to be any talk about colds up here. That sort of tommy-rot belongs down below." It was fearsome to see how she shovelled out this word with her lower lip. "You have a beautiful bronchial catarrh. That is plain." Again she made that curious effort to pierce him with her gaze, and again she could not hold it steady. "But catarrhs are not caused by cold. They come from an infection, which one takes from being in a receptive state. So the question is, are we dealing with a harmless infection or with something more serious?
Everything else is tommy rot. It is possible that your receptivity inclines to the harmless kind," she went on, and looked at him with her overripe stye. He knew not how. "Here, I will give you a simple antiseptic. It may do you good." And she took a small packet out of the leather bag that hung from her girdle. It was Thermometer. "But you look flushed, as though you had fever." She never stopped trying to fix him with her gaze, and always the eyes glided off to one side. "Have you measured?" He answered in the negative. "Why not?" she asked, and her protruding lower lip hung in the air after she spoke. He made no answer. The poor youth was still young. He had never got over his schoolboy shyness. He sat, so to speak, on his bench, did not know the answer, and took refuge in dumbness. "Perhaps you never do take your temperature?" "Oh, yes, Frau Director, when I have a fever." "My dear chap, one takes it in the first instance to see whether one has fever. According to you, you have none now." "I can't tell, Frau Director. I cannot really tell the difference. Ever since I came up here, I have been a little hot and shivery." "Aha! And where is your thermometer?" "I haven't one with me, Frau Director. Why should I? I am not ill. I am only up here on a visit." "Tommy rot! Did you send for me because you weren't ill?" "No," he laughed politely. "It was because I caught a little cold. We've often seen such colds. Here, young un," she said, and rummaged again in her bag. She brought out 2 longish leather cases, one red and one black, and put them on the table. "This one is 3 francs 50, the other 5. The 5-franc one is better, of course. It will last you a lifetime, if you take care of it." Smiling, he took up the red case and opened it. The glass instrument lay like a jewel within, fitted neatly into its red velvet groove. The degrees were marked by red strokes, the tenths by black ones. The figures were in red, and the tapering end was full of glistening quicksilver. The column stood below blood heat. Hans Castorp knew what was due to himself and his upbringing. "I will take this one," he said, not even looking at the other. "The one at 5 francs. May I?" "Then that's settled," croaked the directress. "I see you don't niggle over important purchases. No hurry, it will come on the bill. Give him to me. We will drive him right down." She took the thermometer out of his hand and plunged it several times through the air until the mercury stood below 95 degrees. "He'll soon climb up again," she said. "Here is your new acquisition. You know how we do it up here. Straight under the tongue, 7 minutes, 4 times a day, and shut the lips well over it. Well, young un, I must get on. Good luck." And she was out of the door. Hans Castorp bowed her out, then stood by the table, staring from the door through which she had disappeared to the instrument she had left behind. So that, he thought, was Directress von Mylendonk. Settembrini doesn't care for her, and certainly she has her unpleasant side. The stye isn't pretty. But of course she does not have it all the time. But why does she call me young un like that? Rather rough and familiar, it seems to me. So she has sold me a thermometer. I suppose she always has 1 or 2 in her pocket. "They are to be had everywhere here," Joachim said, "even in the shops where you would least expect it. But I didn't need to take the trouble to buy it. It just fell into my lap." He took the article out of its case, looked at it, and walked restlessly up and down the room. His heart beat strong and rapidly. He looked toward the open balcony door, and considered taking counsel of Joachim, but thought better of it, and paused again by the table. He cleared his throat by way of testing his voice. Then he coughed. "Yes," he said, "I must see if I have the fever that goes with the cold." Quickly he put the thermometer in his mouth, the mercury beneath the tongue, so that the instrument stuck slantingly upward from his lips. He closed them firmly, that no air might get in. Then he looked at his wristwatch. It was 6 minutes after the half-hour, and he began to wait for the 7 minutes to pass. Not a second too long, he thought, and not one too short. They can depend on me in both directions. They needn't give me a silent sister like that Ottilie Knifer, Settembrini told us of. He walked about, pressing down the thermometer with his tongue. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 26. Chapter 4. The Thermometer. Part 2. The time crept on. The term seemed unending. When he looked at his watch, 2.5 minutes had passed, and he had feared the 7 minutes were already more than up. He did 1,000 things, picked up objects about the room and set them down again, walked out on the balcony, taking care that his cousin should not notice his presence, and looked at the landscape of this high valley, now so familiar to him in all its phases, with its horns, its crests and walls, with the projecting wing of the bramble, the ridge of which sloped steeply down to the valley, its flanks covered with rugged undergrowth, with its formations on the right side of the valley, whose names were no less familiar than the others, and the Alpine Wand, which from this point appeared to close in the valley on the south. He looked down on the garden beds and paths, the grotto and the silver fir. He listened to the murmur that rose from the rest hall, and he returned to his room, settling the thermometer under his tongue. Then, with a motion of the arm which drew away the sleeve from his wrist, he brought the forearm before his eyes, and found that by dint of pushing and shoving, pulling and hauling, he had managed to get rid of full 6 minutes. The last one he spent standing in the middle of the room, but then, unfortunately, he let his thoughts wander, and fell into a doze, so that the 60 seconds flew by on the wings of the wind, and when he looked again, the 8th minute had already passed its first quarter. "It doesn't really matter, so far as the result is concerned," he thought, and tearing the instrument out of his mouth, he stared at it in confusion. He was not immediately the wiser. The gleam of the quicksilver fell with the reflection of the glass case, where the light struck it, and he could not tell whether the mercury had ascended the whole length of the column, or whether it was not there at all. He brought the instrument close to his eyes, turned it hither and thither, all to no purpose. But at last a lucky turn gave him a clearer view. He hastily arrested his hand, and brought his intelligence to bear. Mercurius, in fact, had climbed up again, just as the Frau Director said. The column was perceptibly lengthened. It stood several of the black strokes above normal. Hans Castorp had 99.6 degrees. 99 6/10 degrees in broad daylight, between 10 and 1/2 in the morning. That was too much. It was temperature. It was fever consequent on an infection for which his system had been eager. The question was now, what kind of infection? 99.6. Why, Joachim had no more, nor anyone else up here, except the moribund and bedridden. Not Fraulein Kleefeld with her pneumothorax, nor Madame Schuscher. Naturally, in his case, it was not the same kind. Certainly not. He had what would have been called at home a feverish cold, but the distinction was not such a simple one to make. Hans Castorp doubted whether the fever had only come on when the cold did, and he regretted not having consulted the thermometer at the outset, when the Hofrat suggested it. He could see now that this had been very reasonable advice. Settembrini had been wrong to sneer at it, as he had. Settembrini with his Republic and his bello stile. Hans Castorp loathed and condemned the Republic and the bello stile as he stood there consulting his thermometer. He kept on losing the mark and turning the instrument this way and that to find it again. Yes, it registered 99.6, and this in the early part of the day. He was thoroughly upset. He walked the length of the room twice or thrice, the thermometer held horizontally in his hand, so as not to jiggle it and make it read differently. Then he carefully deposited it on the wash-hand stand, and went with his overcoat and rugs into the balcony. Sitting there, he threw the covers about him, with practised hand, first from one side, then from the other, and lay still, waiting until it should be time for Joachim to fetch him for second breakfast. Now and then he smiled. It was precisely as though he smiled at somebody, and now and then his breast heaved as he caught his breath and was seized with his bronchial cough. Joachim found him still lying when he entered at 11 o'clock. at the sound of the gong for second breakfast. "Well?" he asked in surprise, coming up to his cousin's chair. Hans Castorp sat a while, without answering, looking in front of him. Then he said, "Well, the latest is that I have some fever." "What do you mean?" Joachim asked. "Do you feel feverish?" Again Hans Castorp let him wait a little for the answer, then delivered himself airily as follows. "Feverish, my dear fellow, I have felt for a long time. All the time I have been up here, in fact. But at the moment it is not a matter of subjective emotion, but a fact. I have taken my temperature." "You've taken your temperature? What with?" Joachim cried, startled. "With a thermometer, naturally," answered Hans Castorp, not without a caustic tinge to his voice. "Frau Director sold me one. Why she should call me young un, I can't imagine. It is distinctly not comme il faut. But she lost no time in selling me an excellent thermometer. If you would like to convince yourself, you can. It is there on the wash-hand stand. It is only slight fever." Joachim turned on his heel and went into the bedroom. When he came back, he said hesitatingly, "Yes, it is 99.5½ degrees." "Then it has gone down a little," his cousin responded hastily. "It was 6. "But you can't call that a slight fever," Joachim said. "Certainly not for the forenoon. This is a pretty how-d'ye-do." And he stood by his cousin's side, as one stands before a how-d'ye-do, arms akimbo and head dropped. "You'll have to go to bed." Hans Castorp had his answer already. "I can't see," he remarked, "why I should go to bed with a temperature of 99.6, when the rest of you, who haven't any less, can run about as you like." "But that is different," Joachim said. "Your fever is acute and harmless, the result of a cold." "In the first place," said Hans Castorp, speaking with dignity and dividing his remarks into categories, "I cannot comprehend why, with a harmless fever, assuming for the moment that there is such a thing, one must keep one's bed, while with one that is not harmless you needn't. And secondly, I tell you the fever has not made me hotter than I was before. My position is that 99.6 is 99.6. If you can run about with it, so can I." "But I had to lie for 4 weeks when I first came," objected Joachim. "And they only let me get up when it was clear that the fever persisted even after I had lain in bed." Hans Castorp smiled. "Well, and?" he asked. "I thought it was different with you. Seems to me you are contradicting yourself. First you say our cases are different, then you say they are alike. That seems utter tommyrot to me." Joachim made a right-about turn. When he turned round again, his sun-tanned visage showed an even darker shade. "No," he said, "I am not saying they are alike. You're getting muddled. I only mean that you've had a very nasty cold. I can hear it in your voice, and you ought to go to bed, to cut it short, if you mean to go home next week. But if you don't want to, go to bed, why, don't. I am not prescribing for you. Anyhow, let's go to breakfast. Make haste. We are late already." "Righto," said Hans Castorp, and flung off his covers. He went into his room to run the brush over his hair, and Joachim looked again at the thermometer on the wash-hand stand. Hans Castorp watched him. They went down silently, and took their places in the dining-room, which, as always at this hour, shimmered white with milk. The dwarf waitress brought Hans Castorp his Kulmbach beer, as usual, but he put on a long face and waved it away. He would drink no beer to-day. He would drink nothing at all, or at most a swallow of water. The attention of his table-mates was attracted. They wanted to know the cause of his caprice. Hans Castorp said carelessly that he had a little fever, really minimal, 99.6 degrees. Then how altogether ludicrous it was to see them. They shook their fingers at him, they winked maliciously, they put their heads on one side, crooked their forefingers beside their ears, and waggled them in a pantomime suggestive of their delight at having found him out, who had played the innocent so long. "Aha!" said the schoolmistress, the flush mounting in her ancient cheek. "What sort of scandal is this?" And "Aha! Aha!" went Frau Storr too, holding her stumpy finger next to her stumpy nose. "So our respected guest has some temperature too. Foxy Loxy is in the same boat with the rest of us after all."
Even the great-aunt, when the news travelled up to her end of the table, gave him a meaningful glance and smile. Pretty Marussia, who had barely looked at him up to now, leaned over and stared, with her round brown eyes, her handkerchief to her lips, and shook her finger too. Frau Storr whispered the news to Dr. Blumenkohl, who could hardly do otherwise than join in the game, though without looking at Hans Castorp. Only Miss Robinson sat as she always did, and took no share in what was going on. Joachim kept his eyes on the tablecloth. It flattered Hans Castorp's vanity to be taken so much notice of, but he felt that modesty required him to disclaim their attentions. "No, no," he said, "you are all mistaken. My fever is the most harmless thing in the world. I simply have a cold. My eyes run, and my chest is stopped up. I have coughed half the night. It is thoroughly unpleasant, of course." But they would not listen. They laughed and flapped their hands at him. "Yes, of course, we know all about it. We know these colds. They're all gammon. You can't fool us." And with one accord they challenged Hans Castorp to an examination on the spot. The news excited them. Throughout the meal their table was the liveliest among the 7. Frau Storr became almost hysterical. Her peevish face looked scarlet above her neck ruche, and tiny purple veins showed in the cheeks. She began to talk about how fascinating it was to cough. It was a solid satisfaction when you felt a tickling come in your chest, deep down, and grow, to reach down after it and get at it, so to say. Sneezing was much the same thing. You kept on wanting to sneeze until you simply couldn't stand it any longer. You looked as if you were tipsy. You drew a couple of breaths, then out it came, and you forgot everything else in the bliss of the sensation. Sometimes the explosion repeated itself 2 or 3 times. That was the sort of pleasure life gave you free of charge. Another one was the joy of scratching your chilblains in the spring, when they itched so gorgeously. You took a furious pleasure in scratching till the blood came, and if you happened to look in the glass you would be astonished to see the ghastly face you made. The coarse creature regaled the table with these repulsive details throughout the brief but hearty meal. When it was over, the cousins walked down to the Platz. Joachim seemed preoccupied. Hans Castorp was in an agony of snuffles and cleared his rasping throat continually. On the way home, Joachim said, "I'll make you a suggestion. Tomorrow, after midday meal, I have my regular monthly examination. It is not the general. Behrens just auscultates a little and has Krukowski make some notes. You might come along and ask them to listen to you a bit. It is too absurd. If you were at home, you would send for Heidekind, and up here, with 2 specialists in the house, you run about and don't know where you are, not how serious it is, and if it would not be better for you to go to bed." "Very good," said Hans Castorp. "It's as you say, of course. I can do that. It will be interesting to see an examination." Thus it was settled between them, and it fell out that as they arrived before the sanatorium, they met the Hofrat himself, and took the occasion to put their request at once. Behrens came out of the vestibule, tall and stooped, a bowler hat on the back of his head, a cigar in his mouth, purple-cheeked, watery-eyed, in the full flow of his professional activities. He had just come from the operating room, so he said, and was on his way to private practice in the village. "Morning, gentlemen, morning," he said. "Always on the jump, eh? How's everything in the big world? I've just come from an unequal duel with saw and scalpel. Great thing, you know. Resection of ribs. 50% of the cases used to be left on the table. Nowadays we have it down finer than that. But even so, it's a good plan to get the mortis causa fixed up beforehand. The chap today knew how to take the joke. Put up a good fight for a minute or so. Crazy thing, a human thorax that's all gone. Pulpy, you know. Nothing to catch hold of. Slight confusion of ideas, so to speak. Well, well. And how are your constitutionalities? Sanctified metabolisms functioning okay? Doing their duty in the sight of the Lord? The walks go better in company, Samson, old fellow, what? Hello, what are you crying about, Mr. Tripper? He suddenly turned on Hans Castorp. It's against the rules to cry in public. Somebody might come. It's only my cold, Herr Hofrat, answered Hans Castorp. I don't know how I did it, but I've a simply priceless catarrh. It's right down on my chest, and I cough a good deal too. Indeed, Behrens remarked. You ought to consult a reliable physician. Both cousins laughed, and Joachim answered, heels together. "We were just going to, Herr Hofrat. I have my examination tomorrow, and we wanted to ask if you would be so kind as to look my cousin over as well. The question is whether he will be well enough to travel on Tuesday." "AYS," said Berends. "At your service. With all the pleasure in life. Ought to have done it long ago. Once you are up here, why not? But one doesn't like to seem forth-putting. Very good, then. Tomorrow at 2, directly after grub." "I have a little fever too," Hans Castorp further observed. "You don't say," Berends cried out. "I suppose you think you are telling me news. Do you think I've no eyes in my head?" He pointed with his great index finger to his goggling, bloodshot, watery eyes. "Well, and how much?" Hans Castorp modestly mentioned the figure. "Fallen, eh? That's not too bad. Not bad at all, for a beginner. Shows talent. Very good, then, the two of you. Tomorrow at 2. Very much honoured. Well, so long. Enjoy yourselves." He paddled away downhill, his knees bent, leaving a long streamer of cigar smoke behind him. "Well, that came out just as you wanted it to," Hans Castorp said. "We couldn't have struck it luckier, and now I am in for it. You won't be able to do much, of course. He may prescribe some sort of pectoral syrup or some cough lozenges. However, it is good to have a little encouragement when you feel the way I do. But for heaven's sake, what makes him rattle on so? It struck me as funny at first, but in the long run, I can't say I like it. Sanctified metabolism. What sort of gibberish is that? If I understand what he means by metabolism, it is nothing but physiology. And to talk about its being sanctified, irreverent, I call it. I don't enjoy seeing him smoke either. It distresses me, because I know it is not good for him, and gives him melancholia. Settembrini said his joviality is forced, and one must admit that Settembrini has his own views and knows whereof he speaks. I probably ought to have more opinions of my own, as he says, and not to take everything as it comes, the way I do. But sometimes one starts out with having an opinion and feeling righteous indignation and all that, and then something comes up that has nothing to do with the judgments and criticism, and then it is all up with your severity, and you feel disgusted with the Republic and the bello stile." He rambled on incoherently, not clear himself as to what he wanted to say. His cousin merely gave him a side glance, then turned away with an au revoir, and each betook him to his own balcony. "How much?" asked Joachim softly, after a while, as though he had seen Hans Castorp consult his thermometer, and the latter answered indifferently, "Nothing new." He had, in fact, directly he entered, taken up his new acquisition from the wash-hand stand, and plunged it repeatedly through the air, to obliterate the morning's record. Then he went into the balcony with the glass cigar in his mouth, like an old hand. But contrary to some rather exaggerated expectations, Mercurius climbed no further than before, though Hans Castorp kept the instrument under his tongue 8 minutes for good measure. But, after all, 99.6 degrees was unquestionably fever, even though no higher than the earlier record. In the afternoon the gleaming column mounted up as far as 99.7 degrees, but declined to 99.5 degrees by evening, when the patient was weary with the excitement of the day. Next morning it showed 99.6 degrees, climbing during the morning to the same level as before. And so arrived the hour for the main meal of the day, bringing the examination in its wake. Hans Castorp later recalled that Madame Chauchat was wearing that day a golden yellow sweater, with large buttons and embroidered pockets. It was a new sweater, at least new to Hans Castorp, and when she made her entrance, tardily as usual, she had paused an instant, and, in the way he knew so well, presented herself to the room. Then she had glided to her place at the table, slipped softly into it, and begun to eat and chatter with her table-mates. All this was as it happened every day, 5 times a day. Hans Castorp observed it as usual, or perhaps even more poignantly than usual, looking over at the good Russian table past Settembrini's back as he sat at the crosswise table between. He saw the turn of her head in conversation, the rounded neck, the stooping back. Frau Chauchat, for her part, never once turned round during the whole meal. But when the sweet had been handed, and the great clock on the wall above the bad Russian table struck 2, it actually happened, to Hans Castorp's amazement and mystification, that precisely as the hour struck 1, 2, the fair patient turned her head and a little twisted her body and looked over her shoulder quite openly and pointedly at Hans Castorp's table. And not only at his table. No, she looked at himself, unmistakably and personally, with a smile about the closed lips and the narrow Pribislav eyes, as though to say, "Well, it is time. Are you going?" And the eyes said "thou," for that is the language of the eyes, even when the tongue uses a more formal address. This episode shook and bewildered Hans Castorp to the depths of his being. He hardly trusted his senses, and at first gazed enraptured in Frau Schursch's face. Then, lifting his eyes, stared into vacancy over the top of her head. Was it possible she knew he was to be examined at 2 o'clock? It looked like it. But that was as impossible as that she should be aware of the thought that had visited his mind in the last minute, namely, that he might as well send word to the Hofrat, through Joachim, that his cold was better, and he considered an examination superfluous. This idea had presented itself to him in an advantageous light, but now withered away under that searching smile, transmuted into a hideous sense of futility. The second after, Joachim had laid a rolled-up serviette beside his plate, signalled to his cousin by raising his eyebrows, and with a bow to the company risen from the table. Whereat Hans Castorp, inwardly reeling, though outwardly firm in step and bearing, rose too, and feeling that look and smile upon his back, followed cousin Joachim out of the room. Since the previous morning they had not spoken of what lay before them, and silently now they moved down the corridor together. Joachim hastened his steps, for it was already past the appointed hour, and Hofrat Behrens laid stress on punctuality. They passed the door of the office and went down the clean, linoleum-covered stairs to the basement. Joachim knocked at the door, facing them. It bore a porcelain shield, with the word "Consulting Room." "Come in," called Behrens, stressing the first word. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 27. Chapter 4. The Thermometer. Part 3. "Come in," called Behrens, stressing the first word. He was standing in the middle of the room, in his white smock, holding the black stethoscope in his hand and tapping his thigh with it. "Tempo, tempo," said he, directing his goggling gaze to the clock on the wall. "Un poco più presto, signori. We are not here simply and solely for the honourable gentleman's convenience." Dr. Krukowski was sitting at the double-barrelled writing table by the window. He wore his usual black alpaca shirt, setting off the pallor of his face. His elbows rested on the table, in one hand a pen, the other fingering his beard, while before him lay various papers, probably the documents in reference to the patients to be examined. He looked at the cousins as they entered, but it was with the idle glance of a person who is present only in an auxiliary capacity. "Well, give us your report card," the Hofrat answered to Joachim's apologies, and took the fever chart out of his hand. He looked it over while the patient made haste to lay off his upper garments down to the waist and hang them on the rack by the door. No one troubled about Hans Castorp. He looked on a while standing, then let himself down in a little old-fashioned easy-chair with bob tassels on the arms, beside a small table with a carafe on it. Bookcases lined the walls, full of pamphlets and broad-backed medical works. Other furniture there was none, except an adjustable chaise longue covered with oilcloth. It had a paper serviette spread over the pillow. ".7, .9, .8, Behrens said, running through the weekly card, whereon were entered the results of Joachim's 5 daily measurings. "Still a little too lighted up, my dear Samson. Can't exactly say you've got more robust just lately." By lately he meant during the past 4 weeks. "Not free from infection," he said. "Well, that doesn't happen between one day and the next. We're not magicians." Joachim nodded and shrugged his bare shoulders. He refrained from saying that he'd been up here since a good deal longer than yesterday. "How about the stitches in the right hilum, where it always sounded so sharp? Better, eh? Well, come along, let me thump you about a bit." And the auscultation began.
The Hofrat stood leaning backwards, feet wide apart, his stethoscope under his arm, and tapped from the wrist, using the powerful middle finger of his right hand as a hammer, and the left as a support. He tapped first high up on Joachim's shoulder blade, at the side of the back, above and below. The well-trained Joachim lifted his arm to let himself be tapped under the armpit. Then the process was repeated on the left side. Then the Hofrat commanded, "Turn!" and began tapping the chest. First next the collarbone, then above and below the breast, right and left. When he had tapped to his satisfaction, he began to listen, setting his stethoscope on Joachim's chest and back, and putting his ear to the earpiece. Then Joachim had to breathe deeply and cough, which seemed to strain him, for he got out of breath, and tears came in his eyes. And everything that the Hofrat heard he announced in curt, technical phrases to his assistant over at the writing table, in such a way that Hans Castorp was forcibly reminded of the proceedings at the tailor's, when a very correctly groomed gentleman measures you for a suit, laying the tape about your trunk and limbs, and calling off the figures in the order hallowed by tradition for the assistant to take them down in his book. "Faint, diminished," dictated Hofrat Behrens. "Vesicular," and then again "vesicular." That was good, apparently. "Rough," he said, and made a face. "Very rough." "Ronky." And Dr. Krukowski entered it all in his book, just like the tailor's assistant. Hans Castorp followed the proceedings with his head on one side, absorbed in contemplation of his cousin's torso. The ribs, thank heaven he had them all, rose under the taut skin as he took deep inhalations, and the stomach fell away. Hans Castorp studied that youthful figure, slender, yellowish bronze, with a black fell along the breastbone and the powerful arms. On one wrist Joachim wore a gold chain bracelet. "These are the arms of an athlete," thought Hans Castorp. "I never made much of gymnastics, but he always liked them, and that is partly the reason why he wanted to be a soldier. He has always been more inclined than I to the things of the body, or inclined in a different way. I have always been a civilian, and cared more about warm baths and good eating and drinking, whereas he has gone in for manly exertion, and now his body has come into the foreground in another sense, and made itself important and independent of the rest of him, namely through illness. He is all lit up within, and can't get rid of the infection and become healthy. Poor Joachim, no matter how much he wants to get down to the valley and be a soldier. And yet look how he is developed, like a picture in a book, a regular Apollo Belvedere, except for the hair. But the disease makes him ailing within and fevered without. Disease makes men more physical. It leaves them nothing but body. His own thoughts startled him, and he looked quickly at Joachim with a questioning glance that travelled from the bared body up to the large, gentle black eyes. Tears stood out in them from the effort of the forced breathing and coughing, and they gazed into space with a pathetic expression as the examination went on. But at last Hofrat Behrens came to an end. "Very good, Simson," he said. "Everything in order, so far as possible. Next time," that would be in 4 weeks, "it is bound to show further improvement." "And Herr Hofrat, how much longer do you think?" "So you are going to pester me again. How do you expect to give your lads the devil down below, in the lit-up state you are in? I told you the other day to call it half a year. You can reckon from then, if you like, but you must regard it as a minimal. Have a little ordinary politeness. It is a decent enough life up here after all. It's not a convict prison, nor a Siberian penal settlement, or perhaps you think it is. Very good, Simson. Be off with you. Next, step lively." He stretched out his arm and handed the stethoscope to Dr. Krukowski, who got up and began some supernumerary tapping on Joachim's person. Hans Castorp had sprung up, with his eyes fixed on the Hofrat, standing there with his legs apart and his mouth open, lost in thought. The young man began in all haste to make ready, with the result that he defeated his own purpose and fumbled in getting out of his shirt. But finally he stood there, blond, white-skinned and narrow-chested, before Hofrat Behrens. Compared with Joachim, he looked distinctly the civilian type. The Hofrat, still lost in thought, let him stand. Dr. Krukowski had finished and sat down, and Joachim was dressing before Behrens finally decided to take notice.
"Oh-ho," he said. "So that's you, is it?" He gripped Hans Castorp on the upper arm with his mighty hand, pushed him away, and looked at him sharply, not in the face, as one man looks at another, but at his body, turned him round as one would turn an inanimate object, and looked at his back. He said. "Well, we shall see," and began tapping as before. He tapped all over, as he had with Joachim, and several times went back and tapped again. For some while, for the purposes of comparison, he tapped by turns on the left-hand side, near the collarbone, and then somewhat lower down. "Hear that?" he asked Dr. Krukowski, and the other, sitting at the table 5 paces off, nodded to signify that he did. He sunk his head on his chest with a serious mien, and the points of his whiskers stuck out. "Breathe deep. Cough," commanded the Hofrat, who had taken up the stethoscope again, and Hans Castorp worked hard for 8 or 10 minutes while the Hofrat listened. He uttered no word, simply set the instrument here and there, and listened with particular care at the places he had tapped so long. Then he stuck the stethoscope under his arm, put his hands on his back, and looked at the floor between himself and Hans Castorp. "Yes, Castorp," he said. This was the first time he had called the young man simply by his last name. "The thing works out praeter propter, as I thought it would. I had my suspicions, I can tell you now, from the first day I had the undeserved honour of making your acquaintance. I made a pretty shrewd guess that you were one of us, and that you would find it out, like many another who's come up here on a lark and gone about with his nose in the air, only to discover, one fine day, that it would be as well for him, and not only as well, mark that, to make a more extended stay, without reference to the beauties of the scenery." Hans Castorp had flushed. Joachim, in act to button his braces, paused as he stood, and listened. "You have such a kind, sympathetic cousin over there," went on the Hofrat, motioning with his head in Joachim's direction, and balancing himself on his heels. "Very soon, we hope, we will be able to say that he has been ill. But even when he gets that far, it will still be true that he has been ill, and the fact, a priori, as the philosophers say, casts a certain light upon yourself, my dear Castorp. But he is only my step-cousin, Herr Hofrat." "Tut, you won't disown him, will you? Even a step-cousin is a blood relation. On which side?" "The mother's, Herr Hofrat. He is the son of a step—" "And your mother? She's pretty jolly?" "No, she's dead. She died when I was little." "And of what?" "Of a blood clot, Herr Hofrat." "A blood clot, eh? Well, that's a long time ago. And your father?" "He died of pneumonia," Hans Castorp said. "And my grandfather too," he added. "Both of them, eh? Good. So much for your ancestors. Now about yourself. You've always been rather chlorotic, haven't you? But you didn't tire easily at physical or mental work. Or did you? What? A good deal of palpitation? Only of late? Good. And a strong inclination to catarrhal and bronchial trouble? Did you know you had been infected before now?" "I?" "Yes, you. I have you personally in mind. Can you hear any difference?" The Hofrat tapped by turns on Hans Castorp's left side, first above and then lower down. "It sounds rather duller there," said Hans Castorp. "Capital. You ought to be a specialist. Well, that is a dullness, and such dullnesses are caused by the old places where fibrosis has supervened. Scars, you know. You are an old patient, Castorp, but we won't lay it up against anybody that you weren't found out. The early diagnosis is very difficult, particularly for my colleagues down below. I won't say we have better ears, though the regular practice does do something, but the air helps us hear, if you understand what I mean. This thin, dry air up here." "Certainly, of course," Hans Castorp said. "Very good, Castorp. And now listen, young man, to my words of wisdom. If that were all the trouble with you, if it was a case of nothing but the dullness and the scars on your bagpipes in there, I should send you back to your lairs and penates and not trouble my head further about you. But as things stand, and according to what we find, and since you are already up here, well, there is no use in your going down, for you'd only have to come up again." Hans Castorp felt the blood rush back to his heart. It hammered violently, and Joachim stood still with his hands on his back buttons, his eyes on the floor. "For besides the dullness," said the Hofrat, "you have on the upper left side a rough breathing that is almost bronchial, and undoubtedly comes from a fresh place. I won't call it a focus of softening, but it is certainly a moist spot. And if you go down below and begin to carry on, why, you'll have the whole lobe at the devil before you can say Jack Robinson." Hans Castorp stood motionless. His mouth twitched fearfully, and the hammering of his heart against his ribs was plain to see. He looked across at Joachim, but could not meet his cousin's eye. Then again at the Hofrat's face, with its blue cheeks, blue goggling eyes, and little crooked moustache. "For independent confirmation," Behrens continued, "we have your temperature of 99.6 degrees at 10 o'clock in the morning, which corresponds pretty well to the indications given by the auscultation." "I thought," Hans Castorp said, "that the fever came from my cold." "And the cold," rejoined the Hofrat, "where does that come from? Listen, Castorp, let me tell you something, and mark my words. For so far as I can tell, you've all the cerebral convolutions a body needs. Now, our air up here is good for disease. I mean good against the disease, you understand. You think so, don't you? Well, it is true. But also it is good for the disease. It begins by speeding it up, in that it revolutionizes the whole body. It brings the latent weakness to the surface and makes it break out. Your catarrh, fortunately for you, is a breaking out of that kind. I can't tell if you are febrile down below, but it is certainly my opinion that you have been from your first day up here, and not merely since you have had your catarrh." "Yes," Hans Castorp said, "I think so too." "You were probably fuddled right from the start, in my opinion," the Hofrat confirmed him. "Those were the soluble toxins thrown off by the bacteria. They act like an intoxicant upon the central nervous system and give you a hectic flush. Now, Castorp, we'll stick you into bed and see if a couple of weeks' rest will sober you up. What follows will follow. We'll take a handsome X-ray of you. You'll enjoy seeing what goes on in your own inside. But I tell you straightway, a case like yours doesn't get well from one day to the next. It isn't a question of miracle cures you read about in advertisements. I thought when I first clapped eyes on you that you would be a better patient than your cousin, with more talent for illness than our Brigadier General here, who wants to clear out directly has a couple of points less fever, as if lie down isn't just as good a word of command as stand up. It is the citizen's first duty to be calm, and impatience never did any good to anyone. Now, Castorp, watch out you don't disappoint me, and give the lie to my knowledge of human nature. Get along now. Into the caboose with you. March!" With that, Hofrat Behrens closed the interview and sat down at the writing table. This man of many occupations began to fill in his time with writing until the advent of the next patient. But Dr. Krakowski arose from his place and strode up to Hans Castorp. With his head tipped back sideways and one hand on the man's shoulder, smiling so heartily that the yellowish teeth showed in his beard, he shook him warmly by the hand. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 28. Chapter 5. Soup Everlasting. Part 1. And now we are confronted by a phenomenon upon which the author himself may well comment, lest the reader do so in his stead. Our account of the first 3 weeks of Hans Castorp's stay with those up here, 21 midsummer days, to which his visit, so far as human eye could see, should have been confined, has consumed in the telling an amount of time and space only too well confirming the author's half-confessed expectations, while our narrative of his next 3 weeks will scarcely cost as many lines, or even words and minutes, as the earlier 3 did pages, quires, hours, and working days. We apprehend that these next 3 weeks will be over and done with in the twinkling of an eye, which is perhaps surprising, yet quite in order, and conformable to the laws that govern the telling of stories and the listening to them, for it is in accordance with these laws that time seems to us just as long, or just as short,
that it expands or contracts precisely in the way and to the extent that it did for young Hans Castorp, our hero, whom our narrative now finds visited with such an unexpected blow from the hand of fate. It may even be well at this point to prepare the reader for still other surprises, still other phenomena, bearing on the mysterious element of time, which will confront us if we continue in our hero's company. For the moment we need only recall the swift flight of time, even of quite a considerable period of time, which we spend in bed when we are ill. All the days are nothing but the same day repeating itself. Or rather, since it is always the same day, it is incorrect to speak of repetition, a continuous present, an identity, an everlastingness. Such words as these would better convey the idea. They bring you your midday broth, as they brought it yesterday, and will bring it tomorrow. And it comes over you, but whence or how you do not know, it makes you quite giddy to see the broth coming in, that you are losing a sense of the demarcation of time, that its units are running together, disappearing, and what is being revealed to you, as the true content of time, is merely a dimensionless present, in which they eternally bring you the broth. But in such a connection it would be paradoxical to speak of time as passing slowly, and paradox, with reference to such a hero, we would avoid. Hans Castorp then went to bed on the Saturday afternoon, as it had been ordained by Hofrath Behrens, the highest authority in our little world. There he lay, in his nightshirt, with the embroidered monogram on the pocket, his hands clasped at the back of his head, in his cleanly white bed, the death-bed of the American woman, and in all probability of many another person. Lay there with his confiding blue eyes, somewhat glassy with his cold, directed toward the ceiling, and contemplated the singularity of his fate. This is not to say that, if he had not had a cold, his gaze would have been any clearer or more single-minded. No, just as it was, it accurately mirrored his inner state, and that, whatever its simplicity, was full of troubled, involved, dubious, not quite ingenuous thoughts. For as he lay, he would be shaken from deep within him by a frantic burst of triumphant laughter, while his heart stood still with an anguish of extravagant anticipation like nothing he had ever known before. Again he would feel such a shudder of apprehension as sent the colour from his cheek, and then it was conscience itself that knocked, in the very throbs of his heart as it pulsed against his ribs. On that first day Joachim left him to his rest, avoiding all discussion. He went 2 or 3 times tactfully into the sick-room, nodded to the patient, and inquired if he could do anything. It was easy for him to understand and respect Hans Castorp's reserve, the more in that he shared it, even feeling his own position to be more difficult than the others. But on the Sunday forenoon, when he came back from the walk which for the first time in weeks had been solitary, there was no putting it off any longer. They must take counsel together over the necessary next step. He sat down by the bed and said with a sigh, "Yes, it's no good. We must act. They are expecting you down home." "Not yet," Hans Castorp answered. "No, but inside the next few days, Wednesday or Thursday." "Oh, they aren't expecting me so precisely on a particular day," Hans Castorp said. "They have other things to do beside counting the days until I get back. I'll be there when I get there, and Uncle Tianapple will say, 'Oh, there you are again,' and Uncle James, 'Well, had a good time?' And if I don't arrive, it will be some time before they notice it. You may be sure of that. Of course, after a while, we'd have to let them know." "You can see how unpleasant the thing is for me," Joachim said, sighing again. "What is to happen now? I feel in a way responsible. You come up here to pay me a visit, I take you in, and here you are, and who knows when you can get away and go into your position down below. You must see how extremely painful that is to me." "Just a moment," said Hans Castorp, without removing his hands from their clasped position behind his neck. "Surely it is unreasonable for you to break your head over it. Did I come up here to visit you? Well, of course, in a way I did. But after all, the principal reason was to get the rest Heidkind prescribed. Well, and now it appears I need more of a rest than he or any of us dreamed. I am not the first who thought of making a flying visit up here, for whom it fell out differently. Remember about tous les deux second son, and how it turned out with him. I don't know whether he is still alive or not. Perhaps they have fetched him away already while we were sitting at our meal. That I am somewhat infected is naturally a great surprise to me. I must get used to the idea of being a patient, and one of you, instead of just a guest. And yet in a way I am scarcely surprised, for I never have been in such blooming health, and when I think how young both my parents were when they died, I realize that it is natural I shouldn't be particularly robust. We can't deny that you had a weakness that way. We make no bones of it, even if it is as good as cured now, and it may easily be that it runs a little in the family, as Behrens suggested. Anyhow, I have been lying here since yesterday, thinking it all over, considering what my attitude has been, how I felt toward the whole thing, to life, you know, and the demands it makes on you. A certain seriousness, a sort of disinclination to rough and noisy ways, has always been a part of my nature. We were talking about that lately, and I said I sometimes should have liked to be a clergyman, because I took such an interest in mournful and edifying things. A black pall, you know, with a silver cross on it, or R.I.P., requiescat in pace, you know. That seems to me the most beautiful expression. I like it much better than "he's a jolly good fellow," which is simply rowdy. I think all that comes from the fact that I have had a weakness myself and always felt at home with illness, the way I do now. But things being as they are, I find it very lucky that I came here, and that I was examined. Certainly you have no call to reproach yourself. You heard what he said. If I were to go down and continue as I have been, I should have the whole lobe at the devil before I could say Jack Robinson. You can't tell, Joachim said. That is just what you never can tell. They said you had already had places of which nobody took any notice, and they healed of themselves, and left nothing but a few trifling dullnesses. It might have been the same way with the moist spot you are supposed to have now, if you hadn't come up here at all. One can never know. No, as far as knowing goes, we never can. But just for that reason, we have no right to assume the worst. For instance, with regard to how long I shall be obliged to stop here. You say nobody knows when I shall be free to go into the shipyard, but you say it in a pessimistic sense, and that I find premature, since we cannot know. Behrens did not set a limit. He is a long-headed man and doesn't play the prophet. There are the X-ray and the photographic plate yet to come before we can definitely know the facts. Who knows whether they will show anything worth talking about, and whether I shall not be free of fever before that, and can say good-bye to you. I am all for our not striking before the time and crying wolf to the family down below. It is quite enough for the present if we write and say, I can do it myself with a fountain pen if I sit up a little, that I have a severe cold and am febrile, that I am stopping in bed and shall not travel for the present. The rest will follow. Good, said Joachim. We can do that for the present. And for the other matters we can wait and see. What other matters? Don't be so irresponsible. You only came for 3 weeks and brought a steamer trunk. You will need underwear and linen and winter clothes and more footwear. And anyhow, you will want money sent. If, said Hans Castorp, if I need it. Very well, we'll wait and see, but we ought not. Joachim paced up and down the room as he spoke. We ought not to behave like ostriches. I have been up here too long not to know how things go. When Behrens says there's a rough place, almost ronky, oh well, of course we can wait and see. There, for the time, the matter rested, and the weekly and fortnightly variations of the normal day set in. Hans Castorp could partake of them even in his present state, if not at first hand, then through the reports Joachim gave when he came, and sat by the bedside for 15 minutes. His Sunday morning breakfast tray was adorned with a vase of flowers, and they did not fail to send him his share of the Sunday pastries. After luncheon the sounds of social intercourse floated up from the terrace below, and with tantara and squealing of clarinets the fortnightly concert began. During its progress Joachim entered, and sat down by the open balcony door. His cousin half reclined in his bed, with his head on one side, and his eyes swimming with pious enjoyment as he listened to the mounting harmonies, and bestowed a momentary metaphorical shoulder-shrug upon Settembrini's twaddle about music being politically suspect. And, as we have said, he had Joachim post him upon the sights and events of the sanatorium life. Had there, he asked, been any toilets made in honour of the day? Lace matinees or that sort of thing, though for lace matinees the weather was too cold. Whether there were people going driving. Certain expeditions had in fact been undertaken, among others, by the Half-Lung Club, which had gone in a body to Claverdale. On the next day, Monday, he demanded to hear all about Dr. Krukowski's lecture, when Joachim came from it and looked in upon his cousin on his way to the rest cure. Joachim did not feel like talking. He appeared disinclined to make a report. He would have let the subject drop, as it had after the previous lecture, had not Hans Castor persisted and demanded to hear the details. "I am lying up here," he said, "paying full pension. I am entitled to have all that is going." He recalled the Monday of 2 weeks ago, and his solitary walk, which had done him so little good, and he committed himself to the view that it was that walk which had revolutionized his system and brought to the surface the latent infection. "But what a stately and solemn way the people hereabout have of talking," he said. "I mean the common people, almost like poetry. Then thank ye kindly, and God be with ye," he repeated, giving the words the woodman's intonation. "I heard that up in the woods, and I shall remember it all my life." You get to associate a thing like that with other memories and impressions, you know, and you never forget it as long as you live. Well, so Krukowski held forth again on the subject of love, did he? What did he say about it today? "Oh, nothing in particular. You know from the other time how he talks." "But what did he offer that was new?" "Nothing different. Oh, well, the stuff today was pure chemistry." Joachim unwillingly condescended to enlighten his cousin. It seemed there was a sort of poisoning, an auto-infection of the organisms, so Dr. Krukowski said. It was caused by the disintegration of a substance, of the nature of which we were still ignorant, but which was present everywhere in the body, and the products of this disintegration operated like an intoxicant upon the nerve centres of the spinal cord, with an effect similar to that of certain poisons, such as morphia or cocaine, when introduced in the usual way from outside. "And so you get the hectic flush," said Hans Castor. "But that's all worth hearing. What doesn't the man know? He must have simply lapped it up. You just wait. One of these days he will discover what that substance is that exists everywhere in the body and sets free the soluble toxins that act like a narcotic on the nervous system. Then he will be able to fuddle us all more than ever. Perhaps in the past they were able to do that very thing. When I listen to him, I could almost think there is some truth in the old legends about love potions and the like. Are you going?" "Yes," Joachim said. "I must go lie down. My curve has been rising since yesterday. This affair of yours has had its effect on me." That was the Sunday, and the Monday. The evening and the morning made the third day of Hans Castorp's sojourn in the caboose. It was a day without distinction, an ordinary weekday, that Tuesday, but after all it was the day of his arrival in this place. He had been here around 3 weeks, and time pressed. He would have to send a letter home and inform his uncle of the state of affairs, even though cursorily, and without reference to their true inwardness. He stuffed his down quilt behind his back and wrote upon the notepaper of the establishment to the effect that his departure was being delayed beyond the appointed time. He was in bed with a feverish cold, which Hofrat Berenz, over-conscientious as he probably was, refused to take lightly, insisting on regarding it as immediately connected with his, Hans Castorp's, constitution and general state of health. The physician had perceived directly he saw him that he was decidedly anemic, and take it all in all, it seemed as though the limit he had originally set for his stay was not regarded by the authorities as long enough for a full recovery. He would write again as soon as he could. That's the idea, thought Hans Castorp. Not too much or too little, and whatever the issue, it will satisfy them for a while. The letter was given to the servant, with instructions that it be taken direct to the station, and sent off by the earliest possible train, instead of being posted in the usual way in the house letterbox, with consequent delays. Our adventurous youth felt much relieved to have set affairs in such good train, if otherwise a good deal plagued by his cough and the heavy-headedness caused by his catarrh, and now he began to live each day as it came. A day which never varied, which was always broken up into a number of sections, and which, in its abiding uniformity, could not be said either to pass too fast or to hang too heavy on the hands. In the morning the bathing master would give a mighty thump on the door and enter, a nervous individual named Turnherr, who wore his sleeves rolled up, and had great standing veins upon his forearms, and a gurgling, impeded speech. He addressed Hans Castorp, as he did all the patients, by the number of his room, and rubbed him with alcohol. Not long after he left, Joachim would appear ready dressed, to greet his cousin, inquire after his 7 o'clock temperature, and communicate his own. While he breakfasted below, Hans Castorp did the same above, his down quilt tucked behind his back, in enjoyment of the good appetite a change engenders. He was scarcely disturbed by the bustling and businesslike entrance of the 2 physicians, who at this hour made a hurried round of the dining-hall and the rooms of the bedridden and moribund. Hans Castorp, with his mouth full of jam, announced himself to have slept splendidly, and looked over the rim of his cup at the Hofrat, who leaned with his fists on the centre table and hastily scanned the fever chart. Both physicians wished him good morning, and he responded in an unconcerned drawl as they went out. Then he lighted a cigarette, and beheld Joachim returning from the morning walk, almost before he realized his departure. Again they chatted of this and that. Joachim went to lie down until second breakfast, and the interval seemed so short that even the emptiest headed could hardly have felt bored. Hans Castorp, indeed, had so much food for thought in the events of the past 3 weeks, so much to ponder in his present state, and what might come of it, that although 2 bound volumes of an illustrated periodical from the Birkhoff library lay upon his night table, he had no need to resort to them. It was no different with the brief hour during which Joachim took his regular walk down to the Platz. He came in to Hans Castorp afterwards, told him whatever of interest he had seen, and sat or stood a few minutes by the sick-bed before he withdrew to his own balcony for the midday rest. And how long did that last? Again, only a brief hour. It seemed to Hans Castorp he had barely settled to commune a little with his own thoughts, hands folded behind his head and eyes directed upon the ceiling, before the gong droned through the house, summoning all those not bedridden or moribund to prepare for the principal meal of the day. Joachim went down, and the midday broth was brought. Broth in a symbolic sense merely, considering in what it consisted. Hans Castorp was not on sick diet. He lay there and paid full pension, and what they brought him in the abiding present of that midday hour was by no means broth. It was the full 6-course Birkhoff dinner in all its amplitude, with nothing left out. Even on weekdays this was a sumptuous meal. On Sundays it was a gala banquet, and gaudy, prepared by a cosmopolitan chef in the kitchens of the establishment, which were precisely those of a European hotel de luxe. The dining-room girl, whose duty it was to serve the bedridden, brought it to him in dainty cookpots under nickel-plated dish-covers. She produced an invalid table, a marvel of one-legged equilibrium, adjusted it across his bed, and Hans Castorp banqueted like the tailor's son in the fairy story. As he finished, Joachim would return, and it might be as late as 2:30 before the latter went into his loggia, and the hush of the main rest period fell upon the Birkhoff. Not quite, perhaps. Perhaps it would be nearer the truth to call it a quarter after. But these odd quarter hours outside the round figures do not count. They are swallowed up unregarded in places where one reckons time in large units, on long train journeys of many hours on end, or wherever one is in a state of vacant suspense, with all one's being concentrated on putting the time behind one. 2:15 will pass for 2:30, will even pass for 3, on the theory that it is already well on the way toward it. The 30 minutes are taken as a sort of onset to the full hour from 3 to 4, and inwardly discounted. In this wise the duration of the main rest period was finally reduced to no more than an hour, and even this hour was lopped off at its latter end, elided as it were. Dr. Krukowski played the part of apostrophe. Yes, nowadays when Dr. Krukowski went his independent afternoon round, he no longer made a circle round Hans Castorp. Our young man was no longer an interval and hiatus. He counted as much as the others. He, too, was a patient. He was questioned, not ignored, as had so long been the case, to his slight and concealed but daily recurring annoyance. It was on Monday that Dr. Krukowski for the first time manifested himself in the room. Manifested being the only proper word for the phenomenon, as Hans Castorp, with an involuntary start, perceived it. He lay in half, or quarter, slumber, and became aware that the assistant was beside him, having entered not through the door, but approaching from outside. His round at this time lay not through the corridor, but along the balconies, and he had come through the open door of the loggia with an effect of having flown through the air. There he stood at Hans Castop's bedside, in all his pallor and blackness, broad-shouldered and squat, his lips parted in a manly smile which showed the yellowish teeth through his beard. The apostrophe. "You seem surprised to see me, Herr Castop," he said, mildly baritone, drawling, unquestionably rather affected. He gave the R a foreign palatal sound, not rolled, but pronounced with a single impact of the tongue against the upper front teeth. "But I am only performing my pleasant duty in seeing after your welfare. Your relations with us have entered upon a new phase. Overnight the guest has become the comrade." His patient was rather alarmed by the word comrade. "Who would have thought it?" he jested fraternally. "Who would have thought it on that evening, when I had the honour of making your acquaintance, and you replied to my mistaken supposition, at that time mistaken, with the explanation that you were perfectly healthy? I believe I expressed some doubt, but I assure you I did not mean it in that sense. I will not pretend to being more sharp-sighted than I am. I was not thinking of a moist spot. My remark was meant only in the general, philosophic sense, as a doubt whether the two conceptions, man and perfect health, were after all consistent one with the other. Even to-day, after the examination, I confess that I personally, as distinguished from my honoured chief, cannot regard the moist spot as the most important factor in the situation. It is, for me, a secondary phenomenon. The organic is always secondary." Hans Castorp drew a short breath. "And thus your catarrh is, in my view, a third-line phenomenon," Dr. Krokowski concluded very softly. "How is it? The rest in bed will undoubtedly be efficacious in this respect. What have you measured to-day?" And from then on the assistant's visit was in the key of an ordinary professional call, to which it kept during the following days and weeks. Dr. Krokowski would enter by the open balcony door at 4:15 or earlier, greet the patient with manly readiness, put the usual professional questions, with perhaps a little personal touch as well, a jest or two, and if all this had a slight aura of the questionable about it, yet one can get used even to the questionable, provided it keeps within bounds. It was not long before Hans Castorp forgot any feeling he may have had about Dr. Krokowski's visits. They took their place in the programme of the normal day, and performed, as it were, an elision in the latter end of the main rest period. The assistant would return along the balconies at 4 o'clock, or thereabouts, that is to say, mid-afternoon. Yes, thus suddenly, before one realized it, there one was, in the very deep of the afternoon, and steadily still deepening on toward twilight. Before tea was finished drinking, up above and down below, it was well on the way toward 5 o'clock, and by the time Joachim returned from his daily third round, and looked in on his cousin, it would be near enough to 6, to reduce the remaining rest period to no more than a single hour, reckoned always in round numbers. It was an easy matter to kill that much time, if one had ideas in one's head and a whole orbis pictus on the table to boot. Joachim, on his way to the evening meal, stopped to say good-bye. Hans Castorp's tray was brought. The valley had long since filled with shadow, and darkened apace as yet. When he had done, he leaned back against his down quilt, with the magic table cleared before him, and looked into the growing dusk, today's dusk, yet scarcely distinguishable from the dusk of yesterday or last week. It was evening, and it had just been morning. The day, artificially shortened, broken into small pieces, had literally crumbled in his hands, and was reduced to nothing. He remarked it to himself with a start, or, at any rate, he did at least remark, for to shudder at it was foreign to his years. It seemed to him that from the beginning of time he had been lying and looking thus. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 29. Chapter 5. Soup Everlasting, Part 2. One day, some 10 or 12 had passed since Hans Castorp retired to bed, There was a knock on his door at about this hour, before Joachim had returned from dinner and the social half-hour. Upon Hans Castop's inquiring, "Come in," it opened, and Ludovico Settembrini appeared. And lo, on the instant the room was flooded with light. For the visitor's first motion, while still on the threshold, had been to turn on the electric light, which filled the room in a trice with vibrating brilliance, and reverberated from the gleaming white ceiling and furniture. The Italian had been the only one of the guests after whom Hans Castop had expressly asked in these days. Joachim, indeed, when he stood or sat by his cousin for 10 or 15 minutes, and that happened 10 times in the course of the day, would relate whatever there was of interest or variation in the daily life of the community, and Hans Castop's questions, whenever he put any, had been of a general nature. The exile wished to know whether there were new guests, or if any of the familiar faces were absent. It seemed to gratify him that only the former was the case. There was one newcomer, a hollow-cheeked, green-complexioned young man, who had been given a place at the next table on the right with Frau Iltis and the ivory-skinned Levy. Hans Castop might look forward to the pleasure of seeing him. So no one had left? Joachim answered in a curt negative, his eyes on the ground. But he had to reply to this question every day or so, until at last he became restive and sought to answer once for all by saying that, so far as he knew, no one was purposing to leave. Nobody did leave very much up here, as a matter of fact. But Hans Castop had asked after Settembrini by name, and desired to hear what he had said to it. To what? Why, that I am in bed and supposed to be ill. Settembrini, it seemed, had expressed himself on the subject, though briefly. On the very day of Hans Castop's disappearance he had come to find out his whereabouts of Joachim, obviously prepared to hear that the guest had departed, and on learning the explanation had responded only in Italian, first "Ecco," and then "Poveretto," as much as to say, "There you are, poor chap." It needed no more Italian than the cousins could boast to understand the sense in which he uttered the words. "Why Poveretto?" Hans Castop inquired. "He sits here with his literature made of politics and humanism, and he is very little good for the ordinary interests of life. He needn't look down his nose and pity me like that. I shall get down to the flatland before he does." And now Herr Settembrini stood here in the suddenly illuminated room. Hans Castop, who had raised himself on his elbow and turned blinking toward the door, recognized him and flushed. Settembrini wore, as usual, his thick coat with the wide lapels, a frayed turnover collar, and the checked trousers. As he came from supper he was armed with the usual wooden toothpick. The corner of his mouth, beneath the beautiful curve of his moustache, displayed the familiar, fine, dry, critical smile. "Good evening, engineer. May I be permitted to look in on you? If so, I need light. You will pardon me my taking it upon myself," and he waved his small hand toward the lamp in the ceiling. "You are absorbed in contemplation. I should not wish to disturb you. A tendency to meditate is surely natural under the circumstances, and if you want to talk, you have your cousin. You see, I am well aware that I am superfluous, but even so we live here close together. A sympathy springs up between man and man, intellectual and emotional sympathy. It has been a full week that we have not seen you. I began to think you had left, as I saw your place empty down in the refectory. The lieutenant told me better. Or should I say worse, if that would not sound impolite. Well, and how are you? How do you feel? Not too much cast down, I hope." "Ah, that is you, Herr Settembrini. How friendly of you. Refectory. Oh, I say, that is good. Always at your jokes. But do sit down. You are not disturbing me in the least. I was lying here musing. No, musing is too much to say. I was simply too lazy to turn on the light. Thanks very much. I am subjectively as good as normal, and my cold is much better from lying in bed. But it was the secondary phenomenon, so everybody tells me. My temperature is still not what it should be. I have 99.5 degrees to 99.7 degrees all the time." "You take your temperature regularly?" "Yes, 6 times a day, like the rest of you. Pardon me, I am still laughing at your calling our dining-room a refectory. That is what they are called in a cloister, isn't it? After all, there is some resemblance. Not that I have been in a cloister, but I imagine they are something like this, and I have the rule at my fingers' ends, and observe it faithfully. As a pious brother should. One might say that your novitiate is at an end, and you have made your profession. My formal congratulations. You even say our dining hall, but without meaning to affront your manly dignity, you remind me more of a young nun than a monk, a regular new-shorn, innocent bride of Christ, with great martyr-like eyes. I have seen such lambs here and there about the world, never without a certain excess of sensibility. Yes, your cousin has told me about it. So you had yourself examined, after all, at the 11th hour. Since I was febrile, of course, Herr Settembrini. What do you want? If I had been at home, I should have consulted a physician, and here, at the source and fount, so to speak, with 2 specialists in the house, it would have been very strange. Of course. You took your temperature too, before they told you to. But they did recommend it from the beginning, and the Meilendock slipped you the thermometer. Slipped me? Since the occasion arose, I bought one from her. I understand. An irreproachable transaction. And how many months did the chief knock you down for? Good heavens! I've asked you that before. Do you remember? You had just come. You answered with such assurance. Of course I remember. I have had many new experiences since that time, but I remember as though it were yesterday. You were so amusing, and spoke of Behrens as the judge of the lower regions. Radames, was it? No, wait, that is something else. Rhadamanthus. Yes, I may have called him that. I am afraid I do not remember every phrase that happens to well up to my lips. Rhadamanthus, of course. Minos and Rhadamanthus. And you spoke to us of Carducci at the same time. Pardon me, my dear young friend. We will, if you please, leave him out. The name at this moment sounds too strange upon your tongue. That's good too, laughed Hans Castorp, but I have learned a good deal about him through you. Yes, at that time I had not the faintest suspicion. I answered you that I was here for 3 weeks. I did not know any different. The Kleefeld girl had just been whistling at me with her pneumothorax. I hardly knew where I was, but I was feeling febrile even then. For the air up here is not only good against illness, it is also good for it. It sometimes brings it to the surface, which is, of course, a necessary step in the cure. An alluring hypothesis. And has Hofrat Behrens also told you about the German-Russian woman we had here last year? No, year before last, for 5 months. He did not? He should have. A charming woman of Russo-German origin. Married, a young mother. She came from the Baltic provinces somewhere, lymphatic, anemic, but probably some more serious trouble as well. She spent a month here and complained that she felt ill all the time. They told her to be patient. Another month passed. She continues to assert that she is actually worse instead of better. They point out to her that only the physician can judge how she is. She herself only knows how she feels, which does not signify. They are satisfied with the condition of her lung. Good. She says no more. She goes on with the cure and loses weight by the week. The 4th month she faints during the examination. That is nothing, says Behrens. Her lung is perfectly satisfactory. But by the 5th month she cannot get about. She goes to bed and writes to her husband out in the Baltic provinces. Behrens gets a letter from him, marked personal and urgent, in a very firm hand. I saw it myself. Yes, says Behrens, and shrugs his shoulders. It seems to be indicated that she certainly cannot stand the climate up here. The woman was beside herself. He ought to have said that before. She had felt it from the beginning, she declared. They had killed her among them. Let us hope she recovered her strength when she went back to her husband. Oh, that's good. That's very good. You do tell stories capitally, Herr Settembrini. Every word is so plastic. And that story about the girl that went bathing in the lake, the one they gave the silent sister to take her temperature with, I have often laughed at it all by myself. Yes, what strange things do happen. One lives and learns. But my own case is still quite uncertain. The Hofrat is supposed to have discovered a trifling weakness, places where I was infected long ago. I heard them myself when he tapped me, and some fresh places he can hear now.
What a funny word fresh is to use in such a connection. But so far there are only the acoustic indications. Real diagnostic certainty we shall only arrive at when I am about again, and the X-ray and photography have taken place. Then we shall have positive knowledge. You think so? You know that the photographic plate often shows spots that are taken for cavities when there are none there, and that sometimes it shows no spots, although there is something there. Madonna! The photographic plate! There was a young numismatician up here with fever, and since he had fever, there were cavities plain to be seen on the plate. They even hear them. They treated him for phthisis, and he died. The post-mortem showed his lung to be sound. The cause of his death, some coccus or other. Oh, come, Herr Settembrini, talking about post-mortems already. I haven't got that far yet, I assure you. Engineer, you are a wag. And you are an out-and-out critic and sceptic, I must say. You do not even believe in science. Can you see spots on your plate, Herr Settembrini? Yes, it shows some spots. And you really are ill too? Yes, I am unfortunately rather ill, replied Settembrini, and his head dropped. There was a pause in which he gave a little cough. Hans Castorp from his bed regarded his guest, whom he had reduced to silence. It seemed to him that with his two simple inquiries he had refuted Settembrini's whole position, even the Republic and the Bello Stile, and he did nothing on his side to resume the conversation. After a while Herr Settembrini straightened himself with a smile. "Tell me, engineer," he said, "how have your family taken the news?" "What news do you mean? Of my delayed return? Oh, my family, you know, consists of 3 uncles, a great-uncle, and his 2 sons, who are more like my cousins. Other family I have none. I was doubly orphaned when I was very small. As to how they took it, they know as much and as little as I myself. At first, when I had to go to bed, I wrote that I had a severe cold and could not travel. Yesterday, as it seemed rather long after all, I wrote again, saying that my catarrh had drawn Hofrat Behrens's attention to the condition of my chest, and that he insisted I should remain until he is clear what the condition is. You may be perfectly sure they took it calmly. It didn't upset them." "And your position? You spoke of a sphere of practical activity, where you are intending to enter shortly on certain duties." "Yes, as volunteer apprentice. I have asked them to excuse me for the present. You must not imagine they are in despair over my defection. They can carry on indefinitely without an assistant." "Good. Everything is in order, then, in that direction. Perfect equanimity all along the line. It is a phlegmatic race of people in your part of the country, is it not? But energetic, certainly." "Oh, yes, very energetic," said Hans Castorp. He mentally essayed the temper of his native city, and found that his interlocutor had characterized it justly. "Phlegmatic and energetic, yes, I should say they are." "I assume," continued Herr Settembrini, "in case your stay is prolonged, we shall make the acquaintance of your uncle, I mean your great-uncle. Shall we not? He will undoubtedly come up to ascertain your condition." "Out of the question," cried Hans Castorp. "Under no conceivable circumstance. Wild horses could not drag him up here. My uncle is apoplectic, you understand. He has almost no neck at all. No, he has to have a reasonable atmospheric pressure. It would be worse for him up here than it was for your lady from the Baltic provinces. He would be in a dreadful way." "I am disappointed. And apoplectic. Energy and phlegm are not much use under those circumstances. Your uncle is rich, I suppose. You are all rich down your way." Hans Castorp smiled at Herr Settembrini's literary generalizations, and again from his distant couch he cast a metaphorical eye upon the sphere from which he had been snatched. He called up memories. He made an effort to judge objectively, and found that distance enabled him to do so. He answered, "One is rich, or else one isn't. And if not, so much the worse. I myself am no millionaire, but what I have is secure to me. I have enough to live on and be independent. But personalities aside, well, if you had said one must be rich, I should have agreed with you. If you aren't rich, or if you leave off from being, then woe be unto you. Oh, he,
they will say about this or that person. He hasn't any money, has he? Literally that, and making just such a face. I have often heard them, and seen now it made an impression on me, which it would not have done, of course, unless it had struck me as strange. Or don't you think that follows? No, I don't think you, for instance, as Homo humanus, would feel very comfortable down there. It often struck me that it was pretty strong, as I can see now, though I was a native of the place, and for myself have never had to suffer from it. If a man does not serve the best and dearest wines at his dinners, people don't go, and his daughters are left on his hands. That is what they are like. Lying here and looking at it from this distance, I find it pretty gross. What were the words you used? Phlegmatic and energetic. That's very good, but what does it mean? It means hard, cold. And what do hard and cold mean? They mean cruel. It is a cruel atmosphere down there, cruel and ruthless. When you lie here and look at it from a distance, it makes you shiver. Settembrini listened and nodded after Hans Castorp had come to an end for the present of his pronouncement and fallen silent. Then he took a breath and said, I will not seek to extenuate the specific forms which life's normal cruelty assumes in your native sphere. It is all one, for the reproach of cruelty rests upon somewhat sentimental grounds. You could scarcely even have levelled it, while you were in that atmosphere, for fear of being ridiculous in your own eyes. You left it to the drones to make, and rightly. That you make it now bears witness to a certain estrangement, which I should be sorry to see increase, since he who falls in the habit of making it is in danger of being lost to life, to the manner of life to which he was born. Do you know, engineer, what I mean by being lost to life? I know it. I see it here every day. 6 months at most after they get here, these young people, and they are mostly young who come, have lost every idea they had, except flirtation and temperature. And if they remain a year, they will have lost the power of grasping any other. They will find any other cruel, or more precisely, ignorant and inadequate. You are fond of anecdote. I could serve your turn. I could tell you of a young man I know, a husband and son, who was up here for 11 months. He was a little older than you. Yes, rather older. They let him go home provisionally, as much improved. He returned to the bosom of his family, not uncles, you understand, but his wife and his mother. The whole day he lay with the thermometer in his mouth. He took no interest in anything else. You don't understand, he said. No one understands who has not lived up there. Down here the fundamental conception is lacking. In the end it was the mother who settled it. Go back, she said. There is nothing to be done with you any more. He went back home. You know, don't you, that they call this home when they have once lived here? He was entirely estranged from his young wife. She lacked the fundamental conception, and she gave up trying to get it. It was borne in upon her that he would find a mate up here who had it, and that he would stop with her. Hans Castorp seemed only to be half listening. He went on staring into the incandescent brilliance of his white room, as into far space. He laughed belatedly and said, He called it home? That is sentimental, as you say. You know no end of stories. I was still thinking of what we said about hardness and cruelty. The same idea has gone through my head a number of times in these days. You see, a person has to have a rather thick skin to find it natural, the way they have of thinking and talking down there. The "has he got money?" and the face they make when they say it. It never came quite natural to me, though I was no homo humanus. I can see, now I look back, that I was always struck by it. Perhaps that had to do with my tendency to illness, though I did not know about it at the time. Those old places which I heard myself the other day, and now Behrens has found a fresh place. That, I must say, was a surprise to me, and yet, in a way, I don't know that it was, after all. I never have felt myself as firm as a rock, and my parents, both of them, dying so young, for I have been doubly orphaned from youth up, you know. Herr Settembrini described a single gesture, with head, hand, and shoulders. Pleasantly, courteously, it put the question, Well, and what of it? You are an author, Hans Castorp said, a literary man. It must be easy for you to understand a thing like that. You can feel how under those circumstances a man might not be of tough enough fibre to find that sort of cruelty quite natural. The cruelty of ordinary people who go about joking and making money and filling their bellies. I don't know if I am expressing myself. Settembrini bowed. You mean, he interpreted, that the early and repeated contact with death developed in you a tendency which made you sensitive to the harshness and crudity, let us say the cynicism, of our everyday worldly existence. Precisely, cried Hans Castorp in honest enthusiasm. You have expressed it to a T, Herr Settembrini. Contact with death. I am sure that you, as a literary man— Settembrini put out his hand, laid his head on one side, and closed his eyes. It was a mild and beautiful gesture, a plea for silence and further hearing. He held it for some seconds, even after Hans Castorp had ceased to speak, and was waiting in suspense for what was to come. But at length he opened his black eyes, organ-grinder eyes, and spoke. Permit me, engineer, to say to you, and to bring it home to you, that the only sane, noble, and I will expressly add, the only religious way to think of death is as a part and parcel of life, to regard it with the understanding and with the emotions as the inviolable condition of life. It is the very opposite of sane, noble, reasonable, or religious to divorce it in any way from life, or to play it off against it. The ancients adorned their sarcophagi with the emblems of life and procreation, and even with obscene symbols. In the religions of antiquity, the sacred and the obscene often lay very close together. These men knew how to pay homage to death, for death is worthy of homage, as the cradle of life, as the womb of palingenesis. Severed from life, it becomes a spectre, a distortion, and worse, for death, as an independent power, is a lustful power, whose vicious attraction is strong indeed. To feel drawn to it, to feel sympathy with it, is without any doubt at all the most ghastly aberration in which the spirit of man is prone. Herr Settembrini left off speaking. He finished with this generalization and made the definite period of his discourse. He had spoken in a very serious vein, and by no means with conversational intent. He even refrained from giving Hans Castorp the opportunity for a rejoinder, but simply dropped his voice at this point and concluded his remarks. He sat now with his lips closed, his hands folded in his lap, one leg in his check trouser flung over the other, slightly swinging the foot, which he regarded with austere expression. Hans Castorp, too, preserved silence. He leaned back in his plumeau, turned his head to the wall, and drummed with his finger ends on the coverlet. He felt set to rights, chidden, corrected. In his silence there was no childish obstinacy. The pause lasted some time. At length Herr Settembrini lifted his head and said with a smile, "You very likely recall, engineer, that we have had a similar discussion once before. One might say the same discussion. We were talking about disease and dullness. I think we were taking a walk, and you found the combination a paradox on the ground of your reverence for ill health. I called that reverence a dismal fantasy which dishonoured human thought, and I was gratified to find you not disinclined to entertain my plea. We spoke of the neutrality and the intellectual indecision of youth, of its liberties of choice, of its inclination to play with all possible points of view, and that one should not, or need not, regard these experimentations as final and definite elections. Will you permit me?" Herr Settembrini smiled and bent forward as he sat, his feet close together on the floor, his hands between his knees, his head stretched out and a little on one side. "Will you permit me?" And his voice had the faintest tremor in it. "To be beside you in your essays and experiments, and to exercise a corrective influence when there appears to be a danger of your taking up a destructive position?" "Why, certainly, Herr Settembrini." Hans Castorp hastened to abandon his forced and even peevish attitude, stopped drumming on the bed-cover, and turned to his guest with friendliness, even with contrition. "It is uncommonly kind of you. I must ask myself if I really— that is, if there is anything—" "Sine pecunia, of course," quoted Herr Settembrini as he rose. "I can't let myself be outdone." They both laughed. The outer door opened. Next moment the inner one as well. It was Joachim, returned from society.
When he saw the Italian, he flushed, as Hans Castorp had done. The deep bronze of his face deepened to another shade. "Oh, you have company," he said. "How nice for you. I was detained. They made me make one of a table of bridge. They call it bridge," he said, shaking his head, "as they do outside, but it was really something else entirely. I won 5 marks. "Only so it doesn't become a vice with you," Hans Castorp laughed. "Ahem! Herr Settembrini has beguiled the time for me." "No, that is not the proper expression, though it may be all right for your mock bridge. Herr Settembrini has filled the time for me, and given it content, whereas when mock bridge breaks out in our midst, a respectable man feels he has to fight his way out, and yet to have the privilege of listening to Herr Settembrini, to get the benefit of his good counsel, I could almost wish to keep my fever and stop up here with you indefinitely. You would have to give me a silent sister to measure with." "I repeat, engineer, you are a wag," said the Italian. He took leave gracefully and went. Alone with his cousin, Hans Castorp heaved a sigh. "Oh, what a schoolmaster," he said. "A humanistic one, of course. He never leaves off setting you right. First by means of anecdote, then by abstractions. And the things one gets to talk about with him, things you would never have thought you could talk about, or even understand. And if I had met him down below," he added, "I never should have understood." At this hour Joachim would remain with him for a while, sacrificing a half or 3/4 of an hour of the evening cure. Sometimes they played chess on Hans Castorp's magic table. Joachim had brought a set of chessmen from below. Then he would take his wrappings and go into the balcony, thermometer in mouth, and Hans Castorp too took his temperature for the last time, while soft music, near or far, stole up from the dark valley. The cure ended at 10. He heard Joachim, he heard the pair from the bad Russian table. He turned on his side and invited slumber. The night was the harder half of the day, for Hans Castorp woke often, and lay not seldom hours awake, either because his slightly abnormal temperature kept him stimulated, or because this horizontal manner of life detracted from the power or the desire to sleep. To make up for their briefness, his hours of slumber were animated by extremely lively and varied dreams, which he could ponder on awaking. And if the hours of the day were shortened by their frequent division into small sections, it was the blurred monotony of the marching hours of the night which operated with the like effect. Then, as dawn came on, he found it diverting to watch the gradual grey, the slow emergence of the room and the objects in it, as though by the drawing of veils. To see day kindling outside, with smouldering or with lively glow, and it was always a surprise when the moment came round again, and the thump of the bathing-master on his door announced to Hans Castorp that the daily programme was again in force. He had brought no calendar with him on his holiday, and did not always find himself sure of the date. Now and then he asked his cousin, who in turn was not always quite sure either. True, the Sundays, particularly the fortnightly one with the concert — it was the second Hans Castorp had spent in this situation — gave him a fixed point. So much was certain that little by little they had now got well on in September, close on to the middle. Since he went to bed, the cold and cloudy weather had given place to a succession of wonderful midsummer days. Every morning Joachim appeared, arrayed in white flannel trousers, to greet his cousin, and Hans Castorp felt a pang of regret, in which both heart and youthful muscles joined, at the loss of all this splendid weather. He murmured that it was a shame, but added, to console himself, that even if he were up and about, he would hardly know how to take advantage of it, since it seemed it did not answer for him to exert himself much, and the wide-open balcony door did afford him some share of the warm shimmer outside. But toward the end of his prescribed term of lying, the weather veered again. It grew misty and cold overnight. The valley was hid by gusts of wet snow, and the dry heat of the radiator filled the room. Such was the day on which Hans Castorp reminded the doctor, on his morning round, that the 3 weeks were out, and asked leave to get up. "What the deuce? You don't say," said Berents. "Time's up, is it? Let's see. Yes, you're right. Good Lord, how fast we grow old. Things haven't changed much with you in the meantime. Normal yesterday? Yes, up to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, Castorp, I won't grudge you human society any longer. Up with you, man, and get on with your walks, within the prescribed limits, of course. "We'll take a picture of the inside of you. Make a note of it," he said as he went out, jerking his great thumb over his shoulder at Hans Castorp and looking at the pallid assistant with his bloodshot, watery blue eyes. Hans Castorp left the caboose. In galoshes, with his collar turned up, he accompanied his cousin once more to the bench by the watercourse and back. On the way he raised the question of how long the Hofrat might have let him lie if he had not been reminded, and Joachim, looking worried, opened his mouth to emit a single pessimistic syllable, spread out his hands in an expressive gesture, and gave it up. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 30. Chapter 5. Sudden Enlightenment. Part 1. A week passed before Hans Castorp received, through the Directress von Meilendonck, the summons to present himself in the X-ray laboratory. He had not liked to press matters. The Berghof was a busy place. Doctors and assistants had their hands full. New guests had recently come in, 2 Russian students with shocks of hair and black blouses, closed to the throat, showing not a vestige of linen, a Dutch married couple who were given places at Settembrini's table, and a hunchbacked Mexican who frightened his table by fearful attacks of asthma when he would clutch his neighbour, whether man or woman, in an iron grip like a vice, and draw him, as it were, struggling and crying for help, into the circle of his own extremity. The dining-room was nearly full, though the winter season did not actually begin until October, and Hans Castorp's case was scarcely of such severity as to give him any special claim to attention. Frau Storr, for all her stupidity and ill-breeding, was unquestionably worse off than he, not to mention Dr. Blumenkohl. One must have lacked all discrimination not to have behaved retiringly in Hans Castorp's place, particularly since discrimination was in the atmosphere of the house. The mild cases were of no great account, that he had often heard. They were slightingly spoken of, looked at askance, not only by the more serious and very serious cases, but even by each other. Logically, of course, each mild case was thus driven to think slightingly of itself, yet preserved its individual self-respect by merging it with the general, as was natural and human. "Oh," they would say of this or that patient, "there's not much amiss with him. He hardly even ought to be up here. He has no cavities at all." Such was the spirit. It was aristocratic in its own special sense, and Hans Castorp deferred to it, out of an inborn respect for law and order of every sort. It was natural to him to conform to the proverb which bids us, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. And indeed travellers show small breeding when they jeer at the customs and standards of their hosts, for of characteristics that do honour to their possessors there are all sorts and kinds. Even toward Joachim, Hans Castorp felt a certain deference, not so much because he was the older inhabitant, his guide and cicerone, in these new surroundings, as because he was unquestionably the more serious case of the two. Such being the attitude, it was easy to understand that each patient inclined to make the most he could of his individual case, even exaggerating its seriousness, so as to belong to the aristocracy, or come as close to it as possible. So Hans Castorp, when asked at table, might add a couple of tenths to his temperature, and could never help feeling flattered when they shook their fingers at him and called him an artful dodger. But even when he laid it on a little, he still remained a member of the lower orders, in whom an attitude of unassuming diffidence was only right and proper. He took up the life of his first 3 weeks, that familiar, regular, well-regulated life with Joachim, and it went as pat as though he had never left it off. The interruption, indeed, had been insignificant, as he saw when he resumed his seat at table. Joachim, who laid deliberate stress on such occasions, had decorated his place with a few flowers. But there was no great ceremony about the greetings of the other guests. They were almost what they would have been after a separation of 3 hours instead of 3 weeks. This was not due to indifference toward his simple and sympathetic personality, nor to preoccupation with their own absorbing physical state, but merely because they had actually not been conscious of the interval,
and Hans Castorp could readily follow them in this, since sitting there in his place at the end of the table between the schoolmistress and Miss Robinson, it was as though he had sat there no longer ago than yesterday at the furthest. Even at his own table, the end of his retirement caused no stir. How should it have been remarked in the rest of the dining-room? And literally no soul had taken notice of it, save Setimbrini, who strolled over at the end of the meal to exchange a lively greeting. Hans Castorp, indeed, would have made a mental reservation, in which he may or may not have been justified. He told himself that Claudia Schoscha had noticed his return, that she had no sooner made her tardy entrance and let the glass door slam behind her than she rested her narrow gaze upon him, which he had met with his own, and that even after she sat down she had turned and looked toward him, smiling over her shoulder, as she had 3 weeks before, on the day of his examination. The movement had been so open, so regardless of both himself and the other guests, that he did not know whether to be in ecstasies over it, or to take it as a mark of contempt and feel angry. At all events, his heart had contracted beneath this glance, which so markedly and intoxicatingly gave the lie to the lack of social relations subsisting between him and the fair patient. It had contracted almost painfully at the moment when the glass door slammed, for to that moment he had looked forward with his breath coming thick and fast. It must be said that Hans Castorp's sentiments toward the patient of the good Russian table had made distinct progress during his retirement. The sympathy he entertained in his mind and his simple heart for this medium-sized person with the gliding gait and the Kirkitz eyes as good as amounted to being in love. We shall let the word stand, though in strictness it is a conception of down below, a word of the plains, capable of giving rise to a misconception, namely that the tender ditty beginning "one word from thy sweet lips" was to some extent applicable to his state. Her picture had hovered before him in those early hours when he had lain awake and watched the dawn unveil his chamber, or at evening when the twilight thickened. It had been vividly present the night Setimbrini had suddenly entered his room and turned on the light. It was the reason why he had coloured under the humanistic eye. In each hour of his diminished day he had thought of her. Her mouth, her cheekbones, her eyes, whose colour, shape, and position bit into his very soul. Her drooping back, the posture of her head, her cervical vertebra above the rounding of her blouse, her arms enhanced by their thin gauze covering. Possessed of these thoughts, his hours had sped on soundless feet. If we have concealed the fact, we did so out of sympathy for the turmoil of his conscience, which mingled with the terrifying joy his visions imparted. Yes, he felt both terror and dread. He felt a vague and boundless, utterly mad and extravagant anticipation, a nameless anguish of joy, which at times so oppressed the young man's heart, his actual and corporal heart, that he would lay one hand in the neighbourhood of that organ while he carried the other to his brow, and held it like a shield before his eyes, whispering, "Oh my God!" For behind that brow were thoughts, or half-thoughts, which imparted to the visions their perilous sweetness, thoughts that had to do with Madame Schoscha's recklessness and abandon, her ailing state, the heightening and accentuation of her physical parts by disease, the corporalization, so to speak, of all her being, as an effect of disease, an effect in which he, Hans Castorp, by the physician's verdict, was now to share. He comprehended the grounds of her audacity, her total disregard in smile and glance of the fact that no social relation existed between them, that they did not even know each other. It was as though they belonged to no social system, as though it were not even necessary that they should speak to each other. Precisely this it was that frightened Hans Castorp, for frightened he was, in the same sense as when, in the consulting room, he had looked from Joachim's nude body with panic-stricken searching up to his eyes, only that then the grounds of his fear had been pity and concern, whereas here something quite different was in play. But now the Birkhoff life, that wonderfully favoured and well-regulated existence, was once more in full swing on its narrow stage. Hans Castorp, whilst awaiting his X-ray examination, continued to enjoy its measured course,
together with good cousin Joachim, and to do, hour for hour, precisely as he did. No question but his cousin's society was beneficial to our young man. For though Joachim's were but a companionship in suffering, yet he suffered, as it were, conformably with military etiquette, even though unconsciously, to the point of finding satisfaction in the service of the cure, of substituting it for the service down below, and making of it an interim profession. Hans Castorp was not so dull as not to perceive all this, yet at the same time he was aware of its corrective and restraining influence upon his more civilian temper. It might have been this companionship, its example, and the control it exercised, which held him back from overt steps and rash undertakings. For he saw all that Joachim had to endure from the daily assaults of an orange-scented atmosphere, commingled of such elements as round brown eyes, a little ruby, a great deal of unwarranted laughter, and a bosom fair to outward eyes. The honour and good sense which made Joachim flee these enticements gripped Hans Castorp, kept him under control, and prevented him from borrowing a lead pencil, so to speak, from the narrow-eyed one, a thing which he otherwise, from what we know of him, might well have been ready to do. Joachim never spoke of the laughter-loving Marussia, and thus Hans Castorp could not mention Claudia Schoscher. He made up for this by his stolen commerce with the schoolmistress at table, when he would sit supporting his chin after the manner of old Hans Lorenz, and tax the spinster with her weakness for the charming invalid, until her face positively flamed. He pressed her to find out new and interesting facts about Madame Schoscher's personal affairs, her origin, her husband, her age, the particulars of her illness. He wanted to know if she had children. Oh no, she had none. What should a woman like her do with children? Probably she was strictly forbidden to have any, and if she did, what kind of children would they be? Hans Castorp was forced to acquiesce, and now it was probably too late, he threw out, with prodigious objectivity. Madame Schoscher's profile at times seemed to him already a little sharp. She must be over 30. Fraulein Engelhart rejected the idea with scorn. 30? At worst not more than 28. She forbade her neighbour to use such words about Claudia's profile. It was the softest, sweetest, and most youthful profile in the world, and at the same time interesting. Of course it was not the profile of any ordinary healthy bread-and-butter miss. To punish him, she went on to say that she knew Frau Schoscher entertained a male visitor, a certain fellow countryman who lived down in the Platz. She received him afternoons in her chamber. It was a good shot. Hans Castorp's face changed in spite of himself. He tried to react, saying, "Well, well, you don't say so." But the words sounded strained. He was incapable of treating lightly the existence of this fellow countryman of Frau Schoscher, much as he wished to appear to do so, and came back to it again and again, his lips twitching. A young man, young and good-looking, according to all accounts, the schoolmistress answered. She could not say from her own observation. Was he ill? Only a light case at most. Let us hope, Hans Castorp remarked with scorn, that he displays more linen than the other two at the bad Russian table. Fraulein Engelhart, on punishment intent, said she could vouch for that. He gave in, and admitted that it was a matter for concern. He earnestly charged her to find out all she could about this young man who came and went between the Platz and Frau Schoscher's room. A few days later she brought him, not information about the young Russian, but a fresh and startling piece of news. She knew that Claudia Schoscher was having her portrait painted, and asked Hans Castorp if he knew it too. If not, he might be assured she had it on the best authority. She had been sitting for some time to a person here in the house, and the person was the Hofrat. Yes, Herr Hofrat Behrens, no less, and he received her for the purpose almost daily in his private dwelling. This intelligence affected Hans Castorp even more than the other. He made several forced jokes about it. Why, certainly the Hofrat was known to occupy himself with oil painting. Why not? It wasn't a crime. Anybody was free to paint, and the sittings took place in the widower's own house. He hoped at least that Fraulein von Meilendonck was present. The schoolmistress objected that the directress was probably too busy. No busier than the doctor ought to be, Hans Castorp severely rejoined. The remark was final, but he was far from letting the subject drop. He exhausted himself in questions about the picture, what size it was, and whether it was a head or knee length, about the hours of the sitting. But Fräulein Engelhart could not gratify him with these particulars, and had to put him off until she made further inquiry. Hans Castorp measured 99.7 degrees as a result of this communication. The visits Frau Schoscha received upset him far less than these she made. Her personal and private life, quite aside from what went on in it, had begun to be a source of anguish and unrest. How much keener, then, were his feelings when he heard such questionable things about the way she spent her time. Speaking generally, it was altogether possible that her relations with the Russian visitor had a disinterested and harmless character, but Hans Castorp had been for some time now inclined to reject harmless and disinterested explanations as being in the nature of tommy-rot, nor could he regard in any other light this oil-painting, considered as a bond of interest between a widower with a robust vocabulary and a narrow-eyed, soft-stepping young female. The taste displayed by the Hofrat in his choice of a model was too like Hans Castorp's own for him to put great faith in the disinterested character of the affair, and the thought of the Hofrat's purple cheeks and bloodshot, goggling eyes only strengthened his scepticism. An observation which he made in these days, of his own accord and quite by chance, had a different effect upon him, though here again what he saw confirmed his own taste. There sat, at the same table with Frau Solomon and the greedy schoolboy with the glasses, at the cousin's left, near the side door, a patient who was, so Hans Castorp had heard, a native of Mannheim. He was some 30 years old. His hair was thin, his teeth poor, and he had a self-deprecating manner of speech. He it was who played the piano evenings, usually the wedding march from Midsummer Night's Dream. He was said to be very religious, as those up here naturally often were. Every Sunday he went to service down in the Platz, and in the rest cure he read devotional books with a chalice or palm branch on the front cover. This man's eyes, so Hans Castorp one day observed, travelled the same road as his own. They hung upon Madame Schoscha's lissom figure with timid, dog-like devotion. Once Hans Castorp had remarked this, he could not forbear corroborating it again and again. He saw him stand of an evening in the card-room among the other guests, quite lost in gazing at the lovely, contaminate creature on the sofa in the small salon, in talk with the whimsical, fuzzy-haired Tamara, Dr. Blumenkohl, and the hollow-chested, stooping young men who were her table-mates. He saw him turn away, then twist his head with a piteous expression of the upper lip, and roll his eyes back over his shoulder in her direction. He saw him colour and not look up, but then gaze avidly, as with a crash the glass door fell to, and Frau Schoscha slipped to her place. And more than once he saw how the poor soul would place himself, after the meal, between the good Russian table and the exit, in order that she might pass close by him. She gave him neither glance nor thought, while he devoured her at close range, with eyes full of sorrow to their very depths. This discovery of his affected young Hans Castorp no little, though the plaintive, devouring gaze of the Mannheimer did not trouble his rest like the thought of Claudia Schoscha's private relations with Hofrat Behrens, a man so much his superior in age, person, and position. Claudia took no interest in the Mannheimer. Had she done so, it would not have escaped Hans Castorp's perception. In this case it was not the dart of jealousy he felt pierce his soul, but he did have all the sensations which the drunkenness of passion knows when it sees its own case duplicated in the outer world, and which form a most fantastic mixture of disgust and fellow-feeling. To explore and lay open all the windings of his emotions would keep us far too long. Suffice it to say that his observation of the Mannheimer gave our poor young friend enough to think on and to suffer. In this wise passed the 8 days before his X-ray examination. He had not known it was so long, but one morning at early breakfast he received the order through the directress. She had another sty, so this harmless though disfiguring ailment was clearly constitutional. to present himself in the laboratory that afternoon. And behold, when he came to think of it, 8 days had passed. He and his cousin were to go together, a half-hour before tea. The occasion would serve for Joachim to have another X-ray taken, as the old one was by now out of date. They shortened the main rest period by 30 minutes, and promptly, as the clock struck 3:30, descended the stairs to the so-called basement and sat down in the small antechamber between the consulting room and the laboratory. Joachim was quite cool, this being for him no new experience. Hans Castorp rather feverishly expectant, as no one, up to the present, had ever had a view of his organic interior. They were not alone. Several other patients were already sitting when they entered, with tattered illustrated magazines on their laps, and they all waited together. A young Swede of heroic proportions, who sat at Settembrini's table, of whom one heard that, when he entered, the previous April, he had been so ill they had almost refused to take him, but he had put on nearly 6 stone, and was about to be discharged cured. There was also a mother from the bad Russian table, herself in lamentable case, with her long-nosed, ugly boy, named Sasha, whose case was more lamentable still. These 3 had been waiting longer than the cousins, and would therefore go in before them. Evidently there had been some sort of hitch in the laboratory, and a cold tea was on the cards. They were busy in there. The voice of the Hofrat could be heard giving directions. It was somewhat past the half-hour when the door was opened by the technical assistant to admit the Swedish giant and Fortune's minion. His predecessor had evidently gone out by another door, but now matters moved more rapidly. After no more than 10 minutes they heard the Scandinavian stride off down the corridor, a walking testimonial to the establishment and the health resort, and the Russian mother was admitted with her Sasha. Both times, as the door opened, Hans Castorp observed that it was half dark in the X-ray room. An artificial twilight prevailed there, as in Dr. Krakowski's analytic cabinet. The windows were shrouded, daylight was shut out, and 2 electric lights were burning. But as Sasha and his mother went in, and Hans Castorp gazed after them, the corridor door opened, and the next patient entered the waiting room. She was, of course, too early, on account of the delay in the laboratory. It was Madame Shosha. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 31. Chapter 5. Sudden Enlightenment. Part 2. It was Claudia Shosha who appeared thus suddenly in the little waiting room. Hans Castorp recognized her, staring-eyed, and distinctly felt the blood leave his cheeks. His jaw relaxed. His mouth was on the point of falling open. Her entrance had taken place so casually, so unforeseen. She had not been there. And then, all at once, there she was, and sharing these narrow quarters with the cousins. Joachim flung a quick glance at Hans Castorp, afterwards not only casting down his eyes, but taking up again the illustrated sheet he had laid aside, and burying his face in it. Hans Castorp could not summon resolution to do the same. He grew very red after his sudden pallor, and his heart pounded. Frau Shosha seated herself by the laboratory door, in a little round easy-chair, with stumpy, as it were rudimentary arms. She leaned back, crossed one leg lightly over the other, and stared into space. She knew she was being looked at, and her Pribislav eyes shifted their gaze nervously, almost squinting. She wore a white sweater and blue skirt, and had a book from the lending library in her lap. She tapped softly with the sole of the foot that rested on the floor. After a minute and a half she changed her position, looked round, stood up, with an air of not knowing what she was to do or where to go, and began to speak. She was asking something. She addressed a question to Joachim, though he sat there apparently deep in his magazine, while Hans Castorp was doing nothing at all. She shaped the words with her lips and gave them voice out of her white throat. It was the voice, not deep, but with the slightest edge and pleasantly husky,
that Hans Castorp knew, had known so long ago, and yet heard so lately, saying, "With pleasure, only you must be sure to give it me back after the lesson." Those words had been uttered clearly and fluently. These came rather hesitatingly and brokenly. The speaker had no native right to them. She only borrowed them, as Hans Castorp had heard her do before, when he experienced the mingled feeling of superiority and ecstasy we have described. One hand in her sweater pocket, the other at the back of her head, Frau Schoscher asked, "May I ask for what time you had an appointment?" And Joachim, with a quick look at his cousin, answered, drawing his heels together as he sat, "For 3:30. She spoke again. "Mine was for 4:15. What is it then? It is nearly 4. Some people have just gone in, did they not?" "Yes, 2 people. They were ahead of us. There seems to be some delay. Everything is a half-hour late." "It is disagreeable," she said, nervously touching her hair. "Rather," responded Joachim. "We have been waiting nearly half an hour already." Thus they conversed, and Hans Castorp listened as in a dream. For his cousin to speak to Frau Schoscher was almost the same as his doing it himself, and yet how altogether different. That "rather" had affronted him. It sounded odd and brusque, if not worse, in view of the circumstances. To think that Joachim could speak to her like that, to think that he could speak to her at all. And very likely he prided himself on his pert "rather," much as Hans Castorp had played up before Joachim and Settembrini when he was asked how long he meant to stay, and answered 3 weeks. It was to Joachim, though he had the paper in front of his nose, that she had turned with her question, because he was the older inhabitant, of course, whom she had known longer by sight, but perhaps for another reason as well, because they two might meet on a conventional footing and carry on an ordinary conversation in articulate words, because nothing wild and deep, mysterious and terrifying held sway between them. Had it been somebody brown-eyed with a ruby ring and orange perfume who sat there waiting for them, it would have been his, Hans Castorp's, part to lead the conversation and say "rather" in the purity and detachment of his sentiments. "Yes, madam, certainly rather unpleasant," he would have said, and might have taken his handkerchief out of his breast pocket with a flourish and blown his nose. "Have patience. Our case is no better than yours." How surprised Joachim would have been at his fluency, but without seriously wishing himself in Hans Castorp's place. No, and Hans Castorp was not jealous of Joachim for being able to talk to Frau Schoscher. He was satisfied that she should have addressed herself to his cousin. It showed that she recognized the situation for what it was. His heart pounded. After Joachim's cavalier treatment of Madame Schoscher, in which Hans Castorp seemed to savour something almost like faint hostility on his cousin's part towards their fair fellow-patient, a hostility at which he could not help smiling, despite commotion in his mind, Claudia tried a turn up and down the room. Then, finding the space too confined, she, too, took up an illustrated paper and returned to the easy-chair with the rudimentary arms. Hans Castorp looked at her, with his chin in his collar, like his grandfather. It was laughable to see how like the old man he looked. Frau Schoscher had crossed one leg over the other again, and her knee, even the slender line of the thigh, showed beneath the blue skirt. She was only of middle height, a thoroughly proper and delightful height in Hans Castorp's eyes, but relatively long-legged and narrow in the hips. She sat leaning forward, with her crossed forearms supported on her knee, her shoulders drooping, and her back rounded, so that the neck bone stuck out prominently, and nearly the whole spine was marked out under the close-fitting sweater. Her breasts, which were not high and voluptuous like Maruscha's, but small and maidenly, were pressed together from both sides. Hans Castorp recalled suddenly that she too was sitting there waiting to be x-rayed. The Hofrat painted her. He reproduced her outward form with oil and colours upon the canvas, and now in the twilighted room he would direct upon her the rays which would reveal to him the inside of her body. When this idea occurred to Hans Castorp, he turned away his head and put on a primly detached air. A sort of seemly obscurantism presented itself to him as the only correct attitude in the presence of such a thought. The waiting together in the little room did not last for long. They evidently gave rather short shrift to Sasha and her mother in their effort to make up for lost time. The technician in his white smock once more appeared. Joachim stood up and tossed his paper back onto the table, and Hans Castorp, not without inward hesitation, followed him to the open door. He was struggling with chivalrous scruples, also with the temptation to put himself, after all, upon conventional terms with Frau Schoscher, to speak to her and offer her precedence, in French if he could manage. Hastily he sought to muster the words, the sentence structure, but he did not know if such courtesies were practised up here. Probably the established order was more powerful than the rules of chivalry. Joachim must know, and as he made no motion to defer to sex, even though Hans Castorp looked at him imploringly, the latter followed his cousin past Frau Schoscher, who merely glanced up from her stooping posture as they went through the door into the laboratory. He was too possessed by the events of the last 10 minutes, and by what he left behind, for his mind to pass immediately with his body over the threshold of the X-ray laboratory. He saw nothing, or only vaguely, in the artificially lighted room. He still heard Frau Schoscher's pleasantly veiled voice, with which she had said, "What is it, then? Some people have just gone in. It is disagreeable." The sound of it still shivered sweetly down his back. He saw the shape of her knee under the cloth skirt, saw the bone of her neck under the short reddish-blonde hairs that were not gathered up into the braids. And again the shiver ran down his back. Then he saw Hofrat Behrens, with his back to them, standing before a sort of built-in recess, looking at a black plate which he held at arm's length toward the dim light in the ceiling. They passed him and went on into the room, followed by the assistant, who made preparations to dispatch their affair. It smelled very odd in here. The air was filled with a sort of stale ozone. The built-in structure, projecting between the two black-hung windows, divided the room into two unequal parts. Hans Castorp could distinguish physical apparatus, lenses, switchboards, towering measuring instruments, a box like a camera on a rolling stand, glass diapositives in rows set in the walls. Hard to say whether this was a photographic studio, a darkroom, or an inventor's workshop and technological witch's kitchen. Joachim had begun, without more ado, to lay bare the upper half of his body. The helper, a square-built, rosy-cheeked young native in a white smock, motioned Hans Castorp to do the same. It went fast, and he was next in turn. As Hans Castorp took off his waistcoat, Behrens came out of the smaller recess where he was standing into the larger one. "Hallo," said he. "Here are our Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux. If you feel any inclination to blub, kindly suppress it. Just wait, we shall soon see through you both. I expect, Castorp, you feel a little nervous about exposing your inner self to our gaze. Don't be alarmed. We preserve all the amenities. Look here, have you seen my picture gallery?" He led Hans Castorp by the arm before the rows of dark plates on the wall and turned on a light behind them. Hans Castorp saw various members, hands, feet, knee-pans, thigh and leg bones, arms and pelvises, but the rounded living form of these portions of the human body was vague and shadowy, like a pale and misty envelope, within which stood out the clear, sharp nucleus, the skeleton. "Very interesting," said Hans Castorp. "Interesting, sure enough," responded the Hofrat. "Useful object lesson for the young. X-ray anatomy, you know. Triumph of the age. There is a female arm. You can tell by its delicacy. That's what they put around you when they make love, you know." He laughed, and his upper lip, with the close-cropped moustache, went up still more on one side. The pictures faded. Hans Castorp turned his attention to the preparations for taking Joachim's X-ray. It was done in front of that structure on the other side of which Hofrat Behrens had been standing when they entered. Joachim had taken his place on a sort of shoemaker's bench in front of a board, which he embraced with his arms and pressed his breast against it, while the assistant improved the position, massaging his back with kneading motions and putting his arms further forward. Then he went behind the camera and stood just like a photographer would, legs apart, and stooped over to look inside. He expressed his satisfaction, and going back to Joachim, warned him to draw in his breath and hold it until all was over. Joachim's rounded back expanded, and so remained. The assistant at the switchboard pulled the handle. Now, for the space of 2 seconds, fearful powers were in play. Streams of thousands, of 100,000 of volts, Hans Castorp seemed to recall, which were necessary to pierce through solid matter. They could hardly be confined to their office. They tried to escape through other outlets. There were explosions like pistol shots, blue sparks on the measuring apparatus. Long lightnings crackled along the walls. Somewhere in the room appeared a red light, like a threatening eye, and a file in Joachim's rear filled with green. Then everything grew quiet. The phenomena disappeared, and Joachim let out his breath with a sigh. It was over. "Next delinquent," said the Hofrat, and nudged Hans Castorp with his elbow. "Don't pretend you're too tired. You will get a free copy, Castorp. Then you can project the secrets of your bosom on the wall for your children and grandchildren to see." Joachim had stepped down. The technician changed the plate. Hofrat Behrens personally instructed the novice how to sit and hold himself. "Put your arms about it," he said. "Embrace the board. Pretend it's something else, if you like. Press your breast against it as though it filled you with rapture. Like that. Draw a deep breath. Hold it," he commanded. "Now, please." Hans Castorp waited, blinking, his lungs distended. Behind him the storm broke loose. It crackled, lightened, detonated, and grew still. The lens had looked into his inside. He got down, dazed and bewildered, notwithstanding he had not been physically sensible of the penetration in the slightest degree. "Good lad," said the Hofrat. "Now we shall see." The experienced Joachim had already moved over toward the entrance door and taken position at a stand. At his back was the lofty structure of the apparatus, with a bulb half full of water and distillation tubes. In front of him, breast high, hung a framed screen on pulleys. On his left, between switchboard and instrumentarium, was a red globe. The Hofrat, bestriding a stool in front of the screen, lighted the light. The ceiling light went out, and only the red glow illuminated the scene. Then the master turned this too off with a quick motion, and thick darkness enveloped the laboratory. "We must first accustom the eyes," the Hofrat was heard to say in the darkness. "We must get big pupils, like a cat's, to see what we want to see. You understand, our everyday eyesight would not be good enough for our purposes. We have to banish the bright daylight and its pretty pictures out of our minds." "Naturally," said Hans Castorp. He stood at the Hofrat's shoulder, closed his eyes, since the darkness was so profound that it did not matter whether he had them open or shut. "First we must wash our eyes with darkness to see what we want to see. That is plain. I find it quite right and proper, as a matter of fact, that we should collect ourselves a little beforehand, in silent prayer, as it were. I am standing here with my eyes shut, and have quite a pleasant, sleepy feeling. But what is it I smell?" "Oxygen," said the Hofrat. "What you notice in the air is oxygen, atmospheric product of our little private thunderstorm, you know. Eyes open," he commanded. "The magicking is about to begin." Hans Castorp hastened to obey. They heard a switch go on. A motor started up and sang furiously higher and higher until another switch controlled and steadied it. The floor shook with an even vibration. The little red light, at right angles to the ceiling, looked threateningly across at them. Somewhere lightning flashed, and with a milky gleam a window of light emerged from the darkness. It was the square hanging screen before which Hofrat Behrens bestrode his stool, his legs sprawled apart with his fists supported on them, his blunt nose close to the pane, which gave him a view of man's interior organism. "Do you see it, young man?" he asked. Hans Castorp leaned over his shoulder, but then raised his head again to look toward the spot where Joachim's eyes were presumably gazing in the darkness, with the gentle, sad expression they had worn during the other examination. "May I?" he asked. "Of course," Joachim replied magnanimously, out of the dark, and to the pulsation of the floor and the snapping and cracking of the forces at play, Hans Castorp peered through the lighted window, peered into Joachim Seimson's empty skeleton. The breastbone and spine fell together in a single dark column. The frontal structure of the ribs was cut across by the paler structure of the back. Above, the collarbones branched off on both sides,
and the framework of the shoulder, with the joint and the beginning of Joachim's arm, showed sharp and bare through the soft envelope of flesh. The thoracic cavity was light, but blood vessels were to be seen, some dark spots, a blackish shadow. "Clear picture," said the Hofrat. "Quite decent leanness. That's the military youth. I've had paunches here. You couldn't see through them. Hardly recognize a thing. The rays are yet to be discovered that will go through such layers of fat. This is nice, clean work. Do you see the diaphragm?" he asked, and indicated with his finger the dark arch in the window that rose and fell. "Do you see the bulges here on the left side, the little protuberances? That was the inflammation of the pleura he had when he was 15 years old. Breathe deep," he commanded. "Deeper, deeper, I tell you." And Joachim's diaphragm rose quivering as high as it could. The upper parts of the lungs could be seen to clear up, but the Hofrat was not satisfied. "Not good enough," he said. "Can you see the Hylas glands? Can you see the adhesions? Look at the cavities here. That is where the toxins come from that fuddle him." But Hans Castorp's attention was taken up by something like a bag, a strange animal shape, darkly visible behind the middle column, or more on the right side of it, the spectator's right. It expanded and contracted regularly, a little after the fashion of a swimming jellyfish. "Look at his heart," and the Hofrat lifted his huge hand again from his thigh and pointed with his forefinger at the pulsating shadow. Good God! It was the heart. It was Joachim's honour-loving heart that Hans Castorp saw. "I am looking at your heart," he said in a suppressed voice. "Go ahead," answered Joachim again. Probably he smiled politely up there in the darkness, but the Hofrat told him to be quiet and not betray any sensibility. Behrens studied the spots and the lines, the black festoon in the intercostal space, while Hans Castorp gazed without wearying at Joachim's graveyard shape and bony tenement, this lean memento mori, this scaffolding for mortal flesh to hang on. "Yes, yes, I see," he said several times over. "My God, I see." He had heard of a woman, a long-dead member of the Tiernapel connection, who had been endowed or afflicted with a heavy gift, which she bore in all humility, namely that the skeletons of persons about to die would appear before her. Thus now Hans Castorp was privileged to behold the good Joachim, but with the aid and under the auspices of physical science, and by his cousin's express permission, so that it was quite legitimate and without gruesome significance. Yet a certain sympathy came over him with the melancholy destiny of his clairvoyant relative. He was strongly moved by what he saw, or, more precisely, by the fact that he saw it, and felt stirrings of uneasy doubt as to whether it was really permissible and innocent to stand here in the quaking, crackling darkness and gaze like this. His itch to commit the indiscretion conflicted in his bosom with religious emotion and feelings of concern. But a few minutes later he himself stood in the pillory, in the midst of the electrical storm, while Joachim, his body closed up again, put on his clothes. Again the Hofrat peered through the milky glass, this time into Hans Castorp's own inside, and from his half-utterances, his broken phrases and bursts of scolding, the young man gathered that what he saw corresponded to his expectations. He was so kind as to permit the patient, at his request, to look at his own hand through the screen, and Hans Castorp saw precisely what he must have expected, but what it is hardly permitted man to see, and what he had never thought it would be vouchsafed him to see. He looked into his own grave. The process of decay was forestalled by the powers of the light ray. The flesh in which he walked disintegrated, annihilated, dissolved in a vacant mist, and there within it was the finely turned skeleton of his own hand, the seal ring he had inherited from his grandfather hanging loose and black on the joint of his ring finger, a dark material object with which man adorns the body that is fated to melt away beneath it when it passes on to another flesh that can wear it for yet a little while. With the eyes of his Tiernapel ancestress, penetrating, prophetic eyes, he gazed at this familiar part of his own body, and for the first time in his life he understood that he would die. At the thought there came over his face the expression it usually wore when he listened to music, a little dull, sleepy, and pious, his mouth half open, his head inclined toward the shoulder. The Hofrat said, "Spooky, what?" Yes, there's something distinctly spooky about it. He closed off the current. The floor ceased to vibrate, the lightnings to play, the magic window was quenched in darkness, the ceiling light came on, and Hans Castorp flung on his clothes. The Hofrat gave the two young men the result of his observations in non-technical language out of regard for their lay minds. It seemed that in Hans Castorp's case the test of the eye confirmed that of the ear, in a way to add lustre to science. The Hofrat had seen the old as well as the fresh spots and strands that ran from the bronchial tubes rather far into the organ itself, strands with nodules. Hans Castorp would be able to see for himself later in the diapositive which they would give him for his very own. The word of command was calm, patience, manly self-discipline, measure, eat, lie down, wait, and drink tea. They left. Hans Castorp, going out behind Joachim, looked over his shoulder. Ushered in by the technician, Frau Schorcher was entering the laboratory. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 32. Chapter 5. Freedom. How did it seem now to our young Hans Castorp? Was it as though the 7 weeks which, demonstrably and without the shadow of a doubt, he had spent with them up here were only 7 days? Or, on the contrary, did they seem much longer than had actually been the case? He asked himself inwardly, and also by way of asking Joachim, but he could not decide. Both were probably true. When he looked back, the time seemed both unnaturally long and unnaturally short, or rather it seemed anything but what it actually was, in saying which we assume that time is a natural phenomenon, and that it is admissible to associate with it the conception of actuality. At all events, October was before the door. It might enter any day. The calculation was an easy one for Hans Castorp to make, and he gathered the same result from the conversation of his fellow patients. "Do you know that in 5 days it will be the 1st again?" he heard Hermine Kleefeld say to 2 of her familiars, the student Rasmussen and the thick-lipped young man whose name was Ganser. It was after luncheon, and the guests lingered chatting in the dining-room, though the air was heavy with the odours of the meal just served, instead of going into the afternoon rest cure. "The 1st of October. I saw it on the calendar in the office. That makes the 2nd of its kind I've spent in this pleasure resort. Well, summer is over, insofar as there has been a summer, that is. It has really been a sell, like life in general." She shook her head, fetched a sigh from her one lung, and rolled up to the ceiling her dull and stolid eyes. "Cheer up, Rasmussen," she said, and slapped her comrade on the drooping shoulder. "Make a few jokes." "I don't know many," he responded, letting his hands flap fin-like before his breast. "And those I do, I can't tell. I'm so tired all the time." "Not even a dog," Ganser said through his teeth, "would want to live longer if he had to live like this." They laughed and shrugged their shoulders. Settembrini had been standing near them, his toothpick between his lips. As they went out, he said to Hans Castorp, "Don't you believe them, engineer. Never believe them when they grumble. They all do it, without exception, and all of them are only too much at home up here. They lead a loose and idle life, and imagine themselves entitled to pity and justified of their bitterness, irony, and cynicism. This pleasure resort," she said. "Well, isn't it a pleasure resort, then? In my humble opinion it is, and in a very questionable sense too. So life is a sell up here at this pleasure resort, but once let them go down below, and their manner of life will be such as to leave no doubt that they mean to come back again. Irony, forsooth. Guard yourself, engineer, from the sort of irony that thrives up here. Guard yourself altogether from taking on their mental attitude. Where irony is not a direct and classic device of oratory, not for a moment equivocal to a healthy mind, it makes for depravity. It becomes a drawback to civilization, an unclean traffic with the forces of reaction, vice, and materialism. As the atmosphere in which we live is obviously very favourable to such miasmic growths, I may hope Or rather, I must fear that you understand my meaning." Truly, the Italian's words were of the sort that 7 weeks ago, down in the Flatland, would have been empty sound to Hans Castop's ears, but his stay up here had made his mind receptive to them, receptive in the sense that he comprehended them with his mind, if not with his sympathies, which would have meant even more, for although he was at bottom glad that Settembrini, after all that had passed, continued, as he did, still to talk to him, admonishing, instructing, seeking to establish an influence upon his mind, yet his understanding had reached the point where he was critical of the Italian's words, and at times, up to a point, withheld his assent. "Imagine," he said to himself, "he talks about irony just as he does about music. He'll soon be telling me that it is politically suspect. That is, from the moment it ceases to be a direct and classic device of oratory. But irony that is not for a moment equivocal, what kind of irony would that be, I should like to ask, if I may make so bold as to put in my oar? It would be a piece of dried-up pedantry. Thus ungrateful is immature youth. It takes all that is offered and bites the hand that feeds it." But it would have seemed too risky to put his opposition into words. He confined himself to commenting upon what Herr Settembrini had said about Hermina Kleefeld, which he found ungenerous, or rather had his reasons for wishing to find it so. "But the girl is ill," he said. "She is seriously ill, without the shadow of a doubt. She has every reason for pessimism. What do you expect of her?" "Disease and despair," Settembrini said, "are often only forms of depravity." And Leopardi, thought Hans Castorp, who definitely despaired of science and progress? And our schoolmaster himself? He is infected too, and keeps coming back here. And Carducci would have had small joy of him. Aloud he said, "You are good. Why, the girl may lie down and die any day, and you call it depravity. You will have to make that a little clearer. If you said that illness is sometimes a consequence of depravity, that would at least be sensible." "Very sensible indeed," Settembrini put in. "My word. So if I stopped at that, you would be satisfied? Or if you said that illness may serve as a pretext for depravity, that would be all right too." "Grazie tanto." "But illness is a form of depravity. That is to say, not originating in depravity, but itself depravity. That seems to me a paradox." "I beg you, engineer, not to impute to me anything of the sort. I despise paradoxes. I hate them. All that I said to you about irony I would say over again about paradoxes, and more besides. Paradox is the poisonous flower of quietism, the iridescent surface of the rotting mind, the greatest depravity of all. Moreover, I note that you are once more defending disease." "No, what you are saying interests me. It reminds me of things Dr. Krukowski says in his Monday lectures. He too explains organic disease as a secondary phenomenon." "Scarcely the pure idealist." "What have you against him?" "Just that." "You are down on analysis?" "Not always. I am for it and against it, both by turns." "How am I to understand that?" "Analysis as an instrument of enlightenment and civilization is good, insofar as it shatters absurd convictions, acts as a solvent upon natural prejudices, and undermines authority. Good, in other words, in that it sets free, refines, humanizes, makes slaves ripe for freedom. But it is bad, very bad, insofar as it stands in the way of action, cannot shape the vital forces, maims life at its roots. Analysis can be a very unappetizing affair, as much so as death, with which it may well belong, a lie to the grave and its unsavoury anatomy." "Well roared, Lion," Hans Castorp could not help thinking, as he often did when Herr Settembrini delivered himself of something pedagogic. Aloud he only said, "We've been having to do with X-ray anatomy in these days, down on our lower floor. Behrens called it that when he X-rayed us." "Oh, so you have made that stage too. Well?" "I saw the skeleton of my hand," Hans Castorp said, and sought to call up the feeling that had mounted in him at the sight. "Did you get them to show you yours?" "No, I don't take the faintest interest in my skeleton. But what was the physician's verdict?" "He saw strands with nodules." "The scoundrel!"
I have heard you call Hofrat barons that before, Herr Settembrini. What do you mean by it? I assure you the epithet was deliberately chosen. No, Herr Settembrini, there I find you are unjust. I admit the man has his faults. His manner of speech becomes disagreeable in the long run. There is something forced about it, especially when one remembers he had the great sorrow of losing his wife up here. But what an estimable and meritorious man he is, after all, a benefactor to suffering humanity. I met him the other day coming from an operation, resection of ribs, a matter of life and death, you know. He made a great impression on me, to see him fresh from such exacting and splendid work, in which he is so much the master. He was still warm from it, and had lighted a cigar by way of reward. I envied him. That was commendable of you. Well, and your sentence? He has not set any definite time. That is good too. And now let us betake us to our cure, engineer, each to his own place. They parted at the door of number 34. You are going up to the roof now, Herr Settembrini? It must be more fun to lie in company than alone. Do you talk? Are they pleasant people? Oh, they are nothing but Parthians and Scythians. You mean Russians? Russians, male and female, said Settembrini, and the corner of his mouth spanned a little. Goodbye, engineer. He had said that of malice aforethought, undoubtedly. Hans Castorp walked into his own room in confusion. Was Settembrini aware of his state? Very likely, like the schoolmaster he was, he had been spying on him, and seen the way his eyes were going. Hans Castorp was angry with the Italian, and also with himself, for having, by his lack of self-control, invited the thrust. He took up his writing materials to carry them with him into the balcony, for now it was no more use. The letter home, the third letter, must be written. And as he did so, he went on whipping up his anger, muttering to himself about this windbag and logic-chopper who meddled with matters that were no concern of his, and chirruped to the girls in the street. He felt quite disinclined to the effort of writing. The organ-grinder had put him off it altogether with his innuendo, but no matter what his feelings, he must have winter clothing, money, footwear, linen, in brief, everything he might have brought with him had he known he was coming, not for 3 short summer weeks, but for an indefinite stay, which was certain to last for a piece into the winter, or rather, considering the notions about time current up here, was quite likely to last all winter. It was this he must let them know at home, even if only as a possibility. He must tell the whole story, and not put them, or himself, off any longer with pretexts. In this spirit, then, he wrote, practising the technique he had so often seen Joachim practice, with the fountain pen in his deck-chair, with his knees drawn up, and the portfolio laid upon them. He wrote upon the letter-paper of the establishment, of which he kept a supply in his table drawer, to James Tiernapple, who stood closest to him among the 3 uncles, and asked him to pass the news on to the consul. He spoke of an unfortunate occurrence, of suspicions that had proved justified, of the medical opinion that it would be best for him to remain where he was for a part, perhaps for all of the winter, since cases like his often proved more obstinate than those that began more alarmingly, and it was clearly advisable to go after the infection energetically and root it out once for all. From this point of view, he considered, it had been a most fortunate circumstance that he had chanced to come here, and had been induced to submit to an examination, for otherwise he might have remained for some time in ignorance of his condition, and been apprised of it later and more alarmingly. As for the length of time which would probably be required for the cure, they must not be surprised to hear the whole winter might easily slip away before his return. In short, that he might come down hardly earlier than Joachim. Ideas about time were different up here from those ordinarily held about the length of stay at the baths or at an ordinary cure. The smallest unit of time, so to speak, was the month, and a single month was almost no time at all. The weather was cool. He sat in his overcoat, with a rug about him, and his hands were cold. At times he looked up from the paper, which he was covering with these reasonable and sensible phrases, at the landscape now so familiar he scarcely saw it any more. This extended valley, with its retreating succession of peaks at the entrance, they looked pale and glassy to-day, with its bright and populous floor, which glistened when the sun shone full upon it, and its forest-clad or meadowy slopes, whence came the sound of cowbells. He wrote with growing ease,
and wondered why he had dreaded to write. For as he wrote he felt that nothing could be clearer than his presentation of the matter, and that there was no doubt it would meet with perfect comprehension at home. A young man of his class and circumstances acted for himself when it seemed advisable. He took advantage of the facilities which existed expressly for him and his like, so it was fitting. If he had taken the journey home, they would have made him come back again on hearing his report. He asked them to send what things he needed, and at the end he asked to have money sent. A monthly cheque of 800 marks would cover everything. He signed his name. It was done. This last letter was exhaustive. It covered the case, not according to the time conceptions of down below, but according to those obtaining up here, as it asserted Hans Castorp's freedom. This was his own word, albeit not expressed. He would hardly have shaped the syllables, even in his mind, but he felt the full sense of its meaning, as he had come to know it during his stay up here, a sense which had little to do with Septembrinian significance, and his breast was shaken with that excited alarm which swept over him in a wave, as it had done before. His head was hot with the blood that had gone to it as he wrote. His cheeks burned. He took the thermometer from his lampstand and measured, as though to make use of an opportunity. Mercurius had gone up to 100 degrees. "Look at that," he thought, and added a postscript to his letter. "It did strain me rather, after all, to write this. My temperature is 100 degrees. I see that I must be very quiet for the present. You must excuse me if I don't write often." Then he lay back and held up his hand toward the light, palm outward, as he had held it behind the light screen. But the light of day did not encroach upon its living outline. Rather, it looked more substantial and opaque from its background of bright air, when its outer edges were rosily illuminated. This was his living hand that he was used to see, to use, to wash, not that uncanny scaffolding which he had beheld through the screen. The analytic grave then opened was closed again. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 33. Chapter 5. Whims of Mercurius. October began as months do. Their entrance is, in itself, an unostentatious and soundless affair, without outward signs and tokens. They, as it were, steal in softly, and unless you are keeping close watch, escape your notice altogether. Time has no divisions to mark its passage. There is never a thunderstorm or blare of trumpets to announce the beginning of a new month or year. Even when a new century begins, it is only we mortals who ring bells and fire off pistols. To Hans Castorp, the first day of October and the last day of September were as like as two peas. Both were equally cold and unfriendly, and those that followed were the same. In the rest cure one used one's overcoat and both camel-hair rugs, not only on the evening, but in the daytime. The fingers that held the book were stiff and clammy. However, the cheeks burned, and Joachim was strongly tempted to resort to his fur sack, but resisted, in order not to pamper himself thus early in the season. Some days later, however, that is, between the beginning and middle of the month, there came another change. A latter summer set in, with amazing splendour. The praises of this mountain October, which Hans Castorp had heard, were not idly sung. For some 2.5 weeks all the glories of heaven reigned over valley and mountain. One day outvied another in blueness and clarity, and the sun burned down with such immediate power that everyone felt impelled to don the lightest of wear, muslin frocks and linen trousers already put aside. The adjustable canvas parasol without a handle was called into requisition, and fitted by its cunning device of holes and pegs onto the arm of the reclining chair, and even its shelter was felt to be insufficient against the midday glare. "I'm glad I'm here still, for this," said Hans Castorp to his cousin. "It has been so wretched at times, and now it is as though we had the winter behind us, and only good weather to look forward to." He was quite right. There were indeed not many signs that pointed to the true state of the calendar, and even those that were did not strike the eye.
Aside from the few oak trees that had been set out down the Platz, where they had just managed to survive, and long before now had despondently shed their leaves, the whole region held no deciduous trees to give the landscape an autumnal cast, only the hybrid alpine alder, which renews its soft needles as though they were leaves, showed a wintry baldness. The other trees of the region, whether towering or stunted, were evergreen pines and firs, invincible against the assaults of this irregular winter, which might scatter its snowstorms through all the months of the year. Only the many-shaded rust-red tone that lay over the forest gave notice, despite the glowing sunshine, of a declining year. Yet, looking closer, there were the wildflowers, speaking, though softly, yet to the same effect. The meadow orchis, the bushy aquilegia were no longer in bloom. Only the gentian and the lowly autumn crocus, bearing witness to the inner sharpness of the superficially heated air, that could pierce one to the bone as one sat, like a chill in fever, though one glowed outwardly from the ardour of the sun. Hans Castorp did not keep inward count of the time, as does the man who husbands it, notes its passing, divides and tells and labels its units. He had not heeded the silent entry of the 10th month, but he was arrested by its appeal to the senses, this glowing heat that concealed the frost within and beneath it. It was a sensation which, to anything like this degree, he had never before experienced, and it aroused him to the culinary comparison which he made to Joachim, of an omelette en surprise, holding an ice concealed within the hot froth of the beaten egg. He often made such comments, talking headlong and volubly, as a man does in a feverish chill. But between whiles he was silent. We shall not say self-absorbed, for his attention was presumably directed outwards, though upon a single point. All else, whether of the animate or inanimate world, swam about him in a mist of his own making, which Hofrat Behrens and Dr. Krukowski would doubtless have explained as the product of soluble toxins, as the befuddled one himself did also, though without having the slightest power or even desire to rid himself of the state they induced. For that is an intoxication by which one is possessed, under the influence of which one abhors nothing more than the thought of sobriety. It asserts itself against impressions that would weaken its force. It will not admit them. It wards them off. Hans Castorp was aware, and had even spoken of the fact, that Madame Chauchat's profile was not her strong point, that it was no longer quite youthful, was even a little sharp. And the consequence? He avoided looking at her in profile. He literally closed his eyes when he caught that view of her, even at a distance. It pained him. Why? Should not reason have leaped to take advantage of the favourable moment to reassert itself? But what do we ask? He grew pale with rapture when, tempted by the brilliant weather, she appeared at second breakfast in the white lace matinee which made her look so ravishing. Appeared late, accompanied by the banging of the door, smiling, her arms raised in a pretty posture, and presented herself thus to the dining-room before she glided to her seat. But he was enraptured, not so much because she looked so charming, as because her charm added strength to the sweet intoxication in his brain, the intoxication that willed to be, that cared only to be justified and nourished. An authority of Lodovico Settembrini's way of thinking might have characterized as depravity, as a form of depravity, such a lack of good intention. Hans Castorp sometimes pondered over the literary things the Italian had said about illness and despair, which he had found incomprehensible, or at least pretended to himself to find them so. He looked at Claudia Chauchat, at the flaccidity of her back, the posture of her head. He saw her come habitually late to table, without reason or excuse, solely out of a lack of order and disciplined energy. He saw the same lack when she let slam every door through which she passed, when she moulded bread pellets at the table, when she gnawed her fingers, and he had a suspicion, which he did not put into words, that if she was ill, that if she was, probably incurably, since she had been up here so often and so long, her illness was in good part, if not entirely, a moral one. As Settembrini had said, neither the ground nor the consequence of her slackness, but precisely one and the same thing. He recalled the contemptuous gesture of the humanist when he spoke of the Parthians and Scythians, in whose company he was forced to take the rest cure. It had been a gesture not only of deliberate, but also of natural and instinctive disdain, and that feeling was quite comprehensible to Hans Castorp.
Had he not once, who always sat so erect at table, loathed and despised the banging of doors, and never, never was tempted to gnaw his fingers, because to that end Maria had been given him instead? Had he not once taken deep offence at the unmannerly behaviour of Frau Schoscher, and felt an unconquerable sense of superiority when he heard the narrow-eyed one essay to speak his mother tongue? The present state of his feelings, however, had put on one side any such sentiments as these. It was now the Italian who was the object of his irritation, because he, in his benightedness, had spoken of Parthians and Scythians, and had not meant thereby the persons at the bad Russian table, the shock-headed, linenless students who sat there disputing endlessly in their outlandish tongue, which was obviously the only one they knew, and which, in its soft, spineless character, reminded Hans Castorp of the thorax without ribs Hofrath Behrens had described to him. True, the manners and customs of such people might readily awaken feelings of disgust in the breast of a humanist. They ate with their knives, and unmentionably messed the front of their blouses. Settembrini asserted that one of them, a medical student well on in his training, was so ignorant of Latin as not to know, for example, what the word vacuum meant. As for the married couple in number 32, Hans Castorp's own daily experience of them was such as to render quite credible Frau Storr's report that when the bathing master entered their room in the morning for the daily massage, they received him lying in bed together. All this might well be true, but after all the distinction between good and bad was a plain one. It did not exist for nothing. Hans Castorp assured himself that he felt only contempt for any propagandist of the Republic and the bellow steel, who went about with his nose in the air, and calmly, with particular calm, although at the same time both febrile and fuddled, lumped the members of both tables together under the title of Parthians and Scythians. Hans Castorp understood only too well the sense in which he used it, since he had begun to understand the connection between Frau Schoscher's illness and her slackness. But as he had one day put it to Joachim, one begins by being angry and disgusted, and then all at once something quite different enters in, and has nothing to do with moral judgment. And it is all up with your severity. You are simply not at home to pedagogic influences, however republican, however eloquent. But we are impelled to ask, probably again in the spirit of Ludovico Settembrini, what sort of questionable experience is this, which palsies a man's judgment, robs him of all claim to it, or even makes him waive that claim, and experience in so doing the abandonment of ecstasy? We do not ask its name, for that everyone knows. Our question rather refers to its moral quality, and we confess that we do not anticipate any very self-confident reply. In Hans Castorp's case, its nature was evident in the extent to which he not only ceased to exercise his judgment, but even began to experiment for his own part and upon his own moral vesture. He tried, for instance, how it would feel to sit at table with his back all relaxed, and discovered that it afforded sensible relief to the pelvic muscles. Again one day, instead of punctiliously closing a door behind him, he let it slam, and this too he found both fitting and agreeable. It corresponded to the shoulder shrug with which Joachim had greeted him at the station, and which was so habitual among those up here. In brief, our traveller was now head over heels in love with Claudia Schoscher. We may still use the phrase, since we have already obviated any possible misunderstanding on the score of it. We have seen that the essence of his passion was something quite other than the tender and pensive mood of that oft-quoted ditty. Rather, it was a wild and vagrant variation upon the lovesick lute. It was mingled frost and fire, like the state of a fever patient, or the October air in these high altitudes. What he actually lacked, in fact, was an emotional bridge between two extremes. On the one hand, his passion dwelt with an immediacy that left the young man pale and staring upon Frau Schoscher's knee, the line of her thigh, her back, her neck-bone, her arms that pressed together her little breasts. In a word, it dwelt upon her body, her idle, accentuated body, exaggerated by disease, and rendered twice over body. And, on the other hand, it was something in the highest degree fleeting and tenuous, a thought, nay, a dream, the frightful, infinitely alluring dream of a young man whose unspoken, unconscious questioning of the universe has received no answer save a hollow silence.
We have as much right as the next person to our private thoughts about the story we are relating, and we would here hazard the surmise that young Hans Castorp would never have overstepped so far the limits originally fixed for his stay, if to his simple soul there might have been vouchsafed, out of the depths of his time, any reasonably satisfying explanation of the meaning and purpose of man's life. For the rest, his lovesick state afforded him all the joy and all the anguish proper to it the world over. The anguish is acute. It has, like all anguish, a mortifying element. It shatters the nervous system to an extent that takes the breath away, and can wring tears from the eyes of a grown man. As for the joys, to do them justice, they were manifold, and no less piercing than the anguish, though their occasion might be trifling indeed. Almost any moment of the Berghoff day might bring one forth. For example, about to enter the dining-room, Hans Castorp would perceive the object of his dreams behind him, an experience clear and simple in anticipation, but inwardly ravishing to the point of tears. Their eyes meet at close range, his own and her grey-green ones, whose slightly oriental shape and position pierce him to the very marrow. He is incapable of connected thought, but unconsciously steps back to give her precedence through the door. With a half-smile, a half-audible merci, she accepts his conventional courtesy and, passing him by, enters the room. He stands there within the aura of her personality as it sweeps past, idiotic with happiness at the encounter, and at the word which has been uttered by her mouth directly for his ear. He follows her. He moves unsteadily to his own table, and sinking into his chair, becomes aware that Claudia, as she takes her place, has turned to look at him. He thinks she wears an expression as though musing on their encounter at the door. Oh, unbelievable adventure! Oh, joy, rapture, and boundless exaltation! Ah, no, this drunkenness of fantastic bliss Hans Castorp could never have experienced at the glance of any healthy little goose down in the flatland, to whom he might have calmly, correctly, and with most definite intentions, given his heart and devoted the sentiments described in the song. He greets the schoolmistress with feverish sprightliness. She has seen the whole thing, and her downy old cheek wears its dusky signal, and then bombards Miss Robinson with English conversation, so absurdly that she, not versed in the ecstatic, fairly recoils and measures him with mistrustful eyes. Another time, as they sit at the evening meal, the serene rays of the setting sun fall upon the good Russian table. The curtains have been drawn over the window and the veranda door, but somewhere there is a little crack, and through it the red gleam finds its way, not hot, but dazzling, and falls upon Frau Schorsch's face, so that she shields it with her hand as she sits talking with the concave countryman on her right. It is annoying, but not serious. Nobody troubles about it, probably not even the fair one herself. But across the dining-room Hans Castorp sees it, quiescent a while, like the others. He examines the situation, follows the course of the ray of light, makes up his mind where it enters. It comes from the bay window in the right-hand corner, between the veranda door and the bad Russian table, at a goodish distance from Frau Schorsch's place, and almost equally far from Hans Castorp's. Without a word he gets up, and, serviette in hand, crosses over among the tables, draws the cream-coloured curtains, so that they lap well over one another, convinces himself by a glance over his shoulder that the ray from the setting sun is shut out, and Frau Schorscha relieved, and with an air of perfect equanimity goes back to his place. An observant young man, who takes it upon himself to perform a needful courtesy neglected by others. But few of them even notice his act. Frau Schorscha, however, instantly felt the relief, and turned round, remaining in that position until Hans Castorp had resumed his place, and, sitting down, looked over at her, when she thanked him with a friendly, rather surprised smile, and a bow that was less an inclination than a shoving forward of the head. He acknowledged by a bow in his turn. His heart stood stock still. It seemed not to beat. Only after the whole thing was over did it begin again, and hammered, and only then did he become conscious that Joachim had kept his eyes directed upon his plate. Afterwards, too, he realized that Frau Storr had nudged Dr. Blumenkohl in the side, and then looked about their own and other tables, trying to catch people's eyes. All this is the sheerest commonplace, but the commonplace becomes remarkable when it springs from remarkable soil. There were periods of strain and periods when the tension between them beneficently relaxed, though perhaps the tension existed less between them than it did in Hans Castorp's fevered imagination. For how far Madame Chauchat was affected we can only guess. In these days of fine weather the majority of the guests betook themselves to the veranda after the midday meal and stood about in groups, sunning themselves for a quarter hour or so, in a scene much like that on the Sunday afternoons of the fortnightly concerts. All these young people, absolutely idle, overfed on a meat and sweet diet, and without exception feverish, chattered and laughed, philandered, made eyes. Frau Solomon from Amsterdam would perch on the balustrade, hard pressed on the right by the knees of the thick-lipped Ganser, on the left by the Swedish minion, who, it appeared, was quite recovered, but extending his cure for a little space before going home. Frau Iltis was apparently a widow, for she had rejoiced only lately in the visit of a fiancé, a melancholy, inferior-looking person whose presence had not in the least prevented her from accepting the attentions of the hook-nosed, fiery-eyed Captain Miklosich, him of the wax mustachios and swelling chest. New figures turned up on the terrace, ladies of various nationalities from the general rest halls, and new arrivals since the 1st of October, whom Hans Castorp barely knew by name. Then there were the cavaliers of Herr Albin's kidney, monocled youths of 17, a spectacled, rosy-faced young Dutchman with a mania for collecting postage stamps. Certain Greeks with pomaded hair and almond-shaped eyes, inclined to overreach at table, and a pair of young dandies who were nicknamed Max and Moritz, and bore a great reputation for breaking out of bounds. The humpbacked Mexican, whose ignorance of any language save his own lent him the facial expression of a deaf person, took endless photographs, dragging his tripod from one point to another on the terrace. Sometimes the Hofrat would appear and perform his stunt with the bootlaces, and somewhere in the thick of the crowd would lurk solitary, the religious devotee from Mannheim. Hans Castorp would watch disgustedly to see his great sad eyes take their secret way. But to return, by way of example, to some of those strains and stresses to which Hans Castorp's state was prone. Our young man was sitting on a painted garden chair, with his back against the wall, talking with his cousin, whom he had forced, against his will, to come outside. In front of him, by the balustrade, Frau Chauchat stood smoking with her table-mates. He talked for her benefit. She turned her back. His thirst for conversation was not satisfied by Joachim. He must needs make an acquaintance. And whose? No other than Hermine Kleefeld's. He directed a casual word toward that young lady, then presented himself and his cousin by name, and drew up another chair in order to carry on the game. Did she know, he asked, what a deuce of a fright she had put him in their first encounter, when she had whistled him in such an inspiriting welcome? He did not mind owning that she had accomplished her purpose. He had felt as though someone had hit him on the head. She might ask his cousin. He called it an outrage, frightening harmless strangers like that, piping at them with her pneumothorax, and so forth and so on. Joachim, quite aware of the role that was being forced upon him, sat with his eyes on the ground. Even Fraulein Kleefeld gradually perceived, from Hans Castorp's distraught and wandering eye, that she was being made a tool of, and felt piqued accordingly. And still the poor youth went on, smirking and turning phrases and modulating his voice, until at last he succeeded in making Frau Chauchat turn round and look him in the face. But only for a moment. Her Privislav eyes glided rapidly down his figure, as he sat there, one knee over the other, with a deliberate insouciance which had all the effect of scorn. They paused for a space upon his yellow boots, and then carelessly, with perhaps a smile in their depths, withdrew. It was a bitter, bitter blow. Hans Castorp talked on a while, feverishly. Then, inwardly smitten by the power of that gaze upon his boots, he fell silent almost in the middle of a word, and lapsed into deep dejection. Fraulein Kleefeld, bored and offended, went her way. Joachim remarked, not without irritation, that perhaps they might go up to the rescuer now, and a broken spirit answered feebly that they might. Hans Castorp anguished piteously for 2 days. Nothing occurred in that time to be balsam to his smarting wound. What had she meant by her look? Why, in the name of reason, had she visited him with her scorn?
Did she regard him merely as a healthy young noodle from down in the flatland, whose receptivity was sure to be of a harmless sort? As a guileless, ordinary chap who went about laughing and earning his daily bread and filling his belly full? As a model pupil in the school of life, with no comprehension of anything but the tedious advantages of a respectable career? Was he asked himself, a mere feckless tourist and 3 weeks' guest? Or was he a man who had made his profession on the score of a moist spot? A member of the order, one of those up here with a good 2 months to his credit? And had not Mercurius only yesterday evening climbed up to 100 degrees? Even here lay the bitter drop that overflowed his cup. Mercurius had ceased to mount. The fearful depression of these days had a chilling, sobering, relaxing effect upon Hans Castop's system, which, to his profound chagrin, displayed itself in a reduced degree of fever, scarcely higher than normal. He had the cruel experience of proving to himself that all his anguish, all his dejection, had no other result than to separate him still further from Claudia, and from that which was significant in her existence. The 3rd day brought the blessed release. It was early upon a magnificent October morning, sunny and fresh. The meadows were covered with silver-grey webs. The sun and the waning moon both hung high up in a lucent heaven. The cousins were abroad earlier than usual, meaning to honour the fine weather by extending their morning walk a little further than the prescribed limits, and continuing the forest path beyond the bench by the watercourse. Joachim's curve, too, had lately shown a gratifying decrease. He had accordingly suggested this refreshing irregularity, and Hans Castorp had not said no. "We seem to be cured," he said. "No fever, free of infection, as good as ripe for the world again. Why shouldn't we have our fling?" They set out with walking sticks and hatless, for since his profession Hans Castorp had resigned himself to the prevailing custom, despite the original assertion of his own contrary-minded conventions. But they had not yet covered the initial ascent of the reddish pass, had arrived only at about the point where the novice had once encountered the pneumatic crew, when they saw at some distance ahead of them, slowly mounting, Frau Schorcher. Frau Schorcher in white, a white sweater and white flannel skirt, even white shoes. Her red blonde hair gleamed in the morning sun. To be precise, Hans Castorp saw her. Joachim was made aware of her presence by an unpleasant sensation of being dragged and pulled along by his cousin, who had started up at a great pace, after having suddenly checked and almost stood still on the path. Joachim found the compulsion exceedingly annoying. His breath came shorter. He began to cough. Hans Castorp, with his eyes on his goal, and his breathing apparatus apparently in splendid trim, gave little heed. And Joachim, having recognized the situation for what it was, drew his brows together and kept step for step, feeling it out of the question to let his cousin go on alone. The lovely morning made Hans Castorp sprightly, and his soul, in that period of black depression, had secretly assembled its powers. He felt a sure intuition that the moment was come to break the ban. He strode on, dragging the panting and reluctant Joachim in his train. And they had as good as overtaken Frau Schorcher at the point where the path grew level, and turned to the right along the wooded hillock. Here the young man slackened his pace, not to be breathless with exertion in the moment of carrying out his purpose, and just beyond the bend in the path, between mountain and precipice, where the sunlight slipped athwart the boughs of the rust-coloured firs, it actually fell out. The wonder came to pass that Hans Castorp, on Joachim's left, overtook the fragile fair one. He went by her with a manly stride, and then, at the moment when he was beside her, on her right, greeted her with a profoundly respectful, hatless inclination of the head, and a murmured "Good morning," to which she answered with a friendly bow that showed no trace of surprise, and a good morning in her turn. She said it in Hans Castorp's mother tongue, and smiled with her eyes, and all that was something different, something fundamentally and blessedly other than that look she had bent upon his boots. It was a gift of fortune, an unexampled turn in affairs, a joy well nigh beyond comprehending. It was the blessed release. Transported by that word, look, and smile, half blinded by his senseless joy, Hans Castorp trod on winged feet, hurrying the misused Joachim with him, who uttered not a word and gazed away down the steep. It had been a manoeuvre of a rather unscrupulous sort. In Joachim's eyes, as Hans Castorp well knew, it looked very like treachery. Yet it was not the same thing as borrowing a lead pencil of a perfect stranger. One might even say it would have been ill-bred to pass by a lady with whom one had been for months under the same roof and not salute her. He had even been in conversation with her, that time in the waiting-room. That was why Joachim could say nothing. But Hans Castorp well knew another reason that made his honour-loving cousin walk on in silence with averted head, while he himself was so supremely happy, so glad all over at the success of his manoeuvre. Never a man down in the flatland who had given his heart to some healthy, commonplace little goose, been successful in his suit, and experienced all the orthodox and anticipatory gratifications proper to his state, never could such a man be blissfuller, no, not half so blissful as Hans Castorp now, over this momentary joy which he had snatched. And so, after a while, he clapped his cousin heartily on the shoulder and said, "Hullo, what's the matter with you? Isn't it magnificent today? Let's go down to the Kurhaus afterwards. There will probably be music. Perhaps they'll play that thing from Carmen. What's the matter? Has anything got under your skin?" "No," Joachim answered, "but you look so hot. I'm afraid your curve has gone up again." It had. The greeting he had exchanged with Claudia Schoscher had overcome the mortifying depression. It was at bottom the consciousness of this which had lain at the root of Hans Castorp's gratification. Yes, Joachim was right. Mercurius was mounting again. When Hans Castorp consulted him, on their return from their walk, he had climbed up to 100.4 degrees. End of section 33.
Section 34 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 34. Chapter 5. Encyclopaedic. Part 1. If certain insinuations on Herr Settembrini's part had angered Hans Castorp, the annoyance was quite unjustified, as also the feeling that the schoolmaster had been spying on him. A blind man must have seen how it stood with the youth. He himself did nothing to conceal his state, being prevented by a certain native and lofty simplicity. He inclined rather to wear his heart upon his sleeve, in contrast, if you like, favourable contrast, to the devotee from Mannheim with his thin hair and furtive mane. But in general we would emphasize the fact that people in Hans Castorp's state regularly feel a craving for self-revelation, an impulse to confess themselves, a blind preoccupation with self, and a thirst to possess the world of their own emotions, which is the more offensive to the sober onlooker, the less sense, reasonableness, or hope there lies in the whole affair. How people in this state go about to betray themselves is hard to define, but it seems they can neither do nor leave undone anything which would not have that effect, doubly so, then, in a society like that of the Berghof, where, as the critically minded Herr Settembrini once expressed it, people were possessed of two ideas, and only two: temperature, and then again temperature. By the second temperature he meant preoccupation with such question as, for instance, with whom Frau Consul General Wurmbrandt from Vienna consoled herself for the defection of Captain Miklosic, whether with the Swedish minion, or Lawyer Paravant from Dortmund, or both. Everybody knew that the bond between the lawyer and Frau Salomon from Amsterdam, after subsisting for several months, had been broken by common consent, and that Frau Salomon had followed the leanings of her time of life, and taken up with a callow youth. The thick-lipped Ganser from Hermine Kleefeld's table was for the present under her wing. She had taken him to have and to hold, as Frau Storr, in legal parlance, yet not without perspicuity, had put it, and thus Lawyer Paravant was free either to quarrel or to compound with the Swede over the favours of the Frau Consul General, as seemed to him advisable. These affairs, then, in which, of course, the passage along the balconies, at the end of the glass partitions, played a considerable role, were rife in Berghof society, particularly among the fevered youth. They occupied people's minds. They were a salient feature of life up here. And even in saying thus much, we are far from having precisely defined the position with regard to them. Hans Castorp on this subject received a singular impression. It was that a certain fundamental fact of life, which is conceded the world over to be of great importance, and is the fertile theme of constant allusion, both in jest and earnest, that this fundamental fact of life bore up here an entirely altered emphasis. It was weighty with a new weight. It had an accent, a value, and a significance which were utterly novel, and which set the fact itself in a light to make it look much more alarming than it had been before. Thus far, whenever we have referred to any questionable performances of the Gough, we have done so in what may have seemed a light and jesting tone, this without prejudice to our real opinion as to the levity or otherwise of the performances, and solely for the usual obscure reasons which prompt other people to adopt the same. But, as a matter of fact, that tone was far less usual in our present sphere than it is elsewhere in the world. Hans Castorp had considered himself pretty well informed on the subject of the above-named fact of life, which has always and everywhere been such a favourite target for shafts of wit, and he may have been right in so considering. But now he found that the knowledge he had had down in the flatland had been most inadequate, that he had actually been in a state of simple ignorance, for his personal emotions in the time of his stay up here, upon the nature of which we have been at some pains to enlighten the reader, and which have been at moments so acute as to wring from the young man that cry of "Oh, my God!" had opened his eyes, had made him capable of hearing and comprehending the wild, the overstrained, the namelessly extravagant key in which all the affairs up here were set. Not that even up here they did not make jests on the subject, but up here, far more than down below, jests seemed out of place. They made one's teeth to chatter and took away one's breath. They betrayed themselves too plainly for what they were, a thin and obvious disguise for a hidden extremity, or rather an extremity impossible to hide. Hans Castorp well remembered the mottled pallor of Joachim's skin when, for the first and only time, he had innocently alluded to Marusch's physical charms in the light tone he might have assumed at home. He remembered the chill withdrawal of the blood from his own face, the time he had drawn the curtain to shield Madame Chauchat from the sun. He knew that he had seen the same look on other faces up here, both before and since. He usually remarked it in pairs, as, for example, on the faces of Frau Solomon and young Ganser, in the beginning of that relation between them so happily described by Frau Storr. Hans Castorp, we say, recalled all this, and realized that under such circumstances it would not only have been very hard for him not to betray himself, but that the effort would not have been worth his pains. In other words, not alone the noble simplicity which did him honour, but also a certain sympathetic something in the air urged him not to do violence to his feelings, or make any secret of his condition. Joachim had, as we know, early spoken of the difficulty of forming acquaintances up here. In reality, this arose chiefly from the fact that the cousins formed a miniature group for themselves in the society of the cure, but also because the soldierly Joachim was bent on nothing else but speedy recovery, and hence objected on principle to any closer contact or more social relations with his fellow sufferers. It was a good deal this attitude of his that prevented his cousin from exposing his feelings more freely to the world at large. Even so, there came an evening when Joachim might behold his cousin the centre of a group composed of Hermine Kleefeld, Ganser, Rasmussen, and the youth of the monocle and the fingernail, making an impromptu speech on the subject of Frau Chauchat's peculiar and exotic facial structure, and betraying himself by his unsteady voice and the excited glitter of his eyes, until his listeners exchanged glances, nudging each other, and tittered. This was painful for Joachim, but the object of their mirth seemed insensible to his own self-betrayal. Perhaps he felt that his state, if concealed and unregarded, would never come to any proof. He might count, however, on a general understanding of it, and as for the inevitable malice that went with it, he took that for granted. People, not only at his own table, but at neighbouring ones as well, enjoyed seeing him flush and pale when the glass door slammed, and even this gratified him. It was like an outward confirmation and assertion of his inner frenzy, which seemed to him calculated to forward his affair and encourage his vague and senseless hopes. And so it too made him happy. It came to this, that people actually stood about in groups to observe the infatuated youth, after dinner on the terrace, or on a Sunday afternoon before the porter's lodge, where the letters were distributed, for on that day they were not carried to the patients' rooms.
He was quite generally known to be very far gone, drunk as a lord, and not caring who knew it. Frau Storr, Fräulein Engelhart, Hermine Kleefeld, and her friend the tapper-faced girl, Herr Albin, the young man with the fingernail, and perhaps others amongst the guests, would stand together and watch him, with the corners of their mouths drawn back, fairly chortling, whilst he, poor wight, his face aglow with the heat that from the first had never left him, with the glittering eye the gentleman rider's cough had kindled, would gaze forlornly and frantically smiling in one certain direction. It was really splendid of Herr Settembrini, under these circumstances, to go up to Hans Castorp, engage him in conversation, and ask him how he did. But it is doubtful whether the young man knew how to value and to be grateful for such benevolence and freedom from prejudice. One Sunday afternoon the guests were thronging about the porter's lodge, stretching out their hands for letters. Joachim was among the foremost, but Hans Castorp had stopped in the rear, angling in the fashion we have described, for a look from Claudia Schoscher. She was standing nearby, among a group of her table-mates, waiting until the press about the lodge should be lightened. It was an hour when all the patients mingled, an hour rich in opportunity, and for that reason beloved of our young man. The week before he had stood at the window so close to Madame Schoscher that she had in fact jostled him, and then, with a little bow, had said, "Pardon," whereat he, with a feverish presence of mind for which he thanked his stars, had responded, "Pas de quoi, madame." What a blessed dispensation of Providence, he thought, that there should be a regular Sunday afternoon distribution of letters. One might say that he spent the week in waiting for the next week's delivery, and waiting means a hurrying on ahead. It means regarding time and the present moment not as a boon, but an obstruction. It means making their actual content null and void, by mentally overleaping them. Waiting, we say, is long. We might just as well, or more accurately, say it is short, since it consumes whole spaces of time without our living them, or making any use of them as such. We may compare him who lives on expectation to a greedy man, whose digestive apparatus works through quantities of food without converting them into anything of value or nourishment to his system. We might almost go so far as to say that, as undigested food makes man no stronger, so time spent in waiting makes him no older. But in practice, of course, there is hardly such a thing as pure and unadulterated waiting. Well, the week had been somehow devoured, and the hour for the Sunday afternoon post came round again. So, like the other, it seemed never to have changed. Like to that other, what thrilling opportunities it offered, what prospects lay concealed within it, of coming into social relations with Frau Schoscher, prospects that made the heart of young Hans Castorp leap and contract, yet without actually issuing in action. For against their doing so lay certain obstacles of a nature partly military, partly civil. In other words, they were in part the fruit of Joachim's presence, in part the result of Hans Castorp's own moral compunctions. But also in part they rested upon his intuition that social relations with Frau Schoscher, conventional relations, in which one made bows and addressed her as Madame, and spoke French as far as possible, were not the thing at all, were neither necessary nor desirable. He stood and watched her laugh as she spoke, precisely as Pribislav Hippe had laughed as he spoke, that time in the schoolyard. She opened her mouth rather wide, and her slanting grey-green eyes narrowed themselves to slits above the cheekbones. That was, to be sure, not beautiful, but when one is in love, the aesthetic judgment counts for as little as the moral. "You are expecting dispatches, engineer." Only one person could talk like that, and he a disturber of Hans Castorp's peace. The young man started, and turned toward Herr Settembrini, who stood there smiling the same fine, humanistic smile that had sat upon his features when he greeted the newcomer at the bench by the watercourse. Now, as then, it mortified Hans Castorp. We know how often in his dreams he had sought to drive away the organ-grinder as an element offensive to his peace. But the waking man is more moral than the sleeping, and, as before, the sight of that smile not only had a sobering effect upon Hans Castorp, but gave him a sense of gratitude, as though it had responded to his need. "Dispatches, Herr Settembrini? Good Lord, I'm no ambassador. There might be a postcard there for one of us. My cousin is just asking." "That devil on 2 sticks in there has handed mine out to me already," Herr Settembrini said, and carried his hand to the side pocket of the inevitable pilot coat. Interesting matter, I must confess, of literary and social import. It is about an encyclopaedic publication to which a philanthropic institution has considered me worthy to contribute. Beautiful work, in short." Herr Settembrini interrupted himself. "But how about you?" he asked. "How are your affairs going? For instance, how far has the process of acclimatization gone? You have not been so far long among us, but that one may still put the question."
"Thanks, Herr Settembrini. It still has its difficulties, it seems. It very likely will have, up to the last day. My cousin told me when I came that many people never get used to it, but one gets used in time to not getting used."
"A complicated process," laughed the Italian. "An odd way of settling down in a place. But of course youth is capable of anything. Doesn't get used to things, but strikes roots."
"But after all, this isn't a Siberian penal settlement."
"No. Ah, you have a fancy for Oriental simile. Natural enough, Asia surrounds us. Wherever one's glance rests, a Tartar physiognomy." Herr Settembrini gave a discreet glance over his shoulder. "Genghis Khan," he said, "wolves of the steppes. Snow, vodka, the Knout, Schlüsselburg, Holy Russia. They ought to set up an altar to Pallas Athene, here in the vestibule, to ward off the evil spell. Look yonder, there is a species of Ivan Ivanovitch, without a shirt front, having a disagreement with Lawyer Paravant. Both of them want to be in the front rank to receive their letters. I can't tell which of them is in the right, but for my part, Lawyer Paravant fights under the aegis of the goddess. He is an ass, of course, but at least he knows some Latin."
Hans Castorp laughed, a thing Herr Settembrini never did. One could not imagine him laughing heartily. He never got further than the fine, dry crisping of the corner of his mouth. He looked at the laughing young man and presently asked, "Have you received your diapositive?" "I have received it," Hans Castorp weightily affirmed, "just the other day. Here it is." And he felt for it in his inner breast pocket.
"Ah, you carry it in a case, like a certificate, as it were, a sort of membership card. Very good. Let me see it."
And Herr Settembrini held it against the light, between the thumb and forefinger of his left hand, a little glass plate framed in strips of black paper. The gesture was a common one up here. One often saw it. His face, with the black almond-shaped eyes, displayed a slight grimace as he did so, but whether this happened in the effort to see more clearly, or from other causes, he did not permit it to appear.
Yes, yes," he said, after a little. "Here is your identity card. Thanks very much."
And he handed the plate back to Hans Castorp over his shoulder, without looking. "Did you see the strands?" asked Hans Castorp. "And the nodules?"
"You know," Herr Settembrini answered him very deliberately, "my opinion of these productions. You know, too, that those spots and shadows there are very largely of physiological origin. I have seen 100 such pictures, looking very like this of yours. The decision as to whether they offered definite proof or not was left more or less to the discretion of the person looking at them. I speak as a layman, but a layman of a good many years' experience."
"Does your own look much worse than this one?"
"Rather worse. I am aware, however, that our lords and masters do not base any diagnosis on the evidence of these toys alone."
"Then you purpose stopping the winter up here with us?" "Yes. Lord knows, I am beginning to get used to the idea of not going back until my cousin does."
"Getting used, that is, to not getting used."
"You put that very wittily. I hope you have received supplies from home, winter clothing, stout footgear?" "Everything, all in the proper order. I informed my relatives, and our housekeeper sent me everything by express delivery. I shall do nicely now."
"I am relieved. But hold, you need a bag, a fur sack. What are we thinking of? This late summer is treacherous. It can turn to winter inside an hour. You will be spending the coldest months up here."
"Yes, the sleeping sack," Hans Castorp said. "That is a requisite, I suppose. It had crossed my mind that we must be going down to the Platz one of these days soon to buy one. One never needs the thing again, of course, but even for the 5 or 6 months it is worthwhile."
It is, engineer," said Herr Settembrini in a low voice, coming close to the young man as he addressed him. "Don't you know there is something frightful in the way you fling the months about? Frightful because unnatural, inconsistent with your character. It is due solely to the facility of your time of life. Ah, the fatal facility of youth. It is the despair of the teacher for its proneness to display itself in the wrong direction. I beg you, my young friend, not to adopt the phrases current up here, but to speak the language of European culture, native to you. Up here there is too much Asia. It is not without significance that the place is full of Muscovite and Mongolian types. These people, Herr Settembrini motioned with his chin over his shoulder, do not put yourself in tune with them. Do not be infected with their ideas. Rather set yourself against them. Oppose your nature, your higher nature against them. Cling to everything which to you is by nature and tradition holy, as a son of the godlike West, a son of civilization. And, for example, time. This barbaric lavishness with time is in the Asiatic style. It may be a reason why the children of the East feel so much at home up here. Have you never remarked that when a Russian says 4 hours, he means what we do when we say 1? It is easy to see that the recklessness of these people, where time is concerned, may have to do with the space conceptions proper to people of such endless territory. Great space, much time. They say, in fact, that they are the nation that has time and can wait. We Europeans, we cannot. We have as little time as our great and finely articulated continent has space. We must be as economical of the one as of the other. We must husband them, engineer. Take our great cities, the centres, the foci of civilization, the crucibles of thought. Just as the soil there increases in value and space becomes more and more precious, so in the same measure does time. Carpe diem. That was the song of a dweller in a great city. Time is a gift of God, given to man that he might use it. Use it, engineer, to serve the advancement of humanity. Whatever difficulty, if any, his phrases offered Herr Settembrini's Mediterranean palate, he brought them out with a clarity, a euphony, one might almost say a plasticity, which was truly refreshing. Hans Castorp made no answer, save the short, stiff, embarrassed bow of a pupil receiving a reprimand. What could he have said? Herr Settembrini had delivered a private lecture, almost whispered it into his ear, with his back to the rest of the people in the room. It had been so pointed, so unsocial, so little conversable in its nature, that merely to commend its eloquence seemed lacking in tact. One does not tell a schoolmaster that he has expressed himself well. Hans Castorp, indeed, had done so once or twice in the early days of their acquaintance, probably from an instinct to preserve the social equilibrium. But the humanist's utterances had never before reached quite such a didactic pitch. There was nothing for it but to pocket the admonition, feeling as embarrassed as a schoolboy at so much moralizing. Moreover, one could see by Herr Settembrini's expression that he had not finished his train of thought. He still stood so close to Hans Castorp that the young man was constrained to bend a little backwards, and his black eyes gazed fixedly into the other's face. "You suffer, engineer," he went on. "You are like one distraught. Who could help seeing it? But your attitude towards suffering can be a European attitude. It should not be the Oriental, which in its soft abandonment inclines so readily to seek this spot. The Oriental attitude towards suffering is one of pity and boundless patience. That cannot, it ought not to be ours, to be yours. Look, we were speaking of what the post had brought us. Look at these. Or better, come with me. It is impossible here. Let us withdraw, and I will disclose to you certain matters. Come with me." And, turning, he drew Hans Castorp away, and they entered one of the small reception rooms, the first on the right next to the vestibule, which stood empty. It was furnished as a reading and writing room, with oak panelling and a light vaulted ceiling, bookcases, a centre table covered with newspapers in holders and surrounded with seats, and writing appurtenances arranged in the bay windows. Herr Settembrini advanced as far as the neighbourhood of one of the windows. Hans Castorp followed. The door remained open. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 35. Chapter 5. Encyclopaedic. Part 2. The Italian sought the baggy side pocket of his pilot coat, and drew thence, with impetuous hand,
a bundle of papers in a large, already opened envelope. Its contents, various printed matter and a sheet of writing, he ran through his hand under Hans Castop's eye. "These papers," he said, "bear the stamp, in French, of the International League for the Organization of Progress. I have them from Lugano, where there is an office of a branch of the League. You inquire after its principles, its scope. I will define them for you in 2 words. The League of the Organization of Progress deduces from Darwinian theory the philosophic concept that man's profoundest natural impulse is in the direction of self-realization. From this it follows that all those who seek satisfaction of this impulse must become co-laborers in the cause of human progress. Many are those who have responded to the call. There is a considerable membership in France, Italy, Spain, Turkey, and in Germany itself. I myself have the honour of having my name inscribed on the roll. A comprehensive and scientifically executed programme has been drawn up, embracing all the projects for human improvement conceivable at the moment. We are studying the problem of our health as a race and the means of combating the degeneration which is a regrettable accompanying phenomenon of our increasing industrialism. The League envisages the founding of universities for the people, the resolution of the class conflict by means of all the social ameliorations which recommend themselves for the purpose, and finally the doing away with national conflicts, the abolition of war through the development of international law. You perceive that the objects towards which the League directs its efforts are ambitious and broad in their scope. Several international periodicals are evidence of its activities. Monthly reviews which contain articles in 3 or 4 languages on the subject of the progressive evolution of civilized humanity. Numerous local groups have been established in the various countries. It is expected that they will exert an edifying and enlightening influence by means of discussion evenings and appropriate Sunday observances. Above all, the League will strive its utmost to aid with the material at its disposal the political party of progress in every country. You follow me, engineer? Absolutely, Hans Castop replied with precipitation. He had, as he spoke, the feeling of a man who finds himself slipping, but for the moment contrives to keep his feet. Herr Settembrini appeared satisfied. I assume that these are new and surprising ideas to you. Yes, I confess this is the first time I have heard of these endeavours. Ah, Settembrini murmured. Ah, if you had only heard of them earlier. But perhaps it is not yet too late. These circulars, you would like to know what they say? Listen. Last spring, a formal meeting of the League was called at Barcelona. You are aware that that city can boast of a quite special affinity with progressive political ideas. The Congress sat for a week, with banquets and festivals. I wanted to go. Good God, I yearned to be there and to take part in the deliberations, but that scurvy rascal of a Hofrat forbade me on pain of death. So, well, I was afraid I should die, and I didn't go. I was in despair, as you may imagine, over the trick my unreliable health had played me. Nothing is more painful than to be prevented by our physical, our animal nature, from being of service to reason. My satisfaction, therefore, over this communication from Lugano is the more lively. You are curious to know what it says? I can imagine. But first, a few brief explanations. The League for the Organization of Progress, mindful of its task of furthering human happiness, in other words, of combating human suffering by the available social methods, to the end of finally eliminating it altogether, mindful also of the fact that this lofty task can only be accomplished by the aid of sociology, the end and aim of which is the perfect state. The League, in session at Barcelona, determined upon the publication of a series of volumes bearing the general title, The Sociology of Suffering. It should be the aim of the series to classify human suffering according to classes and categories, and to treat it systematically and exhaustively. You ask what is the use of classification, arrangement, systemization. I answer you, order and simplification are the first steps toward the mastery of the subject. The actual enemy is
the unknown. We must lead the human race up out of the primitive stages of fear and patient stupidity, and set its feet on the path of conscious activity. We must enlighten it upon 2 points. First, that given effects become void when one first recognizes and then removes their causes, and second, that almost all individual suffering is due to disease of the social organism. Very well. This is the object of the sociological pathology. It will be issued in some 20 folio volumes, treating every species of human suffering, from the most personal and intimate to the great collective struggles arising from the conflicting interests of classes and nations. It will, in short, exhibit the chemical elements whose combination, in various proportions, results in all the ills to which our human flesh is heir. The publication will in every case take as its norm the dignity and happiness of mankind, and seek to indicate the measures and remedies calculated to remove the cause of each deviation. Famous European specialists, physicians, psychologists, and economists will share in the composition of this encyclopedia of suffering. And the General Editorial Bureau at Lugano will act as the reservoir to collect all the articles which shall flow into it. I can read in your eyes the question as to what my share is to be in all these activities. Hear me to the end. This great work will not neglect the belletrist insofar as he deals with human suffering. A volume is projected which shall contain a compilation and brief analysis of such masterpieces of the world's literature as come into question by depicting one or other kind of conflict, for the consolation and instruction of the suffering. This, then, is the task entrusted to your humble servant in the letter you see here. You don't say, Herr Settembrini. Allow me to offer you my heartiest congratulations. That is a magnificent commission, just in your line, I should think. No wonder the League thought of you. And what joy you must feel to aid in the elimination of human suffering. It is a work very broad in its scope, Herr Settembrini said thoughtfully, and will require much consideration and wide reading. Especially, he added, and his gaze seemed to lose itself in the immensity of his task, since literature has regularly chosen to depict suffering, and even second- and third-rate masterpieces treat of it in one form or another. But what of that? So much the better. However comprehensive the work may be, it is at least of a nature that will permit me to carry it on, if needs must, even in this accursed place, though I hope I need not be here long enough to bring it to a conclusion. That is something, he said, moving closer to Hans Castorp, and subduing his voice nearly to a whisper. That is something which can hardly be said of the duties nature lays upon you, engineer. This is what I wanted to bring out. This is the word of warning I have been trying to utter. You know what admiration I feel for your profession, but as it is a practical and not an intellectual calling, you are differently situated from myself, in that you can only pursue it down in the world. Only there can you be a true European. Only there can you actively fight suffering, improve the time, further progress, with your own weapons and in your own way. If I have told you of the task that has fallen to my lot, it is only to remind you, only to recall you to yourself, only to clarify certain conceptions of yours, which the atmospheric conditions up here are obviously beginning to becloud. I would urge it upon you. Hold yourself upright. Preserve your self-respect. Do not give ground to the unknown. Flee from this sink of iniquity, this island of Circe, whereon you are not Odysseus enough to dwell in safety. You will be going on all fours. Already you are inclining toward your forward extremities, and presently you will begin to grunt. Have a care. The humanist had uttered these admonitions in the same low voice, shaking his head impressively. He finished with drawn brows and eyes directed toward the ground. To answer him slightly or jestingly, as Hans Castorp would once have done, was out of the question. The young man weighed that possibility for a second, standing with lowered lids. Then he lifted his shoulders and spoke, no louder than Herr Settembrini. What shall I do? What I told you. You mean go away? Herr Settembrini was silent. What you mean to say is that I should leave for home? It was the advice I gave you on the first evening, engineer. Yes, and then I was free to do so, though it seemed to me silly to throw up the sponge, just because the air up here put me about a bit. But now it is rather a different state of affairs. I have been examined, and Hofrat Behrens told me in so many words that it would be no good my going home. I should only have to come back again, and that if I stopped down there, the whole lobe would be at the devil before you could say Jack Robinson. I know, and now you have the evidence in your pocket. You say that so ironically, with the right kind of irony, of course, that cannot for a moment be misunderstood, the direct and classic device of oratory. You see, I remember the things you say. But do you mean that after you have seen this photograph, after the X-ray and Behrens's diagnosis, you take it upon yourself to advise me to go home? Settembrini hesitated for a second. Then he drew himself up and directed the gaze of his black eyes full upon Hans Castop's face. He answered with an emphasis not quite without theatrical effect. Yes, engineer, I take it upon myself. But Hans Castop's bearing too had stiffened. He stood with his heels together and looked straight at Herr Settembrini in his turn. This time it was a duel. Hans Castop stood his ground. Influences from not far off gave him strength. Here was a schoolmaster, but yonder was a woman with narrow eyes. He made no apologies for his words. He did not beg Herr Settembrini not to take offence. He answered, Then you are more prudent for yourself than for others. You did not go to Barcelona in the face of the doctor's orders. You were afraid of death, and you stopped up here. To a certain point, Herr Settembrini's pose was undeniably shaken. His smile as he answered was slightly forced. I know how to value a ready answer, even though your logic smacks of sophistry. It would disgust me to enter the lists in the sort of rivalry that is too current up here. Otherwise I might reply that my case is far more serious than yours. So much more, in fact, that it is only by artificial means, almost by deliberate self-deception, that I can keep alive the hope of leaving this place and having sight of the world below, before I die. In the moment when that hope can no longer be decently sustained, in that moment I shall turn my back on this establishment and take private lodgings somewhere in the valley. That will be sad, but as the sphere of my labours is the freest, the least material in the world, the change cannot prevent me from resisting the forces of disease and serving the cause of humanity up to my last breath. The difference between us in this respect I have already pointed out to you, engineer. You are not the man to assert your better self in these surroundings. I saw it at our first meeting. You reproach me with not having gone to Barcelona. I submitted to the prohibition, not to destroy myself untimely, but I did so with the most stringent reservations. My spirit protested in pride and anguish against the dictates of my wretched body. Whether that protest survives in you as you comply with the behests of our powers that be, whether it is not rather the body and its evil propensities, to which you lend a ready ear. What have you against the body? Interrupted Hans Castop suddenly, and looking at him with wide blue eyes, the whites of which were veined with blood. He was giddy with his own temerity, and showed as much. Whatever am I saying? He thought. I'm getting out of my depth, but I won't give way now I have begun. I won't give him the last word if I can help it. Of course he will have it anyhow, but never mind. I will make the most of it while I can. He enlarged upon his objection. But you are a humanist, are you not? What can you have to say against the body? Settembrini's smile this time was unforced and confident. What have you against analysis? He quoted, with his head on one side. Are you down on analysis? You will always find me ready to answer you, engineer, he said with a bow and a sweeping downward motion of the hand, particularly when your opposition is spirited. You parry not without elegance. Humanist, yes, certainly I am a humanist. You could never convict me of ascetic inclinations. I affirm, honour and love the body. As I protest, I affirm, honour and love form, beauty, freedom, gaiety, the enjoyment of life. I represent the world, the interest of this life, against a sentimental withdrawal and negation, classicism against romanticism. I think my position is unequivocal. But there is one power, one principle which commands my deepest assent, my highest and fullest allegiance and love. And this power, this principle, is the intellect. However much I dislike hearing that conception of moonshine and cobwebs people call the soul, played off against the body, yet within the antithesis of body and mind, the body is the evil, the devilish principle, for the body is nature, and nature, within the sphere, I repeat, of her antagonism to the mind and to reason, is evil, mystical, and evil. You are a humanist. By all means, I am a humanist, because I am a friend of mankind, like Prometheus, a lover of humanity and human nobility. That nobility is comprehended in the mind, in the reason, and therefore you will level against me in vain the reproach of Christian obscurantism. Hans Castorp demurred. You will, Herr Settembrini persisted, level this approach in vain, if humanistic pride one day learns to feel as a debasement and disgrace the fact that the intellect is bound up with the body and with nature. Did you know that the great Plotinus is said to have made the remark that he was ashamed to have a body? Asked Settembrini. He seemed eager for a reply, and Hans Castorp was constrained to confess that this was the first time he had heard of it. We have it from Porphyrius, an absurd remark, if you like, but the absurd is the intellectually honourable, and nothing can be more pitiable than the reproach of absurdity levelled against the mind as it asserts its dignity against nature and refuses to abdicate before her. Have you heard of the Lisbon earthquake, engineer? An earthquake? No, I see no newspapers up here. You misunderstand me. En passant, let me say it is a pity, and very indicative of the spirit of this place, that you neglect to read the papers. But you misunderstand me. The convulsion of nature to which I refer is not modern. It took place some 150 years ago. I see. Oh, wait, I have it. I have read that Goethe said to his servant that night in his bedchamber— No, it was not of that I was speaking, Settembrini interrupted him, closing his eyes and shaking his small, sallow hand in the air. Besides, you are confusing two catastrophes. You are thinking of the earthquake of Messina. I have in mind the one that visited Lisbon in the year 1755. Pardon. Well, Voltaire was outraged by it. Outraged? That is, how do you mean? He rebelled. Yes, he declined to accept that brutal fatum et factum. His spirit refused to abdicate before it. He protested in the name of reason and the intellect against that scandalous dereliction of nature to which were sacrificed thousands of human lives and 3/4 of a flourishing city. You are astonished, you smile. You may well be astonished. But as for smiling, give me leave to tell you it is out of place. Voltaire's attitude was that of a worthy descendant of those old Gauls that shot their arrows against the heavens. There, engineer, you have the hostility the intellect feels against nature, its proud mistrust, its high-hearted insistence upon the right to criticize her and her evil, reason-denying power. Nature is force, and it is slavish to suffer force, to abdicate before it, to abdicate, that is, inwardly. And there, too, you have the humanistic position, which runs not the slightest risk of involving itself in contradictions or of relapsing into churchly hypocrisy when it sees in the body the antagonist, the representative of the evil principle. The contradiction you imagine you see is at bottom always the same. What have you against analysis? Nothing, when it serves the cause of enlightenment, freedom, progress. Everything when it is pervaded by the horrible haute goutte of the grave. And thus, too, with the body, we are to honour and uphold the body when it is a question of emancipation, of beauty, of freedom of thought, of joy, of desire. We must despise it in so far as it sets itself up as the principle of gravity and inertia, when it obstructs the movement toward light. We must despise it in so far as it represents the principle of disease and death, in so far as its specific essence is the essence of perversity, of decay, sensuality, and shame. These last words Settembrini had uttered standing close to Hans Castorp, very rapidly and tonelessly, as though to make an end of the subject. Succour was nigh for the youth. Joachim entered the reading-room with 2 postcards in his hand. The Italian broke off. and the dexterity with which he altered his tone for one in a lighter and fitting social key was not lost upon his pupil, if so Hans Castorp may be called. "There you are, Lieutenant. Have you been looking for your cousin? I must apologize. We had fallen into conversation. If I am not mistaken, we have even had a slight disagreement. He is not a bad reasoner, your cousin, a by no means contemptible antagonist in an argument, when he takes the notion." End of section 35. Section 36 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 36. Chapter 5. Humaniora. Part 1. Hans Castorp and Joachim Seimsen, arrayed in white trousers and blue blazers, was sitting in the garden after dinner. It was another of those much-lauded October days, bright without being heavy, hot and yet with a tang in the air. The sky above the valley was a deep southern blue, and the pastures beneath, with the cattle tracks running across and across them, still a lively green. From the rugged slopes came the sound of cowbells. The peaceful, simple, melodious tintinnabulation came floating unbroken through the quiet, thin, empty air, enhancing the mood of solemnity that broods over the valley heights. The cousins were sitting on a bench at the end of the garden, in front of a semicircle of young firs. The small open space lay at the northwest of the hedged-in platform, which rose some 50 yards above the valley, and formed the foundations of the Birkhoff building. They were silent. Hans Castorp was smoking. He was also wrangling inwardly with Joachim, who had not wanted to join the society on the veranda after luncheon, and had drawn his cousin against his will into the stillness and seclusion of the garden, until such time as they should go up to their balconies. That was behaving like a tyrant. When it came to that, they were not Siamese twins. It was possible for them to separate, if their inclinations took them in opposite directions. Hans Castorp was not up here to be company for Joachim. He was a patient himself. Thus he grumbled on, and could endure to grumble, for had he not Maria? He sat, his hands in his blazer pockets, his feet in brown shoes stretched out before him, and held the long greyish cigar between his lips, precisely in the centre of his mouth, and drooping a little. It was in the first stages of consumption. He had not yet knocked off the ash from its blunt tip. Its aroma was peculiarly grateful after the heavy meal just enjoyed. It might be true that in other respects getting used to life up here had mainly consisted in getting used to not getting used to it. But for the chemistry of his digestion, the nerves of his mucous membrane, which had been parched and tender, inclined to bleeding, it seemed that the process of adjustment had completed itself. For imperceptibly, in the course of these 9 or 10 weeks, his organic satisfaction in that excellent brand of vegetable stimulant or narcotic had been entirely restored. He rejoiced in a faculty regained. His mental satisfaction heightened the physical. During his time in bed he had saved on the supply of 200 cigars which he had brought with him, and some of these were still left. But at the same time, with his winter clothing from below, there had arrived another 500 of the Bremen make, which he had ordered through Schellin, to make quite sure of not running out. They came in beautiful little varnished boxes, ornamented in gilt with a globe, several medals, and an exhibition building with a flag fluttering above it. As they sat, behold, there came Hofrat Behrens through the garden. He had taken his midday meal in the dining-room to-day, folding his gigantic hands before his place at Frau Salamon's table. After that he had probably been on the terrace, making this suitable personal remark to each and everybody, very likely displaying his trick with the bootlaces for such of the guests as had not seen it. Now he came lounging through the garden, wearing a check tailcoat instead of his smock, and his stiff hat on the back of his head. He, too, had a cigar in his mouth, a very black one, from which he was puffing great white clouds of smoke. His head and face, with the overheated purple cheeks, the snub nose, watery blue eyes, and little clipped moustache, looked small in proportion to the lank, rather warped and stooping figure, and the enormous hands and feet. He was nervous, visibly started when he saw the cousins, and seemed embarrassed over the necessity of passing them.
But he greeted them in his usual picturesque and expansive fashion with, "Behold, behold Timotheus!" going on to invoke the usual blessings on their metabolisms, while he prevented their rising from their seats, as they would have done in his honour. Sit down, no formalities with a simple man like me. Out of place too, you being my patients, both of you. Not necessary, no objection to the status quo." He remained standing before them, holding the cigar between the index and middle fingers of his great right hand. "How's your cabbage leaf, Castorp? Let me see. I'm a connoisseur. That's a good ash. What sort of brown beauty have you here?" "Maria Mancini, Postre de Banquet, Bremen, Herr Hofrat. Costs little or nothing, 19 pfennigs in plain colours, but a bouquet you don't often come across at the price. Sumatra Havana tobacco wrapper, as you see. I am very wedded to them. It's a medium mixture, very fragrant, but cool on the tongue. Suits it to leave the ash long. I don't knock it off more than a couple of times. She has her whims, of course, has Maria, but the inspection must be very thorough, for she doesn't vary much, and draws perfectly even. May I offer you one?" "Thanks, we can exchange," and they drew out their cases. "There's a thoroughbred for you," the Hofrat said, as he displayed his brand. "Temperament, you know, juicy. Got some guts to it. St. Felix, Brazil. I've always stuck to this sort. Regular begone dull care. Burns like brandy, has something fulminating toward the end. But you need to exercise a little caution. Can't light one from the other, you know. More than a fellow can stand. However, better one good mouthful than any number of nibbles." They twirled their respective offerings between their fingers, felt connoisseur-like the slender shapes that possessed, so one might think, some organic quality of life, with their ribs formed by the diagonal parallel edges of the raised, here and there porous, wrapper, the exposed veins that seemed to pulsate, the small inequalities of the skin, the play of light on planes and edges. Hans Castorp expressed it. "A cigar like that is alive. It breathes. Fact, once at home I had the idea of keeping Maria in an airtight tin box to protect her from damp. Would you believe it? She died. Inside of a week she perished. Nothing but leathery corpses left." They exchanged experiences upon the best way to keep cigars, particularly imported ones. The Hofrat loved them. He would have smoked nothing but heavy Havanas, but they did not suit him. He told Hans Castorp about 2 little Henry Clays he had once taken to his heart in an evening company, which had come within an ace of putting him under the sod. "I smoked them with my coffee," he said, "and thought no more of it, but after a while it struck me to wonder how I felt, and I discovered it was like nothing on earth. I don't know how I got home, and once there, well, this time I said to myself, 'You're a goner,' feet and legs like ice, you know, reeking with cold sweat, white as a tablecloth, heart going always for Sunday, sometimes just a thread of a pulse, sometimes pounding like a trip hammer. Cerebration phenomenal. I made sure I was going to toddle off. That is the very expression that occurred to me, because at the time I was feeling as jolly as a sandboy. But not that I wasn't in a funk as well, because I was. I was just one large blue funk all over. Still, funk and felicity aren't mutually exclusive. Everybody knows that. Take a chap who's going to have a girl for the first time in his life. He is in a funk too, and so is she. Yet both of them are simply dissolving with felicity. I was nearly dissolving too. My bosom swelled with pride, and there I was, on the point of toddling off. But the Mylendonk got hold of me and persuaded me it was a poor idea. She gave me a camphor injection, applied ice compresses and friction, and here I am, saved for humanity." The Hofrat's large, goggling blue eyes watered as he told this story. Hans Castorp, seated in his capacity of patient, looked up at him with an expression that betrayed mental activity. "You paint sometimes, don't you, Herr Hofrat?" he asked suddenly. The Hofrat pretended to stagger backwards. "What the deuce? What do you take me for, youngster?" "I beg your pardon. I happened to hear somebody say so, and it just crossed my mind." "Well, then, I won't trouble to lie about it. We're all poor creatures. I admit such a thing has happened. Anch'io sono pittore.
as the Spaniard used to say. "Landscape?" Hans Castorp asked him succinctly, with the air of a connoisseur, circumstances betraying him to this tone. "As much as you like," the Hofrat answered, swaggering out of sheer self-consciousness. "Landscape, still life, animals. Chap like me shrinks from nothing." "No portraits?" "I've even thrown in a portrait or so. Want to give me an order?" "No, but it would be very kind of you to show us your pictures sometime. We should enjoy it." Joachim looked blankly at his cousin, but then hastened to add his assurances that it would be very kind indeed of the Hofrat. Behrens was enchanted at the flattery. He grew red with pleasure. His tears seemed this time actually on the point of falling. "With greatest pleasure," he cried. "On the spot, if you like. Come along with me. I'll brew us a Turkish coffee in my den." He pulled both young men from the bench and walked between them arm in arm, down the gravel path which led, as they knew, to his private quarters in the northwest wing of the building. "I've dabbled a little in that sort of thing myself," Hans Castorp explained. "You don't say? Gone in for it properly? Oils?" "Oh, no. I never went further than a watercolour or so. A ship, a sea-piece, childish efforts. But I'm fond of painting, and so I took the liberty." Joachim, in particular, felt relieved and enlightened by this explanation of his cousin's startling curiosity. It was, in fact, more on his account than on the Hofrat's that Hans Castorp had offered it. They reached the entrance, a much simpler one than the impressive portal on the drive, with its flanking lanterns. A pair of curving steps led up to the oaken house door, which the Hofrat opened with a latch key from his heavy bunch. His hand trembled. He was plainly in a nervous state. They entered an antechamber with clothes racks, where Behrens hung his bowler on a hook, and thence passed into a short corridor which was separated by a glass door from that of the main building. On both sides of this corridor lay the rooms of the small private dwelling. Behrens called a servant and gave an order, then, to a running accompaniment of whimsical remarks, ushered them through a door on the right. They saw a couple of rooms furnished in banal, middle-class taste, facing the valley and opening one into another through a doorway hung with portieres. One was an old German dining-room, the other a living and working-room, with woolen carpets, bookshelves and sofa, and a writing-table above which hung a pair of crossed swords and a student's cap. Beyond was a Turkish smoking cabinet. Everywhere were paintings, the work of the Hofrat. The guests went up to them at once on entering, courteously ready to praise. There were several portraits of his departed wife in oil. Also, standing on the writing-table, photographs of her. She was a thin, enigmatic blonde, portrayed in flowing garments, with her hands, their fingertips just lightly enlaced, against her left shoulder, and her eyes either directed toward heaven or else cast upon the ground, shaded by long, thick, obliquely outstanding eyelashes. Never once was the departed one shown looking directly ahead of her toward the observer. The other pictures were chiefly mountain landscapes, mountains in snow and mountains in summer green, mist-wreathed mountains, mountains whose dry, sharp outline was cut out against a deep blue sky, these apparently under the influence of Segantini. Then there were cowherds' huts and dew-lapped cattle standing or lying in sun-drenched high pastures. There was a plucked fowl, with its long, writhen neck hanging down from a table, among a setting of vegetables. There were flower pieces, types of mountain peasantry, and so on, all painted with a certain brisk dilettantism, the colours boldly dashed onto the canvas, and often looking as though they had been squeezed on out of the tube. They must have taken a long time to dry, but were sometimes effective by way of helping out the other shortcomings. They passed as they would along the walls of an exhibition, accompanied by the master of the house, who now and then gave a name to some subject or other, but was chiefly silent with the proud embarrassment of the artist, tasting the enjoyment of looking on his own works with the eyes of strangers. The portrait of Claudia Schoscha hung on the window wall of the living-room. Hans Castorp spied it out with a quick glance as he entered, though the likeness was but a distant one. Purposely he avoided the spot, detaining his companions in the dining-room, where he affected to admire a fresh green glimpse into the valley of the Serbi, with ice-blue glaciers in the background. Next he passed of his own accord into the Turkish cabinet,
and looked at all it had to show with praises on his lips. Thence back to the living room, beginning with the entrance wall and calling upon Joachim to second his encomiums. But at last he turned with a measured start and said, "But surely that is a familiar face." "You recognize her?" the Hofrat wanted to know. "It is not possible I am mistaken. The lady of the good Russian table with the French name." "Right. Shosha. Glad you think it's like her." Speaking, Hans Castorp lied. He did so less from insincerity than in the consciousness that, on the face of things, he ought not to have been able to recognize her. Joachim could never have done so. Good Joachim, who saw the whole affair now in its true light, after the false one Hans Castorp had first cast upon it, saw how the wool had been pulled over his eyes, and with a murmured recognition applied himself to help look at the painting. His cousin had paid him out for not going into society after luncheon. It was a bust length in half profile, rather under life size, in a wide bevelled frame, black, with an inner beading of gilt. Neck and bosom were bare or veiled, with a soft drapery laid about the shoulders. Frau Schorschau appeared 10 years older than her age, as often happens in amateur portraiture, where the artist is bent on making a character study. There was too much red all over the face. The nose was badly out of drawing, the colour of the hair badly hit off, too straw colour. The mouth was distorted, the peculiar charm of the features ungrasped, or at least not brought out, spoiled by the exaggeration of their single elements. The whole was a rather botched performance, and only distantly related to its original. But Hans Castorp was not particular about the degree of likeness. The relation of this canvas to Frau Schorschau's person was close enough for him. It purported to represent her in these very rooms she had sat for it. That was all he needed. Much moved, he reiterated, "The very image of her."
"Oh, no," the Hofrat demurred. "It was a pretty clumsy piece of work. I don't flatter myself I hit her off very well. Though we had, I suppose, 20 sittings. What can you do with a rum sort of face like that? You might think she would be easy to capture, with those Hyperborean cheekbones and eyes like quacks in a loaf of bread. Yes, there's something about her. If you get the detail right, you botch the ensemble. Riddle of the Sphinx. Do you know her? It would probably be better to paint her from memory instead of having her set. Did you say you knew her?"
"No, that is only superficially, the way one knows people up here."
"Well, I know her under her skin, subcutaneously, you know, blood pressure, tissue tension, lymphatic circulation, all that sort of thing. I've good reason to. It's the superficies makes the difficulty. Have you ever noticed her walk? She slinks. It's characteristic, shows in her face. Take the eyes, for example, not to mention the complexion, though that is tricky too. I don't mean their colour, I'm speaking of the cut, the way they sit in the face. You'd say the eye slit was cut obliquely, but it only looks so. What deceives you is the epicanthus, a racial variation consisting in a sort of ridge of integument that runs from the bridge of the nose to the eyelid and comes down over the inside corner of the eye. If you take your finger and stretch the skin at the base of the nose, the eye looks as straight as any of ours. Quite a taking little dodge, but as a matter of fact, the epicanthus can be traced back to an atavistic vestige. It's a developmental arrest."
"So that's it," Hans Castorp said. "I never knew that, but I've wondered for a long time what it is about eyes like that."
"Vanity," said the Hofrat, "and vexation of spirit. If you simply draw them in slanting, you are lost. You must bring about the obliquity the same way nature does. You must add illusion to illusion, and for that you have to know about the epicanthus. What a man knows always comes in handy. Now look at the skin, the epidermis. Do you find I've managed to make it lifelike or not?"
"Enormously," said Hans Castorp. "Simply enormously. I've never seen skin painted anything like so well. You can fairly see the pores." And he ran the edge of his hand lightly over the bare neck and shoulders, the skin of which, especially by contrast with the exaggerated red of the face, was very white, as though seldom exposed. Whether this effect was premeditated or not, it was rather suggestive. And still Hans Castorp's praise was deserved. The pale shimmer of this tender, though not emaciated bosom, losing itself in the bluish shadows of the drapery, was very lifelike. It was obviously painted with feeling. A sort of sweetness emanated from it, yet the artist had been successful in giving it a scientific realism and precision as well. The roughness of the canvas texture, showing through the paint, had been dexterously employed to suggest the natural unevenness of the skin. This especially in the neighbourhood of the delicate collarbones. A tiny mole at the point where the breasts began to divide had been done with care, and in their rounding surfaces one thought to trace the delicate blue veins. It was as though a scarcely perceptible shiver of sensibility beneath the eye of the beholder were passing over this nude flesh, as though one might see the perspiration, the invisible vapour which the life beneath threw off. As though, were one to press one's lips upon this surface, one might perceive not the smell of paint and fixative, but the odour of the human body. Such at least were Hans Castop's impressions, which we here reproduce, and he, of course, was in a peculiarly susceptible state, but it is none the less true that Frau Schorsch's portrait was by far the most telling piece of painting in the room. Hofrath Behrens rocked back and forth on his heels and the balls of his feet, his hands in his trouser pockets, as he gazed at his work in the company of the cousins. "Delighted," he said, "delighted to find favour in the eyes of a colleague. If a man knows a bit about what goes on under the epidermis, that does no harm either. In other words, if he can paint a little below the surface, and stands in another relation to nature than just the lyrical, so to say. An artist who is a doctor, a physiologist, an anatomist on the side, and has his own little way of thinking about the undersides of things. It all comes in handy, too. It gives you the pas, say what you like. That birthday suit there is painted with science. It is organically correct. You can examine it under the microscope. You can see not only the horny and mucous strata of the epidermis, but I've suggested the texture of the corium underneath, with the oil and sweat glands, the blood vessels and tubercles, and then under that still the layer of fat, the upholstering, you know, full of oil ducts, the underpinning of the lovely female form. What is in your mind as you work runs into your hand and has its influence. It isn't really there, and yet somehow or other it is, and that is what gives the lifelike effect. All this was fuel to Hans Castop's fire. His brow was flushed, his eyes fairly sparkled. He had so much to say he knew not where to begin. In the first place, he had it in mind to remove the picture of Frau Schorsch from the window wall, where it hung somewhat in shadow, and place it to better advantage. Next, he was eager to take up the Hofrath's remarks about the constitution of the skin, which had keenly interested him, and finally he wanted to make some remarks of his own, of a general and philosophical nature, which interested him no less mightily. End of section 36. Section 37 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 37. Chapter 5. Humaniora. Part 2. Laying his hands upon the painting to unhook it, he eagerly began, Yes, indeed, that is all very important. What I'd like to say is, you said, Herr Hofrath, if I understand rightly, you said, in another relation. You said it was good when there was some other relation besides the lyric. I think that was the word you used. The artistic, that is. In short, when one looked at the thing from another point of view. The medical, for example. That's all so enormously to the point, you know. I do beg your pardon, Herr Hofrath, but what I mean is that it is so exactly and precisely right, because, after all, it is not a question of any fundamentally different relations or points of view, but at bottom just variations of one and the same, just shadings of it, so to speak. Variations of one and the same universal interest. The artistic impulse itself being a part and a manifestation of it too, if I may say so. Yes, if you will pardon me, I will take down this picture. There's positively no light here where it hangs. Permit me to carry it over to the sofa. We shall see if it won't look entirely... What I mean to say was, what is the main concern of the study of medicine? I know nothing about it, of course, but after all, isn't its main concern with human beings? and jurisprudence, making laws, pronouncing judgment. Its main concern is with human beings too, and philology, which is nearly always bound up with the profession of pedagogy, and theology, with the care of souls, the office of spiritual shepherd. All of them have to do with human beings. All of them are degrees of one and the same important, the same fundamental interest, the interest in humanity. In other words, they are the humanistic callings, and if you go in for them, you have to study the ancient languages by way of foundation, for the sake of formal training, as they say. Perhaps you are surprised at my talking about them like that, being only a practical man and on the technical side. But I have been thinking about these questions lately, in the rescue, and I find it wonderful. I find it a simply priceless arrangement of things, that the formal, the idea of form, of beautiful form, lies at the bottom of every sort of humanistic calling. It gives it such nobility, I think, such a sort of disinterestedness, and feeling too, and courtliness. It makes a kind of chivalrous adventure out of it. That is to say, I suppose I'm expressing myself very ridiculously, but you can see how the things of the mind and the love of beauty come together, and that they always really have been one and the same. In other words, science and art, and that the calling of being an artist surely belongs with the others as a sort of fifth faculty, because it is too a humanistic calling, a variety of humanistic interest, in so far as its most important theme or concern is with man. You will agree with me on that point. When I experimented in that line in my youth, I never painted anything but ships and water, of course. But, notwithstanding, in my eyes the most interesting branch of painting is, and remains, portraiture, because it has man for its immediate object. That was why I asked at once if you had done anything in that field. Wouldn't this be a far more favourable place for it to hang? Both of them, Behrens no less than Joachim, looked at him amazed. Was he not ashamed of this confused, impromptu harangue? But no, Hans Castorp was far too preoccupied to feel self-conscious. He held the painting against the sofa wall and demanded to know if it did not get a much better light. Just then the servant brought a tray with hot water, a spirit lamp and coffee cups. Behrens motioned them into the cabinet, saying, "Then you must have been more interested in sculpture originally than in painting, I should think. Yes, of course, it gets more light there, if you think it can stand it. I should suppose so, because sculpture concerns itself more purely and exclusively with the human form. But we mustn't let the water boil away." "Quite right, sculpture," Hans Castorp said, as they went. He forgot either to hang up or put down the picture he had been holding, but tugged it with him into the neighbouring room. Certainly a Greek Venus or athlete is more humanistic. It is probably at bottom the most humanistic of all the arts, when one comes to think about it. "Well, as far as little Shosha goes, she is a much better subject for painting than sculpture. Phidias, or that other chap with the mosaic ending to his name, would have stuck up their noses at her style of physiognomy. Hello, where are you going with the ham?" "Pardon me, I'll just lean it here against the leg of my chair. That will do very well for the moment. The Greek sculptors did not trouble themselves about the head and face. Their interest was more with the body. I suppose that was their humanism, and the plasticity of the female form. So that is fat, is it?" "That is fat," the Hofrat said concisely. He had opened a hanging cabinet and taken thence the requisites for his coffee-making: a cylindrical Turkish mill, a long-handled pot, a double receptacle for sugar and ground coffee, all in brass. "Palmitin, stearin, olein," he went on, shaking the coffee beans from a tin box into the mill, which he began to turn. "You see, I make it all myself. It tastes twice as good. Did you think it was ambrosia?" "No, of course I knew. Only it sounds strange to hear it like that," Hans Castorp said. They were seated in the corner between door and window at a bamboo tabouret, which held an oriental brass tray, upon which Behrens had set the coffee machine among the smoking utensils. Joachim was next Behrens, on the ottoman, overflowing with cushions. Hans Castorp sat in a leather armchair on casters, against which he had leaned Frau Schoscha's picture. A gaily coloured carpet was beneath their feet. The Hofrat ladled coffee and sugar into the long-handled pot, added water, and let the brew boil up over the flame of the lamp. It foamed brownly in the little onion-patterned cups, and proved on tasting both strong and sweet.
Your own as well, Behrens said. Your plasticity, so far as you have any, is fat too, though of course not to the same extent as with a woman. With us, fat is only about 5% of the body weight. In females, it is 1/16 of the whole. Without that subcutaneous cell structure of ours, we should all be nothing but fungoid growth. It disappears with time, and then comes the unaesthetic wrinkles in the drapery. The layer is thickest on the female breast and belly, on the front of the thighs, everywhere in short, where there is a little something for heart and hand to take hold of. The soles of the feet are fat and ticklish. Hans Castorp turned the cylindrical coffee mill about in his hands. It was, like the rest of the set, Indian or Persian rather than Turkish. The style of the engraving showed that, with the bright surface of the pattern standing out against the purposely dulled background. He looked at the design, without immediately seeing what it was. When he did, he blushed unawares. "Yes, that is a set for single gentlemen," Behrens said. "I keep it locked up, you see. My kitchen queen might hurt her eyes looking at it. It won't do you gentlemen any harm, I take it. It was given to me by a patient, an Egyptian princess who once honoured us with a year or so of her presence. You see the pattern repeats itself on the whole set. Pretty roguish, what?" "Yes, it is quite unusual," Hans Castorp answered. "Ha ha! No, it doesn't trouble me. But one can take it perfectly seriously, solemnly in fact. Only then it is rather out of place on a coffee machine. The ancients are said to have used such motifs on their sarcophagi. The sacred and the obscene were more or less the same thing to them." "I should say the princess was more for the second," Behrens said. "Anyhow, she still sends me the most wonderful cigarettes. Super finissimos, you know, only sported on first-class occasions." He fetched the garish-coloured box from the cupboard and offered them. Joachim drew his heels together as he received his cigarette. Hans Castorp helped himself to his. It was unusually large and thick, and had a gilt sphinx on it. He began to smoke. It was wonderful, as Behrens had said. "Tell us some more about the skin," he begged the Hofrat. "That is, if you will be so kind." He had taken Frau Schorsch's portrait on his knee, and was gazing at it, leaning back in his chair, the cigarette between his lips. "Not about the fat layer, we know about that now. About the human skin in general, that you know so well how to paint." "About the skin? You are interested in physiology?" "Very much, yes. I've always felt a good deal of interest in it. The human body? Yes, I've always had an uncommon turn for it. I've sometimes asked myself whether I ought not to have been a physician. It wouldn't have been a bad idea in a way, because if you're interested in the body, you must be interested in disease. Specially interested, isn't that so? But it doesn't signify. I might have been such a lot of things. For example, a clergyman." "Indeed?" "Yes, I've sometimes had the idea I should have been decidedly in my element there." "How did you come to be an engineer, then?" "I just happened to... It was more or less outward circumstances that decided the matter." "Well, about the skin. What do you want to hear about your sensory sheath? You know, don't you, that it is your outside brain, ontogenetically the same as that apparatus in the so-called higher centres up there in your cranium. The central nervous system is nothing but a modification of the outer skin layer. Among the lower animals, the distinction between central and peripheral doesn't exist. They smell and taste with their skin. It is the only sensory organ they have. Must be rather nice if you can put yourself in their place. On the other hand, in such highly differentiated forms of life as you and I are, the skin has fallen from its higher state. It has to confine itself to feeling ticklish, that is to say, to being simply a protective and registering apparatus, but devilishly on the qui vive for anything that tries to come too close about the body. It even puts out feelers, the body hairs, which are nothing but hardened skin cells, and they get wind of the approach of whatever it is, before the skin itself is touched. Just between ourselves, it is quite possible that this protecting and defending function of the skin extends beyond the physical. Do you know what makes you go red and pale?" "Not very precisely." "Well, neither do we. Very precisely, to be frank. At least, as far as blushing is concerned. The situation is not quite clear.
for the dilatory muscles, which are presumably set in action by the vasomotor nerves, haven't yet been demonstrated in relation to the blood vessels. How the cock really swells its comb, or any of the other well-known instances come about, is still a mystery, particularly where it is a question of emotional influences in play. We assume that a connection subsists between the outer rind of the cerebrum and the vascular centre of the medulla. Certain stimuli, for example, let us say, like your being powerfully embarrassed, set up the connection, and the nerves that control the blood vessels function toward the face, and they expand and fill, and you get a face like a turkey cock, all swelled up with blood, so you can't see out of your eyes. On the other hand, suppose you are in suspense. Something is going to happen, maybe something tremendously beautiful, for aught I care. The blood vessels that feed the skin contract. It gets pale and cold and sunken. You look like a dead man, with big lead-coloured eye sockets and a peaked nose. But the sympathicus makes your heart thump away like a good fellow.
So that is how it happens, Hans Castorp said.
Something like that. Those are reactions, you know, but it is the nature of reactions and reflexes to have a reason for happening. We are beginning to suspect, we physiologists, that the phenomena accompanying emotion are really defense mechanisms, protective reflexes of the system. Gooseflesh now. Do you know how you come to have gooseflesh?
Not very clearly either, I'm afraid.
That is a little contrivance of the sebaceous glands, which secrete the fatty, albuminous substance that oils your skin and keeps it supple and pleasant to feel of. Not very appetizing, maybe, but without it the skin would be all withered and cracked. Without the cholesterol, it is hard to imagine touching the human skin at all. These sebaceous glands have little erectora muscles that act upon them, and when they do so, then you are like the lad when the princess poured the pail of minnows over him. Your skin gets like a file, and if the stimulus is very powerful, the hair ducts are erected too. The hair on your head bristles up, and the little hairs on your body, like quills upon the fretful porcupine, and you can say, like the youth in the story, that now you know how to shiver and shake.
Oh, said Hans Castorp, I know how already. I shiver rather easily on all sorts of provocation. Only what surprises me is that the glands are erected for such different reasons. It gives one gooseflesh to hear a slate pencil run across a piece of glass. And when you hear particularly beautiful music, you suddenly find you have it too. And when I was confirmed and took my first communion, I had one shiver after another. It seemed as though the prickling and stickling would never leave off. Imagine those little muscles acting for such different reasons.
Oh, Baron said, tickling's tickling. The body doesn't give a hang for the content of the stimulus. It may be minnows, it may be the Holy Ghost, but the sebaceous glands are erected just the same.
Hans Castorp regarded the picture on his knee.
Herr Hofrat,
he said, I wanted to come back to something you said a moment ago about internal processes, lymphatic action, and that sort of thing. Tell us about it, particularly about the lymphatic system. It interests me tremendously.
I believe you, Barnes responded. The lymph is the most refined, the most rarefied, the most intimate of the body juices. I dare say you had an inkling of the fact in your mind when you asked. People talk about the blood and the mysteries of its composition, and what an extraordinary fluid it is. But it is the lymph that is the juice of juices, the very essence, you understand. Ichor, blood milk, crème de la crème. As a matter of fact, after a fatty diet, it does look like milk.
And he went on in his lively and whimsical phraseology to gratify Hans Castorp's desire. At first he characterized the blood, a serum composed of fat, albumin, iron, sugar and salt, crimson as an opera cloak, the product of respiration and digestion, saturated with gases, laden with waste products, which was pumped at 98.4 degrees of heat from the heart through the blood vessels and kept up metabolism and animal warmth throughout the body. In other words, sweet life itself. But, he said, the blood did not come into immediate contact with the body cells. What happened was that the pressure at which it was pumped caused a milky extract of it to sweat through the walls of the blood vessels and so into the tissues so that it filled every tiny interstice and cranny and caused the elastic cell tissue to distend. The distension of the tissues, or turgor, pressed the lymph, after it had nicely swilled out of the cells, and exchanged matter with them into the vasa lymphatica, the lymphatic cells, and so back into the blood again, at the rate of 1.5 liters a day.
He went on to speak of the lymphatic tubes and absorbent vessels, described the secretion of the breast milk, which collected lymph from legs, abdomen and breast, one arm and one side of the head, described the very delicately constructed filters called lymphatic glands, which were placed at certain points in the lymphatic system, in the neck, the armpit, and the elbow joint, the hollow under the knee, and other soft and intimate parts of the body. Swellings may occur in these places, Behrens explained. Indurations of the lymphatic glands, let us say, in the knee pan or the arm joint, dropsical tumours here and there, and we base our diagnosis on them. They always have a reason, though not always a very pretty one. Under such circumstances, there is more than a suspicion of tubercular congestion of the lymphatic vessels. Hans Castorp was silent a little space. Yes, he said then in a low voice, it is true I might very well have been a doctor. The flow of the breast milk, the lymph of the legs, all that interests me very, very much. What is the body? He rhapsodically burst forth. What is the flesh? What is the physical being of man? What is he made of? Tell us this afternoon, Herr Hofrath. Tell us exactly, and once and for all, so that we may know. Of water, answered Behrens. So you're interested in organic chemistry too. The human body consists, much the larger part of it, of water, no more and no less than water, and nothing to get wrought up about. The solid parts are only 25% of the whole, and of that 20 are ordinary white of egg, protein, if you want to use a handsomer word. Besides that, a little fat and a little salt, that's about all. But the white of egg, what is that? Various primary substances, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, sulfur, sometimes phosphorus. Your scientific curiosity is running away with itself. Some albumins are in composition with carbohydrates, that is to say, grape sugar and starch. In old age, the flesh becomes tough. That is because the collagen increases in the connective tissue. The lime, you know, the most important constituent of the bones and cartilage. What else shall I tell you? In the muscle plasma, we have an albumin called fibrin. When death occurs, it coagulates in the muscular tissue and causes the rigor mortis. Right-o, I see, the rigor mortis, Hans Castorp said blithely. Very good, very good. And then comes the general analysis, the anatomy of the grave. Yes, of course, but how well you put it. Yes, the movement becomes general. You flow away, so to speak. Remember all that water? The remaining constituents are very unstable. Without life, they are resolved by putrefaction into simpler combinations, anorganic. Dissolution, putrefaction, said Hans Castorp. They're the same thing as combustion, combination with oxygen. Am I right? To a T. Oxidization. And life? Oxidization too, the same. Yes, young man, life too is primarily oxidization of the cellular albumin, which gives us that beautiful animal warmth, of which sometimes we have more than we need. Tut, living consists in dying. No use mincing the matter. Une destruction organique, as some Frenchman with his native levity has called it. It smells like that too. If we don't think so, our judgment is corrupted. And if one is interested in life, one must be particularly interested in death, mustn't one? Oh well, after all, there is some sort of difference. Life is life, which keeps the form through change of substance. Why should the form remain? Said Hans Castorp. Why? Young man, what you are saying now sounds far from humanistic. Form is folderol. Well, you are certainly in great form today. You're regularly kicking over the traces. But I must drop out now, said the Hofrath. I am beginning to feel melancholy. And he laid his huge hand over his eyes. I can feel it coming on. You see, I've drunk coffee with you, and it tasted good to me, and all of a sudden it comes over me that I'm going to be melancholy. You gentlemen must excuse me. It was an extra occasion. I enjoyed it no end. The cousins had sprung up. They reproached themselves for having taxed the Hofrath's patience so long. He made proper protest. Hans Castorp hastened to carry Frau Schorschau's portrait into the next room and hang it once more on the wall. They did not need to retraverse the garden to arrive at their own quarters. Behrens directed them through the building and accompanied them to the dividing glass door. In the mood that had come over him so unexpectedly, his goggling eyes blinked, and the bone of his neck stuck out, both more than ever. His upper lip, with that clipped, one-sided moustache, had taken on a querulous expression. As they went along the corridor, Hans Castorp said to his cousin, "Confess that it was a good idea of mine." "It was a change, at least," responded Joachim. "And you certainly took occasion to air your views on a good many subjects. It was a bit complicated for me. It is high time now that we went in to the rescue. We shall have at least 20 minutes before tea. You probably think it is folderol to pay so much attention to it now that you've taken to kicking over the traces. But you don't need it so much as I do, after all." End of section 37. Section 38 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 38. Chapter 5. Research. Part 1. And now came on, as come it must, what Hans Castorp had never thought to experience, the winter of the place, the winter of these high altitudes. Joachim knew it already. It had been in full blast when he arrived the year before, but Hans Castorp rather dreaded it, however well he felt himself equipped. Joachim sought to reassure him. "You must not imagine it grimmer than it is," he said. "Not really Arctic. You will feel the cold less on account of the dryness of the air and the absence of wind. It's the thing about the change of temperature above the fog line. They've found out lately that it gets warmer in the upper reaches, something they did not know before. I should say it is actually colder when it rains. But you have your sleeping bag, and they turn on the heat when they absolutely must." And in fact there could be no talk of violence or surprises. The winter came mildly on, at first no different from many a day they had seen in the height of summer. The wind had been 2 days in the south. The sun bore down. The valley seemed shrunken. The side walls at its mouth looked near and bald. Clouds came up behind Piz Michel and Tinzenhorn, and drove northeastwards. It rained heavily. Then the rain turned foul, a whitish grey mingled with snowflakes. Soon it was all snow, the valley full of flurry. It kept on and on. The temperature fell appreciably, so that the fallen snow could not quite melt, but lay covering the valley with a wet and threadbare white garment, against which showed black the pines on the slopes. In the dining room the radiators were lukewarm. That was at the beginning of November, All Souls, and there was no novelty about it. In August it had been even so. They had long left off regarding snow as a prerogative of winter. White traces lingered after every storm in the crannies of the rocky Ratikon, the chain that seemed to guard the end of the valley, and the distant monarchs to the south were always in snow. But the storm and the fall in the temperature both continued. A pale grey sky hung low over the valley. It seemed to dissolve in flakes and fall soundlessly and ceaselessly, till one almost felt uneasy. It turned colder by the hour. A morning came when the thermometer in Hans Castorp's room registered 44 degrees. The next morning it was only 40 degrees. That was cold. It kept within bounds, but it persisted. It had frozen at night. Now it froze in the daytime as well, and all day long. And it snowed with brief intervals through the 4th, the 5th, and the 7th days. The snow mounted apace, became a nuisance. Paths had been shovelled as far as the bench by the watercourse, and on the drive down to the valley, but these were so narrow that you could only walk single file. And if you met anyone, you must step off the pavement and at once sink knee-deep in snow. A stone roller, drawn by a horse, with a man at his halter, rolled all day long up and down the streets of the Cure, while a yellow diligence on runners, looking like an old-fashioned Frankish post-coach, plied between village and Cure, with a snow-plough attached in front, shovelling the white masses aside. This world, this narrow, lofty, isolated world up here, looked now well wadded and upholstered indeed. No pillar or post but wore its white cap. The steps up to the entrance of the Berghof had turned into an inclined plane. Heavy cushions in the drollest shapes weighed down the branches of the Scotch firs. Now and then one slid off and raised up a cloud of powdery white dust in its fall. Round about, the heights lay smothered in snow. their lower regions rugged with the evergreen growth, their upper parts, beyond the timber line, softly covered up to their many-shaped summits. The air was dark, the sun but a pallid apparition behind a veil, yet a mild reflected brightness came from the snow, a milky gleam whose light became both landscape and human beings, even though these latter did show red noses under their white or gaily coloured woollen caps. In the dining-room, the onset of winter, the season of the region, was the subject of conversation at all 7 tables. Many tourists and sportsmen were said to have arrived and taken up residence at the hotels in the Dorf and the Platz. The height of the piled-up snow was estimated at 2 feet. Its consistency was said to be ideal for skiing. The bob run, which led down from the northwestern slope of the Schatzalp into the valley, was zealously worked on. It would be possible to open it in the next few days, unless a thaw put out all calculations. Everyone looked forward eagerly to the activities of these sound people down below, to the sports and races which it was forbidden to attend, but which numbers of the patients resolved to see by cutting the rescuer and slipping out of the Birkhoff. Hans Castorp heard of a new sport that had come from Scandinavia, ski-joring. It consisted in races in which the participants were drawn by horses while standing on their skis. It was to see this that so many of the patients had resolved to slip out. There was talk, too, of Christmas. Christmas! Hans Castorp had never once thought of it. To be sure, he had blithely said and written that he must spend the winter up here with Joachim, because of what the doctors had discovered to be the state of his health, but now he was startled to realize that Christmas would be included in the programme. Perhaps because, and yet not entirely because, he had never spent the Christmas season anywhere but in the bosom of the family. Well, if he must, he must. He would have to put up with it. He was no longer a child. Joachim seemed not to mind, or else to have adjusted himself uncomplainingly to the prospect. And, after all, he said to himself, think of all the places and all the conditions in which Christmas has been celebrated before now. Yet it did seem to him rather premature to begin thinking about Christmas, even before the Advent season, 6 weeks at least before the holiday. True, such an interval was easily overleaped by the guests in the dining hall. It was a mental process in which Hans Castorp had already some facility, though he had not yet learned to practice it in the grand style, as the older inhabitants did. Christmas, like other holidays in the course of the year, served them for a fulcrum, or a vaulting pole, with which to leap over empty intervening spaces. They all had fever, their metabolism was accelerated, their bodily process accentuated, keyed up. All this perhaps accounted for the wholesale way they could put time behind them. It would not have greatly surprised him to hear them discount the Christmas holiday as well, and go on at once to speak of the New Year and Carnival. But no, so capricious and unstable as this they were not in the Birkhoff dining-room. Christmas gave them pause. It gave them even matters for concern and brain-racking. It was customary to present Hofrat Behrens with a gift on Christmas Eve, for which a collection was taken up among the guests. And this gift was the subject of much deliberation. A meeting was called. Last year, so the old inhabitants said, they had given him a travelling trunk. This year a new operating table had been considered, an easel, a fur coat, a rocking chair, an inlaid ivory stethoscope. Settembrini asked for suggestions, proposed that they give the Hofrat a newly projected encyclopaedic work called The Sociology of Suffering, but he found only one person to agree with him, a book-dealer who sat at Hermine Kleefeld's table. In short, no decision had been reached. There was difficulty about coming to an agreement with the Russian guests. A divergence of views arose. The Muscovites declared their preference for making an independent gift. Frau Storr went about for days quite outraged on account of a loan of 10 francs which she inadvisedly laid out for Frau Iltis at the meeting, and which the latter had forgotten to return. She forgot it. The shades of meaning Frau Storr contrived to convey in this word were many and varied, but one and all expressive of an entire disbelief in Frau Iltis's lack of memory, which, it appeared, had been proof against the hints and proddings Frau Storr freely admitted having administered. Several times she declared she would resign herself, make Frau Iltis a present of the sum. "I'll pay for both of us," she said. "Then my skirts will be cleared." But in the end she hit upon another plan and communicated it to her table-mates, to their great delight.
She had the management refund her the 10 francs and insert it in Frau Iltis's weekly bill. Thus was the reluctant debtor outwitted, and at least this phase of the matter settled. It had stopped snowing. The sky began to clear. The blue-grey cloud masses parted to admit glimpses of the sun, whose rays gave a bluish cast to the scene. Then it grew altogether fair. A bright hard frost and settled winter splendour reigned in the middle of November. The arch of the loggia framed a glorious panorama of snow-powdered forest, softly filled passes and ravines, white sunlit valleys, and radiant blue heavens above all. In the evening, when the almost full moon appeared, the world lay in enchanted splendour, marvellous. Crystal and diamond it glittered far and wide. The forest stood up very black and white. The quarter of the heavens where the moon was not showed deeply dark, embroidered with stars. On the flashing surface of the snow, shadows so strong, so sharp and clearly outlined that they seemed almost more real than the objects themselves, fell from houses, trees and telegraph poles. An hour or so after sunset there would be some 14 degrees of frost. The world seemed spellbound in icy purity, its earthly blemishes veiled. It lay fixed in a death-like, enchanted trance. Hans Castorp stopped until far into the night in his balcony above the ensorcelled winter scene, much longer than Joachim, who retired at 10 or a little later. His excellent chair, with the sectional mattress and the neck-roll, he pulled close to the snow-cushioned balustrade. At his hand was the white table with the burning nightlight, a stack of books, and a glass of creamy milk, the evening milk which was brought to each of the guests' rooms at 9 o'clock. Hans Castorp put a dash of cognac in his to make it more palatable. Already he had availed himself of all his means of protection against the cold. The entire outfit lay ensconced well up to his chest in the buttoned-up sleeping-sack he had acquired in one of the well-furnished shops in the Platz, with the 2 camel-hair rugs folded over in accordance with the ritual. He wore his winter suit, with a short fur jacket atop, a woolen cap, felt boots, and heavily lined gloves, which, however, could not prevent the stiffening of his fingers. What held him so late, often until midnight and beyond, long after the bad Russian pair had left their lodge, was partly the magic of the winter night, into which, until 11, were woven the mounting strains of music from near and far. But even more it was the inertia and excitement, both of these at once and in combination, bodily inertia, the physical fatigue which hated any idea of moving, and mental excitement, the busy preoccupation of his thoughts with certain new and fascinating studies upon which the young man had embarked, and which left his brain no rest. The weather affected him. His organism was stimulated by the cold. He ate enormously, attacking the mighty Birkhoff meals, where the roast goose followed upon the roast beef, with the usual Birkhoff appetite, which was always even larger in winter than in summer. At the same time he had a perpetual craving for sleep. In the daytime, as well as on the moonlit evenings, he would drop off over his books, and then, after a few minutes' unconsciousness, betake himself again to research. Talk fatigued him. He was far more inclined than had been his habit to rapid, unrestrained, even reckless speech. But if he talked with Joachim, as they went on their snowy walks, he was liable to be overtaken by giddiness and trembling, would feel dazed and tipsy, and the blood would mount to his head. His curve had gone up since the oncoming of winter, and Hofrat Behrens had let fall something about injections. These were usually given in cases of obstinate high temperature, and Joachim and at least 2/3 of the guests had them, but he himself felt sure that the increase in his bodily heat had to do with the mental activity and excitation which kept him in his chair on the balcony until deep into the glittering, frosty night. The reading which held him so late suggested such an explanation to his mind. No little reading was done in the rest halls and private loggias of the International Sanatorium Birkhoff, largely, however, by the newcomers and short-timers, for the patients of many months or years' standing had long learned to kill time without mental effort or means of distraction by dint of a certain inner virtuosity they came to possess. They even considered it beginner's awkwardness to glue yourself to a book. It was enough to have one lying in your lap or on your little table, in case of need. The collection of the establishment was an amplification of the literature found in the dentist's waiting-room in many languages, profusely illustrated and offered free of charge.
The guests exchanged volumes from the loan library down in the Platz. Now and again there would be a book for which everybody scrambled, even the condescending old inhabitants reaching out their hands with ill-concealed eagerness. At the moment it was a cheap paperbacked volume, introduced by Herr Albin, and entitled The Art of Seduction, a very literal translation from the French, preserving even the syntax of that language, and thus gaining in elegance and pungency of presentation. In matter, it was an exposition of the philosophy of sensual passion, developed in a spirit of debonair and man-of-the-worldly paganism. Frau Storr had read it early, and pronounced it simply ravishing. Frau Magnus, the same who had lost her albumen tolerance, agreed unreservedly. Her husband, the brewer, purported to have profited personally by a perusal, but regretted that his wife should have taken up that sort of thing, because such reading spoiled the woman and gave them immodest ideas. His remarks not a little increased the circulation of the volume. Two ladies of the lower rest hall, Frau Reddish, the wife of a Polish industrial magnate, and Frau Hesselfield, a widow from Berlin, both of these new arrivals since October, claimed the book at the same time, and a regrettable incident arose after dinner. Yes, more than regrettable, for there was a violent scene, overheard by Hans Castorp, in his loggia above. It ended in spasms of hysteria on the part of one of the women. It might have been Frau Reddish, but equally well it might have been Frau Hesselfield, and she was borne away beside herself to her own room. The youth of the place had got hold of the treatise before those of riper years, studying it in part in groups after supper in their various rooms. Hans Castorp himself saw the youth with the fingernail hand it to Franchen Oberdank in the dining-room. She was a new arrival, and a light case, a flaxen-haired young thing whose mother had just brought her to the sanatorium. There may have been exceptions. There may have been those who employed the hours of the rest cure with some serious intellectual occupation, some conceivably profitable study, either by way of keeping in touch with life in the lowlands, or in order to give weight and depth to the passing hour, that it might not be pure time and nothing else besides. Perhaps here and there was one, not of course to mention Herr Setimbrini with his zeal for eliminating human suffering, or Joachim with his Russian primer. Yes, there might be one or two thus occupied, if not among the guests in the dining-room, which seemed not very likely, then among the bedridden and moribund. Hans Castorp inclined to believe it. He himself, after imbibing all that ocean steamships had to offer him, had ordered certain books from home, some of them bearing on his profession, and they had arrived with his winter clothing, scientific engineering, technique of shipbuilding and the like. But these volumes lay now neglected in favour of other textbooks belonging to quite a different field, an interest in which had seized upon the young man. Anatomy, physiology, biology, works in German, French and English, sent up to the Berkhof by the book dealer in the village, obviously because Hans Castorp had ordered them, as was indeed the case. He had done so of his own motion, without telling anyone, on a solitary walk he took down to the Platz, while Joachim was occupied with the weekly weighing or injection. His cousin was surprised when he saw the books in Hans Castorp's hands. They were expensive, as scientific works always are. The prices were marked on the wrappers and inside the front covers. Joachim asked why, if his cousin wanted to read such books, he had not borrowed them from the Hofrat, who surely possessed a well-chosen stock. The young man answered that it was quite a different thing to read when the book was one's own. For his part, he loved to mark them and underline passages in pencil. Joachim could hear, hours on end, the noise made by the paper-knife going through the uncut leaves. The volumes were heavy, unhandy. Hans Castorp propped them against his chest or stomach as he lay. They were heavy, but he did not mind. Lying there, his mouth half open, he let his eye glide down the learned page, upon which fell the light of his red-shaded lamp, though he might have read, if need were, by the brilliance of the moonlight alone. He read, following the lines down the page with his head, until at the bottom his chin lay sunk upon his chest, and in this position the reader would pause perhaps for reflection, dozing a little or musing in half-slumber, before lifting his eyes to the next page. He probed profoundly, while the moon took its appointed way above the crystalline splendours of the mountain valley. He read of organized matter, of the properties of protoplasm, that sensitive substance maintaining itself in extraordinary fluctuation between building up and breaking down, of form developing out of rudimentary but always present primordia, read with compelling interest of life and its sacred, impure mysteries. End of section 38. Section 39 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 39. Chapter 5. Research. Part 2. What was life? No one knew. It was undoubtedly aware of itself so soon as it was life, but it did not know what it was. Consciousness, as exhibited by susceptibility to stimulus, was undoubtedly, to a certain degree, present in the lowest, most undeveloped stages of life. It was impossible to fix the first appearance of conscious processes at any point in the history of the individual of the race, impossible to make consciousness contingent upon, say, the presence of a nervous system. The lowest animal forms had no nervous systems, still less a cerebrum. Yet no one would venture to deny them the capacity for responding to stimuli. One could suspend life, not merely particular sense organs, not only nervous reactions, but life itself. One could temporarily suspend the irritability to sensation of every form of living matter in the plant, as well as in the animal kingdom. One could narcotize ova and spermatozoa with chloroform, chloral hydrate, or morphine. Consciousness, then, was simply a function of matter organized into life, a function that in higher manifestations turned upon its avatar and became an effort to explore and explain the phenomenon it displayed, a hopeful, hopeless project of life to achieve self-knowledge, nature in recall, and vainly, in the event, since she cannot be resolved in knowledge, nor life, when all is said, listen to itself. What was life? No one knew. No one knew the actual point whence it sprang, whence it kindled itself. Nothing in the domain of life seemed uncausated, or insufficiently causated, from that point on. But life itself seemed without antecedent. If there was anything that might be said about it, it was this: it must be so highly developed structurally that nothing, even distantly related to it, was present in the inorganic world. Between the protean amoeba and the vertebrate, the difference was slight, unessential, as compared to that between the simplest living organism and that nature which did not even deserve to be called dead, because it was inorganic. For death was only the logical negation of life. But between life and inanimate nature yawned a gulf, which research strove in vain to bridge. They tried to close it with hypotheses, which it swallowed down without becoming any the less deep or broad. Seeking for a connecting link, they had condescended to the preposterous assumption of structureless living matter, unorganized organisms, which darted together of themselves in the albumin solution like crystals in the mother liquor. Yet organic differentiation still remained at once condition and expression of all life. One could point to no form of life that did not owe its existence to procreation by parents. They had fished the primeval slime out of the depth of the sea, and great had been the jubilation. But the end of it all had been shame and confusion, for it turned out that they had mistaken a precipitate of sulphate of lime for protoplasm. But then, to avoid giving pause before a miracle, for life that built itself up out of, and fell in decay into, the same sort of matter as inorganic nature, would have been, happening of itself, miraculous. They were driven to believe in a spontaneous generation, that is, in the emergence of the organic from the inorganic, which was just as much of a miracle. Thus they went on, devising intermediate stages and transitions, assuming the existence of organisms which stood lower down than any yet known, but themselves had as forerunners still more primitive efforts of nature to achieve life, primitive forms of which no one would ever catch sight, for they were all of less than microscopic size, and previously to whose hypothetic existence the synthesis of protean compounds must already have taken place. What, then, was life? It was warmth, the warmth generated by a form-preserving instability, a fever of matter, which accompanied the process of ceaseless decay and repair of albumin molecules that were too impossibly complicated, too impossibly ingenious in structure. It was the existence of the actually impossible to exist, of a half-sweet, half-painful balancing, or scarcely balancing, in this restricted and feverish process of decay and renewal upon the point of existence. It was not matter, and it was not spirit, but something between the two, a phenomenon conveyed by matter, like the rainbow on a waterfall, and like the flame. Yet why not material? It was sentient to the point of desire and disgust. The shamelessness of matter becomes sensible of itself, the incontinent form of being. It was a secret and ardent stirring in the frozen chastity of the universal. It was a stolen and voluptuous impurity of sucking and secreting, an exhalation of carbonic acid gas, and material impurities of mysterious origin and composition. It was a pullulation, an unfolding, a form-building, made possible by the overbalance of its instability, yet controlled by the laws of growth inherent within it, of something brewed out of water, albumen, salt and fats, which was called flesh, and which became form, beauty, a lofty image, and yet all the time the essence of sensuality and desire. For this form and beauty were not spirit-born, nor, like the form and beauty of sculpture, conveyed by a neutral and spirit-consumed substance, which could, in all purity, make beauty perceptible to the senses. Rather, it was conveyed and shaped by the somehow awakened voluptuousness of matter, of the organic, dying, living substance itself, the reeking flesh. As he lay there above the glittering valley, lapped in the bodily warmth preserved to him by fur and wool, in the frosty night illumined by the brilliance from a lifeless star, the image of life displayed itself to young Hans Castorp. It hovered before him, somewhere in space, remote from his grasp, yet near his sense. This body, this opaquely whitish form, giving out exhalations, moist, clammy, the skin with all its blemishes and native impurities, with its spots, pimples, discolorations, irregularities, its horny, scale-like regions, covered over by soft streams and walls of rudimentary lanugo. It learned there, set off against the cold lifelessness of the inanimate world, in its own vaporous sphere, relaxed, the head crowned with something cool, horny and pigmented, which was an outgrowth of its skin. The hands clasped the back of the neck. It looked down at him beneath drooping lids, out of eyes made to appear slanting by a racial variation in the lid formation. Its lips were half open, even a little curled. It rested its weight on one leg. The hip bone stood out sharply under the flesh, while the other, relaxed, nestled its slightly bent knee against the inside of the supporting leg, and poised the foot only upon the toes. It leaned thus, turning to smile, the gleaming elbows akimbo, in the paired symmetry of its limbs and trunk. The acrid, steaming shadows of the armpits corresponded in a mystic triangle to the pubic darkness, just as the eyes did to the red epithelial mouth-opening, and the red blossoms of the breast to the navel lying perpendicularly below. Under the impulsion of a central organ and of the motor nerves originating in the spinal marrow, chest and abdomen functioned. The peritoneal cavity expanded and contracted. The breath, warmed and moistened by the mucous membrane of the respiratory canal, saturated with secretions, streamed out between the lips, after it had joined its oxygen to the hemoglobin of the blood in the air cells of the lungs. For Hans Castorp understood that this living body, in the mysterious symmetry of its blood-nourished structure, penetrated throughout by nerves, veins, arteries, and capillaries, with its inner framework of bones, marrow-filled tubular bones, blade bones, vertebrae, which, with the addition of lime, had developed out of the original gelatinous tissue and grown strong enough to support the body weight, with the capsules and well-oiled cavities, ligaments, and cartilages of its joints, its more than 200 muscles, its central organs that served for nutrition and respiration, for registering and transmitting stimuli, its protective membranes, serous cavities, its glands rich in secretions, with the system of vessels and fissures of its highly complicated interior surface, communicating through the body openings with the outer world. He understood that this ego was a living unit of a very high order, remote indeed from those very simple forms of life which breathed took in nourishment, even thought, with the entire surface of their bodies. He knew it was built up out of the myriads of such small organisms, which had had their origin in a single one, which had multiplied by recurrent division, adapted themselves to the most varied uses and functions, separated, differentiated themselves, thrown out forms which were the condition and result of their growth. This body, then, which hovered before him, this individual living I, was a monstrous multiplicity of breathing and self-nourishing individuals, which, through organic conformation and adaptation to special ends, had parted to such an extent with their essential individuality, their freedom and living immediacy, had so much become anatomic elements that the functions of some had become limited to sensibility toward light, sound, contact, warmth. Others only understood how to change their shape, or produce digestive secretions through contraction. Others again were developed and functional to no other end than protection, support, the conveyance of the body juices, or reproduction. There were modifications of this organic plurality united to form the higher ego, cases where the multitude of subordinate entities were only grouped in a loose and doubtful way to form a higher living unit. The student buried himself in the phenomenon of cell colonies. He read about half-organisms, algae, whose single cells, enveloped in a mantle of gelatine, often lay apart from one another, yet were multiple cell formations, which, if they had been asked, would not have known whether to be rated as a settlement of single-celled individuals or as an individual single unit, and in bearing witness would have vacillated quaintly between the I and the we. Nature here presented a middle stage between the highly social union of countless elementary individuals to form the tissues and organs of a superior I, and the free individual existence of these simpler forms. The multiple-celled organism was only a stage in the cyclic process, which was the course of life itself, a periodic revolution from procreation to procreation. The act of fructification, the sexual merging of two-cell bodies, stood at the beginning of the upbuilding of every multiple-celled individual, as it did at the beginning of every row of generations of single elementary forms, and led back to itself. For this act carried through many species, which had no need of it to multiply by means of proliferation, until a moment came when the non-sexually produced offspring found themselves once more constrained to a renewal of the copulative function, and the circle came full. Such was the multiple state of life, sprung from the union of two parent cells, the association of many non-sexually originated generations of cell units. Its growth meant their increase, and the generative circle came full again, when sex cells, specially developed elements for the purpose of reproduction, had established themselves and found the way to a new mingling that drove life on afresh. Our young adventurer, supporting a volume of embryology in the pit of his stomach, followed the development of the organism from the moment when the spermatozoon, first among a host of its fellows, forced itself forward by a lashing motion of its hinder part, struck with its forepart against the gelatine mantle of the egg, and bored its way into the mount of conception, which the protoplasm of the outside of the ovum arched against its approach. There was no conceivable trick or absurdity which would not have pleased nature to commit by way of variation upon this fixed procedure. In some animals, the male was a parasite in the intestine of the female. In others, the male parent reached with his arm down the gullet of the female to deposit the semen within her, after which, bitten off and spat out, it ran away by itself upon its fingers, to the confusion of scientists, who for long had given it Greek and Latin names as an independent form of life. Hans Castorp lent an ear to the learned strife between Ovists and Animalculists, the first of whom asserted that the egg was in itself the complete little frog, dog, or human being, the male elements being only the incitement to its growth, while the second saw in a spermatozoon, possessing head, arms, and legs, the perfected form of life shadowed forth, to which the egg performed only the office of nourisher in life's feast. In the end they agreed to concede equal meritoriousness to ovum and semen, both of which, after all, sprang from originally indistinguishable procreative cells. He saw the single-celled organism of the fructified egg on the point of being transformed into a multiple-celled organism by striation and division, saw the cell bodies attach themselves to the lamellae of the mucous membrane, saw the germinal vesicle, the blastula, close itself in to form a cup or basin-shaped cavity and begin the functions of receiving and digesting food. There was the gastrula, the protozoan, primeval form of all animal life, primeval form of flesh-born beauty. Its two epithelia, the outer and the inner, the ectoderm and the entoderm, proved to be primitive organs out of whose foldings in and out were developed the glands, the tissues, the sensory organs, the body processes. The strip of the outer germinal layer, the ectoderm, thickened, folded into a groove, closed itself into a nerve canal, became a spinal column, became a brain. And as the fetal slime condensed into fibrous connective tissue, into cartilage, the colloidal cells beginning to show gelatinous substance instead of mucin, he saw in certain places the connective tissue take lime and fat to itself out of the sera that washed it, and begin to form bone. Embryonic man squatted in a stooping posture, tailed, indistinguishable from embryonic pig, with enormous abdomen and stumpy, formless extremities, the facial mask bowed over the swollen paunch. The story of his growth seemed a grim, unflattering science, like the cursory record of a zoological family tree. For a while he had gill pockets, like a roach. It seemed permissible, or rather unavoidable, contemplating the various stages of development through which he passed, to infer the very little humanistic aspect presented to primitive man in his mature state. His skin was furnished with twitching muscles to keep off insects. It was thickly covered with hair. There was a tremendous development of the mucous membrane of the olfactory organs. His ears protruded, were movable, took a lively part in the play of the features, and were much better adapted than ours for catching sounds. His eyes were protected by a third nictating lid. They were placed sideways, excepting the third, of which the pineal gland was the rudimentary trace, and which was able, looking upwards, to guard him from the dangers from the upper air. Primitive man had a very long intestine, many molars, and sound pouches on the larynx, the better to roar with. Also he carried his sex glands on the inside of the intestinal cavity. End of section 39. Section 40 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 40. Chapter 5. Research. Part 3. Anatomy presented our investigator with charts of human limbs, skinned and prepared for his inspection. He saw their superficial and their buried muscles, sinews and tendons, those of the thighs, the foot, and especially of the arm, the upper and the forearm. He learned the Latin names with which medicine, that subdivision of the humanities, had gallantly equipped them. He passed on to the skeleton, the development of which presented new points of view. Among them a clear perception of the essential unity of all that pertains to man, the correlation of all branches of learning. For here, strangely enough, he found himself reminded of his own field, or shall we say his former field, the scientific calling which he had announced himself as having embraced, introducing himself thus to Dr. Krakowski and Herr Settembrini on his arrival up here. In order to learn something, it had not much mattered what, he had learned in his technical school about statics, about supports capable of flexion, about loads, about construction as the advantageous utilization of mechanical material. It would, of course, be childish to think that the science of engineering, the rules of mechanics, had found application to organic nature. But just as little might one say they had been derived from organic nature. It was simply that the mechanical laws found themselves repeated and corroborated in nature. The principle of the hollow cylinder was illustrated in the structure of the tubular bones, in such a way that the static demands were satisfied with the precise minimum of solid structure. Hans Castorp had learned that a body, which is put together out of staves and bands of mechanically utilizable matter, conformably to the demands made by draught and pressure upon it, can withstand the same weight as a solid column of the same material. Thus, in the development of the tubular bones, it was comprehensible that, step for step with the formation of the solid exterior, the inner parts, which were mechanically superfluous, changed to a fatty tissue, the marrow. The thigh bone was a crane, in the construction of which organic nature, by the direction she had given the shaft, carried out, to a hair, the same draught and pressure curves which Hans Castorp had had to plot in drawing an instrument serving a similar purpose. He contemplated this fact with pleasure. He enjoyed the reflection that his relation to the femur, or to organic nature generally, was now threefold. It was lyrical, it was medical, it was technological, and all of these, he felt, were one in being human. They were variations of one and the same pressing human concern. They were schools of humanistic thought. But with all this, the achievements of the protoplasm remained unaccountable. It seemed forbidden to life that it should understand itself. Most of the biochemical processes were not only unknown, it lay in their very nature that they should escape attention. Almost nothing was known of the structure or composition of the living unit called the cell. What use was there in establishing the components of lifeless muscle when the living did not let itself be chemically examined? The changes that took place when the rigor mortis set in were enough to make worthless all investigation. Nobody understood metabolism. Nobody understood the true inwardness of the functioning of the nervous system. To what properties did the taste corpuscles owe their reaction? In what consisted the various kinds of excitation of certain sensory nerves by odour-possessing substances? In what, indeed, the property of smell itself? The specific odours of man and beast consisted in the vaporization of certain unknown substances. The composition of the secretion called sweat was little understood. The glands that secreted it produced aromata, which among mammals undoubtedly played an important role, but whose significance for the human species we were not in a position to explain. The physiological significance of certain important regions of the body was shrouded in darkness. No need to mention the vermiform appendix, which was a mystery. In rabbits it was regularly found full of a pulpy substance, of which there is nothing to say as to how it got in or renewed itself. But what about the white and grey substance which composed the medulla? What of the optic thalamus and the grey inlay of the pons varolii? The substance composing the brain and marrow was so subject to disintegration there was no hope whatever of determining its structure. What was it relieved the cortex of activity during slumber? What prevented the stomach from digesting itself, as sometimes, in fact, did happen after death? One might answer, life, a special power of resistance of the living protoplasm. But this would be not to recognize the mystical character of such an explanation. The theory of such an everyday phenomenon as fever was full of contradictions. Heightened oxidization resulted in increased warmth. But why was there not an increased expenditure of warmth to correspond? Did the paralysis of the sweat secretions depend upon contraction of the skin? But such contraction took place only in the case of chills and fever, for otherwise, in fever, the skin was more likely to be hot. Prickly heat indicated the central nervous system as the seat of the causes of heightened catabolism, as well as the source of that condition of the skin which we are content to call abnormal because we did not know how to define it. But what of all this ignorance compared with our utter helplessness in the presence of such phenomenon as memory, or of that other more prolonged and astounding memory which we call the inheritance of acquired characteristics? Out of the question to get even a glimpse of any mechanical possibility of explication of such performances on the part of the cell substance. The spermatozoon that conveyed to the egg countless complicated individual and racial characteristics of the father was visible only through a microscope. Even the most powerful magnification was not enough to show it as other than homogeneous body, or to determine its origin. It looked the same in one animal as in another. These factors force one to the assumption that the cell was in the same case as with the higher form it went to build up, that it too was already a higher form, composed in its turn by the division of living bodies, individual living units. Thus one passed from the supposed smallest unit to a still smaller one. One was driven to separate the elementary into its elements. No doubt at all, but just as the animal kingdom was composed of various species of animals, as the human animal organism was composed of a whole animal kingdom of cell species, so the cell organism was composed of a new and varied animal kingdom of elementary units, far below microscopic size, which grew spontaneously, increased spontaneously, according to the law that each could bring forth only after its kind, and, acting on the principle of a division of labour, served together the next higher order of existence. Those were the genes, the living germs, bioblasts, biophores. Lying there in the frosty night, Hans Castorp rejoiced to make acquaintance with them by name. Yet how, he asked himself excitedly, even after more light on the subject was forthcoming, how could their elementary nature be established? If they were living, they must be organic, since life depended upon organization. But if they were organized, then they could not be elementary, since an organism is not single but multiple. They were units within the organic unit of the cell they built up. But if they were, then, however impossibly small they were, they must themselves be built up, organically built up, as a law of their existence. For the conception of a living unit meant by definition that it was built up out of smaller units, which were subordinate, that is, organized with reference to a higher form. As long as division yielded organic units possessing the properties of life, assimilation and reproduction, no limits were set to it. As long as one spoke of living units, one could not correctly speak of elementary units, for the conception of unity carried with it in perpetuity the concept of subordinated, upbuilding unity, and there was no such thing as elementary life, in the sense of something that was already life, and yet elementary. And still, though without logical existence, something of the kind must be eventually the case, for it was not possible to brush aside like that the idea of the original procreation, the rise of life out of what was not life. That gap which in exterior nature we vainly sought to close, that between living and dead matter, had its counterpart in nature's organic existence, and must somehow either be closed up or bridged over. Soon or late, division must yield units, which, even though in composition, were not organized, and which mediated between life and absence of life, molecular groups which represented the transition between vitalized organization and mere chemistry. But then, arrived at the molecule, one stood on the brink of another abyss, which yawned yet more mysteriously than that between organic and inorganic nature, the gulf between the material and the immaterial. For the molecule was composed of atoms, and the atom was nowhere near large enough even to be spoken of as extraordinarily small. It was so small, such a tiny early transitional mass, a coagulation of the unsubstantial, of the not yet substantial, and yet substance-like, of energy, that it was scarcely possible yet, or, if it had been, was now no longer possible, to think of it as material, but rather as mean and borderline between material and immaterial. The problem of another original procreation arose, far more wild and mysterious than the organic, the primeval birth of matter out of the immaterial. In fact, the abyss between material and immaterial yawned as widely, pressed as importunately, yes, more importunately, to be closed as that between organic and inorganic nature. There must be a chemistry of the immaterial. There must be combinations of the insubstantial, out of which sprang the material. The atoms might represent protozoa of material, by their nature substance, and still not yet quite substance. Yet arrived at, the not even small, the measure slipped out of the hands, for not even small meant much the same as enormously large, and the step to the atom proved to be without exaggeration portentous in the highest degree, for at the very moment when one had assisted at the final division of matter, when one had divided it into the impossibly small, at that moment there suddenly appeared upon the horizon the astronomical cosmos. The atom was a cosmic system, laden with energy, in which heavenly bodies rioted, rotating about a centre like a sun, through which ethereal space comets drove with the speed of light years, kept in their eccentric orbits by the power of the central body. and that was as little a mere comparison as it would be were one to call the body of any multiple-celled organism a cell state. The city, the state, the social community, regulated according to the principle of division of labour, not only might be compared to organic life, it actually reproduced its conditions. Thus, in the inmost recesses of nature, as in an endless succession of mirrors, was reflected the macrocosm of the heavens, whose clusters, throngs, groups, and figures, paled by the brilliant moon, hung over the dazzling, frost-bound valley above the head of our muffled adept. Was it too bold a thought that among the planets of the atomic solar system, those myriads and Milky Ways of solar systems which constituted matter, one or other of these inner-worldly, heavenly bodies might find itself in a condition corresponding to that which made it possible for our earth to become the abode of life? For a young man already rather befuddled inwardly, suffering from abnormal skin conditions, who is not without all and any experience in the realm of the illicit, it was a speculation which, far from being absurd, appeared so obvious as to leap to the eyes, highly evident and bearing the stamp of logical truth. The smallness of these inner-worldly, heavenly bodies would have been an objection irrelevant to the hypothesis, since the conception of large or small had ceased to be pertinent at the moment when the cosmic character of the smallest particle of matter had been revealed, while at the same time conceptions of outside and inside had also been shaken. The atom world was an outside, as, very probably, the earthly star on which we dwelt was, organically regarded, deeply inside. Had not a researcher once, audaciously fanciful, referred to the beasts of the Milky Way, cosmic monsters whose flesh, bone and brain were built up out of solar systems? But in that case, Hans Castorp mused, then in the moment when one thought to have come to the end, it all began over again from the beginning. For then, in the very innermost of his nature, and in the inmost of that innermost, perhaps there was just himself, just Hans Castorp, again and 100 times Hans Castorp, with burning face and stiffening fingers, lying muffled on a balcony, with a view across the moonlit, frost-nighted high valley, and probing, with an interest both humanistic and medical, into the life of the body. He held a volume of pathological anatomy in the red ray from his table lamp, and conned its text and numerous reproductions. He read of the existence of parasitic cell juncture and of infectious tumours. These were forms of tissue, and very luxuriant forms too, produced by foreign cell bodies in an organism which had proved receptive to them, and in some way or other, one must probably say perversely, had offered them peculiarly favourable conditions. It was not so much that the parasite took away nourishment from the surrounding tissues, as that, in the process of building up and breaking down, which went on in it, as in every other cell, it produced organic combinations which were extraordinarily toxic, undeniably destructive, to the cells where it had been entertained. They had found out how to isolate the toxin from a number of microorganisms and produce it in concentrated form. And it was amazing to see what small doses of this substance, which simply belonged to a group of protein combinations, could, when introduced into the circulation of an animal, produce symptoms of acute poisoning and rapid degeneration. The outward sign of this inward decay was a growth of tissue, the pathological tumour, which was the reaction of the cells to the stimulus of the foreign bacilli. Tubercles developed, the size of a millet seed, composed of cells resembling mucous membrane, among or within which the bacilli lodged. Some of these were extraordinarily rich in protoplasm, very large and full of nuclei. However, all this good living soon led to ruin, for the nuclei of these monster cells began to break down, the protoplasm they contained to be destroyed by coagulation, and further areas of tissue to be involved. They were attacked by inflammation, the neighbouring blood vessels suffered by contagion. White blood corpuscles were attracted to the seat of the evil. The breaking down proceeded apace, and meanwhile the soluble toxins released by the bacteria had already poisoned the nerve centres. The entire organization was in a state of high fever, and staggered, so to speak, with heaving bosom, towards dissolution. Thus far pathology, the theory of disease, the accentuation of the physical through pain. Yet insofar as it was the accentuation of the physical, at the same time accentuation through desire, disease was a perverse, a dissolute form of life, and life
life itself? Was it perhaps only an infection, a sickening of matter? Was that which one might call the original procreation of matter only a disease, a growth produced by morbid stimulation of the immaterial? The first step toward evil, toward desire and death, was taken precisely then, when there took place that first increase in the density of the spiritual, that pathologically luxuriant morbid growth produced by the irritant of some unknown infiltration. This, in part pleasurable, in part a motion of self-defense, was the primeval stage of matter, the transition from the insubstantial to the substance. This was the fall. The second creation, the birth of the organic out of the inorganic, was only another fatal stage in the progress of the corporeal towards consciousness. Just as disease in the organism was an intoxication, a heightening and unlicensed accentuation of its physical state. And life was nothing but the next step on the reckless path of the spirit dishonoured, nothing but the automatic blush of matter, roused to sensation and become receptive for that which awaked it. The books lay piled upon the table. One lay on the matting next his chair. That which he had latest read rested upon Hans Castorp's stomach and oppressed his breath. Yet no order went from the cortex to the muscles in charge to take it away. He had read down the page. His chin had sunk upon his chest. Over his innocent blue eyes the lids had fallen. He beheld the image of life in flower, its structure, its flesh-born loveliness. She had lifted her hands from behind her head. She opened her arms. On their inner side, particularly beneath the tender skin of the elbow points, he saw the blue branchings of the larger veins. These arms were of unspeakable sweetness. She leaned above him, she inclined unto him, and bent down over him. He was conscious of her organic fragrance and the mild pulsation of her heart. Something warm and tender clasped him round the neck. Melted with desire and awe, he laid his hands upon the flesh of her upper arms, where the fine-grained skin over the triceps came to his sense so heavenly cool, and upon his lips he felt the moist clinging of her kiss. End of section 40. Section 41 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 41. Chapter 5. The Dance of Death. Part 1. Not long after Christmas, the gentleman rider died. But before that event, the Christmas holidays came and went, the 2, or if you reckoned Holy Night, the 3 feast days, to which Hans Castorp had looked forward with some alarm and head-shaking dubiety as to what they would be really like up here. In the event they came on and passed like other days, with a morning, an afternoon, and an evening, only moderately unreasonable in respect of weather. It thawed a little, and not greatly different from others of their kind. Outwardly they had been somewhat garnished and set off. Inwardly they held sway in the heads and hearts of men for their appointed time. Then, leaving behind them some deposit of impressions out of the common run, they slipped away into the recent, then into the distant past. The Hofrat's son, Knut by name, came for the holidays, and lived with his father in the wing of the building. A good-looking young man, save that his cervical vertebra was already too prominent. The presence of the young Berens could be felt in the air. The ladies showed a proneness to laugh, to bicker, and to adorn their persons. They boasted in conversation of having met Knut in the garden, the wood, or the English quarter. He himself had guests. A number of his fellow students came up to the valley, 6 or 7 young men who lodged in the village, but ate at the Hofrat's table, and with others of their corps scoured the region in a body. Hans Castorp avoided them. He gave them a wide berth with Joachim whenever necessary. He felt no least desire to meet them. A whole world divided those up here from these singing, roving, staff-brandishing youths. He wished neither to see nor hear anything of them. They looked, most of them, like northerners. There might be Hamburgers among them, and Hans Castorp felt very shy of meeting his fellow townsmen. He had often uncomfortably considered the possibility that somebody or other from home might arrive at the Birkhoff.
Had not the Hofrat said that Hamburg always furnished a handsome contingent to the establishment? There might be some among the bedridden and moribund, but the only one visible was a hollow-cheeked businessman, said to come from Cuxhaven, who had been sitting for 2 weeks at Frau Iltis's table. Hans Castorp, seeing him, rejoiced in the knowledge that one came little into touch with guests at other tables than one's own, and further that his native sphere was an extended one. He saw that the presence of the man from Cuxhaven made no difference to his happiness, and this went far to relieve his fears about the arrival of other Hamburgers. Christmas Eve came on apace. One day it was at hand, the next it was here. When first it had been talked of at table, to Hans Castorp's great surprise, it had been yet a good 6 weeks away, as much time as his original term up here, plus the 3 weeks in bed. But those first 6 weeks, as he thought of them in retrospect, seemed a very long time, while the 6 just past had been insignificant. His fellow guests were right to make light of them. 6 weeks, why, that was not so many as the week had days. Little, indeed, when one considered what a small affair a week was, from Monday to Sunday, and then Monday again. One needed only to see how valueless the next smaller time unit was to realize that not much could come even of a whole row of them put together. Rather, the total effect was to intensify the process of contraction, shrinkage, blurring, and effacement. What was one day, taken, for instance, from the moment one sat down to the midday meal to the same moment 24 hours afterwards? It was, to be sure, 24 hours, but equally it was the simple sum of nothings. Or take an hour spent in the rest cure, at the dinner table, or on the daily walk. And these ways of employing the time unit practically exhausted its possibilities. What was an hour? Again, nothing. And nothing were all these nothings. They were not serious in the nature of them, taken together. The only unit it was possible to regard with seriousness was the smallest one of all, those 7 times 60 seconds during which one held the thermometer between one's lips and continued one's curve. They, indeed, were full of matter and tenacious of life. They could expand into a little eternity. They formed little concretions of high density within the scurrying shadows of time's general course. The holidays disturbed but little the even tenor of the Berkhoff ways. A well-grown fir tree had been set up a few days beforehand on the right-hand wall of the dining-room, the side wall next to the bad Russian table. A waft of its fragrance came to the noses of the diners now and then, above the heavy odours of the food, and wakened something like pensiveness in the eyes of a few among the guests seated at the 7 tables. When they came to supper on the 24th, they found the tree gaily decked with tinsel, little glass balls, gilded pine cones, tiny apples in nets, and varied confections. The coloured wax tapers burned throughout the meal and afterwards, and a tiny taper-decked tree burned likewise, it was said, in the rooms of the bedridden and moribund. Each had his own. The parcel post in the last few days had been very heavy. Joachim Seimson and Hans Castorp received carefully packed remembrances from their faraway home, and spread them out in their rooms. Judicious gifts of cravats and other articles of clothing, expensive trifles in leather and nickel, and quantities of Christmas cakes, nuts, apples, and marzipan. The cousins looked doubtfully at these last supplies, wondering whenever they should have occasion to consume them. Shaline, as Hans Castorp knew, had not only packed his presents, but bought them, after consultation with the uncles. There was a letter, too, from James T. and Apple, typescript, to be sure, but upon heavy paper, with his private letterhead, communicating his own and his father's best wishes for the holidays, and for a speedy recovery, and including at once greetings for the oncoming New Year as well. A sensible and practical procedure, which followed Hans Castorp's own, he having sent his Christmas messages betimes, under cover with the monthly clinical report. The tree in the dining-room burned, crackled, and dispensed its fragrance, waking the minds and hearts of the guests to a realization of the day. People had dressed for dinner. The men wore evening clothes, and the women jewels, mayhap presents from loving husbands down below. Claudia Schoscher had exchanged the customary sweater for a frock, with a hint of the fanciful about it, suggesting a national costume, Russian peasant or Balkan, perhaps Bulgarian. A light-coloured, flowing and girdled arrangement,
embroidered and set with tiny tinsel ornaments. Such a garment gave her figure an unwonted softness and fullness, and suited what Settembrini called her Tartar physiognomy, particularly the prairie wolf eyes. They were gay at the good Russian table. There the first champagne cork was heard to pop. It set the example which was followed by nearly all the others. At the cousins' table it was the great aunt who dispensed champagne for her niece and Marussia, and treated the others as well. The menu was choice. It finished with cheese straws and bonbons, to which the guests added coffee and liqueurs. Now and then a twig would flare up on the Christmas tree. There would be work to put it out, and shrill, immoderate panic among the ladies. Toward the end of the meal, Settembrini came to sit for a while at the end of the cousins' table. He wore his everyday clothes and sported his toothpick. He quizzed Frau Storr with spirit and made a few remarks about the carpenter's son and rabbi of humanity, whose birthday they fancied they were celebrating today. Whether he actually lived, Settembrini said, was uncertain, yet his time had given birth to an idea which had continued its triumphant course even up to today. The idea of the dignity of the human spirit, the idea of equality. In a word, they were celebrating the birth of individualistic democracy, and to it he would empty the glass they gave him. Frau Storr found his remarks equivoque and unfeeling. She rose under protest to the toast, and as the other tables were being emptied, they followed the general movement toward the drawing-rooms. Hofrat Behrens, with Knut and Fräulein von Meilendonk, attended the social evening for half an hour. The occasion was to be signalized with the presentation of the gift to the head of the establishment, which accordingly took place in the room with the optical apparatus. The Russians presented their gift, a large round silver plate, with the Hofrat's monogram engraved in the middle. Its utter inutility was plain to every eye. He might at least lie on the chaise longue, which was the gift of the rest of the guests, though it was at present without cover or cushions, having merely a cloth drawn over it. The head end was adjustable. Behrens stretched out full length, and his silver plate under his arm, closed his eyes and began to snore like a sawmill, giving out that he was Fafnir with the treasure board. Much laughter and applause ensued. Frau Schoscha laughed so hard that her eyes became two cracks, and her mouth stood open, precisely, Hans Castorp remarked, as had been the case with Pribislav Hip when he laughed. Directly the head went out, the guests sat down to cards, the Russians occupying, as usual, the small salon. Some of the patients stood still about the room where the Christmas tree was, watching the candle stumps die down in their sockets and munching the goodies hanging from the boughs. Here and there at the tables, which were already laid for breakfast, sat a solitary person with his head on his hand, silently brooding. Christmas Day was damp and misty. These were clouds they were among, Behrens asserted. Mist there was none up here. But mist or clouds, the damp was perceptible. The surface of the lying snow began to thaw, grew soft and porous. In the rest cure, one's face and hands were stiff and red. One suffered far more than in colder, sunny weather. The feast day was marked by an evening concert, a real concert with rows of chairs and printed programmes, offered to the guests by Haus Berkhoff, consisting of songs by a professional singer who lived up here and gave lessons. She wore 2 medals pinned side by side on her corsage, had arms like sticks, and a voice whose peculiar toneless quality cast a saddening light upon the grounds for her stay in these regions. She sang, Ich trage mein Minne mit mir herum. Her accompanist was likewise a resident. Frau Schoscha sat in the first row, took advantage of the intermission to go out, leaving Hans Castorp free to enjoy the music in peace. After all, it was music, and to read the text of the songs as printed upon the programme. Herr Settembrini sat a while beside him, and made a few plastic and resilient phrases upon the dull quality of the singer's bel canto, expressing also ironic satisfaction over the home talent displayed in the entertainment. It was so charming, he said, that they were just among themselves. Then he too went away. To tell the truth, Hans Castorp was not sorry to see the backs of them both, the narrow-eyed one and the pedagogue. He could the better devote himself to the singing and draw comfort from the reflection that all over the world, even in the most extraordinary places, music was made, very likely even on polar expeditions.
One had a slight differentiating consciousness of the day after Christmas, something that just made it not quite the same as an ordinary Sunday or weekday. Then it was over, and the whole holiday lay in the past. Or equally, it lay in the distant future, a year away. 12 months would bring it round again, 7 more than the time Hans Castorp had spent up here. But just after the Christmas season, and before the New Year broke, the gentleman rider died. The cousins learnt of the death from Fritz Rothbein's nurse, Elfriede Schildknecht, called Sister Bertha, who met them in the corridor and discreetly communicated the sad event. Hans Castorp felt a profound interest, partly because the signs of life he had heard from the gentleman rider were among the earliest impressions of his stay up here, those which had first, or so it seemed to him, called up the flush to his face, which had since never left it, but partly also upon moral, one might almost say upon spiritual grounds. He detained Joachim long in talk with the deaconess, who hung with the extreme of pleasure upon their conversation. It was a wonder, she said, that the gentleman rider had lived over the holidays. He had long since shown himself a doughty cavalier, but what it was he breathed with, at the end, nobody could tell. For days and days he had lived only by the aid of enormous quantities of oxygen. Yesterday alone he had consumed 40 containers, at 6 francs apiece. That mounted up. The gentlemen could reckon the cost themselves, and his wife, in whose arms he had died, was left wholly penniless. Joachim expressed disapproval of the expenditure. Why delay by these torturing and costly artificial expedients a death absolutely certain to supervene? One could not blame the man for blindly consuming the precious gas they urged upon him, but those in charge should have behaved with more reason. They should have let him go his way, in God's name, quite aside from the circumstances, more so when taking them into consideration. The living, after all, had their rights, and so on. Hans Castorp disagreed emphatically. His cousin, he said, talked almost like Settembrini, without any regard or reverence for suffering. The man had died in the end. That finished it. There was no more to be done to show one's concern, and it had been due to the dying to spend what one could. Thus Hans Castorp. He only hoped that the Hofrat had not showed a lack of decent feeling by railing at the poor man at the end. There had been no need, Fraulein Schildknecht said. Only one little thoughtless effort he had made to escape, to spring out of bed, but the merest hint of the futility of such a proceeding had been enough to make him desist once and for all. Hans Castorp went to view the gentleman rider's mortal remains. He did this of set purpose, to show his contempt for the prevailing system of secrecy, to protest against the egotistical policy of seeing and hearing nothing of such events, to register by his act his disapproval of the other's practice. He had tried to introduce the subject of the death at table, but was met with such a flat and callous rebuff on all sides as to both anger and embarrass him. Frau Storr had been downright gruff. What did he mean by introducing such a subject? What kind of upbringing had he had? The house regulations protected the patients from having such things come to their knowledge, and now here was a young whippersnapper bringing it up at table, and even in the presence of Dr. Blumenkohl, whom the same fate might any day overtake. This behind her hand. If it happened again, she would complain. Then it was that, thus reproved, Hans Castorp had taken and expressed a resolve. He would visit their departed comrade, and discharge the last duty of silent respect toward his remains. He persuaded Joachim to do the same. Sister Bertha arranged that they be admitted to the gentleman rider's room, which lay in the first story beneath their own. The widow received them, a small, distracted blonde, much reduced by night watching, with a red nose, her handkerchief before her mouth, and wearing a plaid cloak with the collar turned up, as it was very cold in the room. The heat was turned off, the balcony door stood open. The young people said what was fitting to say, in voices respectfully subdued. Then, upon a woeful gesture from the widow, they passed through the room to the bed, walking on their tiptoes and weaving reverently forward. They stood by the dead, each after his fashion, Joachim with heels together, half inclined in a salute. Hans Castorp relaxed and pensive, with hands clasped before him, and head one side, much as he often stood to listen to music.
The gentleman rider lay with his head pillowed high, so that his body, that elongated structure, the outgrowth of life's manifold processes, with the elevation of the feet at the end beneath the sheet, looked very flat, almost like a board. A garland of flowers lay at about the knees. A palm leaf, outstanding from it, touched the great, yellow, bony hands resting crossed upon the sunken breast. Yellow and bony was the face too, with its bald skull and hooked nose, its angular cheekbones and bushy, reddish-yellow moustaches, whose full curve gave the grey and stubbly hollows of the cheeks a yet hollower look. The eyes were closed with a certain unnatural definiteness. Pressed down, not shut, thought Hans Castorp. That was what they called the last service of love. But it happened rather as a service to the survivors than to the dead. It must be done betimes, too, soon after death, for if the myosin process went far in the muscles, it would be too late. He would lie there and stare, and one could no longer sustain the illusion of his slumber. Perfectly at home, in more than one respect in his element, Hans Castorp stood at the bier, expertly reverential. "He seems to sleep," said he humanely, though such was far from being the case. Then, in a voice appropriately subdued, he began a conversation with the widow, eliciting information about the sufferings, the last days and moments of her departed husband, and the arrangements for transporting the body to Carinthia, displaying a sympathy and conversance that was in part physicianly, in part priestly and moralizing. The widow, speaking in her drawling, nasal, Austrian accent, with now and then a sob, found it remarkable that young folks should so occupy themselves with a stranger's pain. Hans Castorp answered that he and his cousin were themselves ill, that he, when still very young, had stood at the deathbed of near relatives. He was a double orphan, and, if you might say so, long familiar with the sight of death. She asked what profession he had chosen. He replied that he had been an engineer. "Had been?" she queried. "Had been," he replied, in the sense that his illness and a stay up here of still undetermined length had come between him and his work. That might mean a considerable interruption, even a turning point in his career. He could not tell. Joachim, at this, searched his face with some alarm. And his cousin? He was a soldier, at present in training for an officer. "Ah," she said, "the trade of a soldier is another serious calling. One must be prepared to come into close touch with death. It is well to accustom oneself to the sight beforehand." She dismissed the cousins with thanks and expressions of friendliness, which could not but touch them, considering her distressed state, and the bill for oxygen her departed husband had left behind him. End of section 41. Section 42 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 42. Chapter 5. The Dance of Death. Part 2. They returned to their own story, Hans Castorp greatly pleased and edified by the visit. "Requiescat in pace," he said, "sit tibi terra levis, requiem aeternam, dona ei domine." You see, when death is in question, when one speaks to or of the dead, then the Latin comes in force. It is, so to say, the official language. So then you see that death is a thing apart. But it isn't a humanistic gesture, speaking Latin in honour of dead. And the Latin isn't what you learn at school either. The spirit of it is quite different. One might almost say hostile. It is ecclesiastical Latin, monkish Latin, medieval dialect, a sort of dull, monotonous, underground chanting. Settembrini has no use for it. It is nothing for humanists and republicans and such-like pedagogues. It comes from quite another point of the compass. I find one ought to be clear about these two intellectual trends, or perhaps it would be better to say states of mind. I mean the devout and the free-thinking. They both have their good sides. What I have against Settembrini's, the free-thinking line, is that he seems to imagine it has a corner in human dignity. That's exaggerated, I consider, because the other has its own kind of dignity too, and makes for a tremendous lot of decorum and correct bearing and uplifting ceremony,
More, in fact, than the free thinking, when you remember it has our human infirmity and proneness to err directly in mind, and thoughts of death and decay play such an important role in it. Have you seen Don Carlos given at the theatre? Do you remember at the Spanish court when King Philip comes in, all in black with the garter and the golden fleece, and takes off his hat? It looks pretty much like one of our melons. He lifts it from the top and says, "Cover, my lords," or something like that. That is the last degree of formality, I should think. No talk of any free and easy manners there. The Queen herself says, "In my own France, how different." Of course, it is too precise for her, too fussy. She would like it a little gayer and more human. But what is human? Everything is human. I find all that strict punctilio and God-fearing solemnity of the Spanish is a very dignified kind of humanity, while on the other hand the word human can be used to cover up God knows what loose and slovenly ways. You know that yourself. "I do indeed," Joachim said. "Naturally I can't abide any kind of looseness and slovenliness. There must be discipline." "Yes, you say that as a soldier, and I must admit the military have an understanding of these matters. The widow was right when she said your trade is a solemn one, that has to reckon on coming to grips with death. You have your tight-fitting, immaculate uniform with a stiff collar. There's your bienséance for you. Then your regulations of rank and military obedience, and all the forms you preserve toward each other. Quite in the Spanish spirit. There is something reverent about it. I can do with it very well at bottom. We civilians ought to show more of the same spirit in our customs and manners. I should really like it, and find it fitting. I think the world, and life generally, is such as to make it appropriate for us all to wear black with a starched ruff instead of your stand-up collar, and for all our intercourse with each other to be subdued and ceremonial, and mindful of death. That would seem right and moral to me. There is another of Settembrini's arrogant ideas. I may tell him so sometime. He thinks he has a monopoly of morals as well as of human dignity, with his talk about practical life work, and Sunday services in the name of progress, as though one hadn't something else to think about on Sundays besides progress, and his systematic elimination of suffering. You have not heard anything about that, but he has instructed me on the subject, and it is to be systematically eliminated by means of a lexicon. I may find all that positively immoral, but what of it? I don't tell him so, naturally. He fairly goes for me, you know, of course in his plastic way, and says, "I warn you, engineer." But a person can take leave to think what he pleases, at least. "Sire, grant freedom of thought." "Let me tell you something," he went on. They had by now arrived at Joachim's room, and Joachim was making ready for the rescue. "Let me tell you something I propose to do. We live up here, next door to the dying, close to misery and suffering, and not only we act as though we had nothing to do with it, but it is all carefully arranged in order to spare us and prevent our coming into contact with it, or seeing anything at all. They will take away the gentleman rider while we are at breakfast or tea, and that I find immoral. The storewoman was furious, simply because I mentioned his death. That's too absurd for words. She is ignorant, to be sure, and thinks that Lies from Weiss comes out of Tannhauser. She said so the other day, but even so she might have a little human feeling, and the rest of them too. Well, I have made up my mind to concern myself a bit in future with the severe cases and the moribund. It will do me good. I feel our visit just now has done me good already. That poor chap Reuter in number 25, whom I saw through the door when we first came, he has most likely long ago been gathered to his fathers, and been spirited away on the quiet. His eyes were so enormous even then, but there are more of them. The house is full, and they keep coming. Sister Elfrida, or the directress, or even Berens himself, would most likely be glad to put us in the way of it. Say that one of the moribund was having a birthday, and we hear of it, that could easily be brought about. Good. We send him, or her, whichever it is, a pot of flowers, and attention from 2 fellow guests, who prefer to remain anonymous, with best wishes for recovery. It is always polite to say that. Then, afterwards, of course, it is found out who sent it, and he, or she, in her infirmity, lets us greet her in a friendly way through the doorway. She may even ask us in for a minute, and we have a little human intercourse with him before he sinks away. That's how I imagine it. Are you agreed? For my part, my mind is made up.
Joachim had not much to bring up against the plan. "It is against the rules of the house," he said. "In a certain way you would be transgressing them. But Behrens would probably be willing to make an exception and give permission, if you wanted it, I should think. You might refer to your interest in the medical side." "Yes, among other things," Hans Castorp answered. For, in truth, somewhat involved motives lay at the bottom of his desire. His protest against the prevailing egotism was only one of these. There was also, and in particular, a spiritual craving to take suffering and death seriously, and pay them the respect that was their due. Contact with the suffering and dying would, or so he hoped, feed and strengthen this craving of the spirit, by counteracting the manifold woundings to which it was daily and hourly subjected, and which he felt the more keenly on account of the Settembrini critique. Instances there were only too many. If one had asked Hans Castorp for them, he would probably have mentioned certain persons who were admittedly not much ailing, and not under the smallest compulsion, but who made a pretext of slight illness to live up here for their own pleasure, and because the life suited them. Such was the widow Hessenfield, whom we have mentioned in passing. Her passion was betting. She staked against the gentleman every conceivable object upon every conceivable subject: the weather, the dishes at dinner, the result of the monthly examination, the prescribed length of stay of this or that person, the champions in the skating, sleighing, bob racing, and skiing competitions, the duration of this or that amour among the guests of the cure, and 100 other often quite indifferent or trifling subjects. Staked chocolate, champagne, and caviar, which were then ceremonially partaken of in the restaurant, or money, or cinematograph tickets, or even kisses given and received. In brief, she brought with her passion for betting much life and excitement into the dining-room, though her proceedings were not such as could be taken seriously by Hans Castorp, who even felt that her mere presence was prejudicial to the dignity of a serious cure. For he was inwardly concerned to protect that dignity and uphold it in his own eyes, though now, after nearly half a year among those up here, it cost him something to do so. The insight he gradually won into their lives and activities, their practices and points of view, was not encouraging. We have mentioned the two slim young elegants, 17 and 18 years old, nicknamed Max and Moritz, whose exploits were the talk of the cure, and who were in the habit of climbing out of the window at night in order to play poker and dissipate down below in female society. Only lately, that is to say perhaps a week after the New Year, for we must bear in mind that while we tell the story, time streams silently and ceaselessly on, it had been spread about at breakfast that the bathing-master had just caught the pair in crumpled evening clothes, lying on their beds. Even Hans Castorp laughed, but this, however humiliating it was to his better feelings, was nothing compared to the tales that circulated about a certain lawyer from Jüterbog, Einhoff by name, a man perhaps 40 years old, with a pointed beard and very hairy hands, who had taken the Swede's place at Herr Settembrini's table. It was reported of him not only that he came home drunk every night, but that recently he had failed to do even that, having been discovered lying in the meadow. He passed for a Don Juan, for our store could point out the damsel, of whom it was also known that she had an affianced lover down in the flatland, who was seen at a certain hour coming out of lawyer Einhoff's room, clad in a fur coat with combinations underneath, and nothing more. That was a scandal, not only to the general, but even more to Hans Castorp's private sense, and derogatory to his spiritual endeavours. It even came to this, that the thought of lawyer Einhoff could not enter his mind without calling up there, by association of ideas, the thought of Francien Oberdank, the little creature with the sleek blonde head, whose mamma, a worthy dame from the provinces, had brought her up to the Birkhoff a few weeks before. Francien's case, on her arrival and even after the examination, had been thought a light one, but perhaps she had failed in the service of the cure. Perhaps hers was one of those cases in which the air proved, in the first instance, to be good not against, but for the disease. Or perhaps the child may have become involved in some intrigue, the excitement of which was seriously bad for her. 4 weeks after her arrival, she entered the dining-room, fresh from a second examination, tossing her little handbag in the air and crying out in her fresh young voice, "Hurrah! Hurrah! I shall have to stop a year!" at which the whole room resounded with Homeric laughter. But 2 weeks later the whisper went round that lawyer Einhoff had behaved like a blackguard to Franchen Oberdank. The expression is ours, or rather Hans Castorp's, for those who spread the news found it too old a story to be moved to the use of strong language. They shrugged their shoulders, and gave it out as their view that it took 2 to play at such games, and that it was unlikely anything had happened against the will of either participant. This, at least, was Frau Storr's demeanour, her ethical reaction to the affair in question. Caroline Storr was dreadful. If anything had power to distract our young Hans Castorp in the course of his sincerely felt spiritual strivings, it was the personality, the very existence of this woman. Her perpetual malapropisms were quite enough. She said insolvent when she meant insolent, and uttered the most amazing rubbish by way of explaining the astronomical phenomena involved in an eclipse of the sun. One day she almost reduced Herr Settembrini to permanent stupefaction by telling him that she was reading a book from the library which would interest him, namely Schiller's translation of Benedetto Cellini. She adored expressions of a cheap and common stamp, worn threadbare by overuse, which got on Hans Castorp's nerves, as, for example, "You haven't the faintest idea," or "How utterly too-too." It had for long been the fashionable jargon to say "simply gorgeous," to express the idea of brilliant or excellent. This phrase now proved to have outlived its usefulness. It was entirely prostituted, the juice quite sucked out of it, and Frau Storr clutched eagerly at the newest currency. Everything, whether in jest or earnest, was devastating. The bob run, the sweet for dinner, her own temperature, and this sounded equally offensive in her mouth. She had a boundless appetite for gossip. One day she might relate that Frau Solomon was wearing the most costly lace underwear in preparation for her examination, and prided herself very much upon her appearance before the physicians on these occasions. There was probably more truth than poetry in the statement. Hans Castorp himself had the impression that the examinations, quite aside from their result, had their pleasurable side for the ladies, and that they adorned themselves accordingly. But what should one say to Frau Storr's assertion that Frau Reddish from Posen, who, it was feared, suffered from tuberculosis of the spine, had to walk up and down entirely naked before Hofrat Behrens for 10 minutes once a week? This statement was almost as improbable as it was objectionable, but Frau Storr swore to it by all that was holy, though it was hard to understand how the poor creature could expend so much zeal and energy and be so dogmatic upon matters like these, when her own personal condition gave so much cause for concern. She was sometimes seized by attacks of panic and whimpering, caused by the lassitude which seemed to be constantly on the increase, or by her rising curve, when she would come sobbing to table, the chapped red cheeks streaming with tears, and wail into her handkerchief. Behrens wanted to send her to bed. She would like to know what he had said behind her back was the matter with her. She wanted to look the truth in the face. One day she had remarked to her horror that her bed had been placed with the foot in the direction of the entrance door. The discovery nearly sent her into spasms. It was not easy to understand her rage and terror. Hans Castorp did not see at once what she meant, and inquired, "Well, and what then? What was there about the bed standing like that? For God's sake, couldn't he understand? Feet first." She had made desperate outcry, and the position of the bed had to be altered at once, though it caused her to lie with her face to the light, and thus disturbed her sleep. But none of this was really serious. It could not meet Hans Castorp's spiritual needs. A frightful occurrence, which happened at about this time, during a meal, made a profound impression upon him. Among the newer patients was a schoolmaster named Popov, a lean and silent man with his equally lean and silent wife. They sat together at the good Russian table, and one day, while the meal was in full swing, the man was seized with a violent epileptic fit, and with that oft-described demoniac unearthly shriek fell to the floor, where he lay beside his chair, striking about him with dreadfully distorted arms and legs. To make matters worse, it was a fish dish that had just been handed, and there was ground for fear that Popov, in his spasm, might choke on the bone. The uproar was indescribable. The ladies, Frau Storr in the lead, with Mesdames Salomon, Reddish, Hessenfeld, Magnus, Iltis, Levy, and the rest, following hard upon, were taken in a variety of ways, some of them almost as badly as Popov. Their yells resounded. Everywhere were twitching eyelids, gaping mouths, writhing torsos. One of them elected to faint, silently. There were cases of choking, some of them having been in the act of chewing and swallowing when the excitement began. Many of the guests at the various tables fled through every available exit, even actually seeking the open, though the weather was very cold and damp. The whole occurrence, however, took on a peculiar cast, offensive even beyond the horror of it, through an association of ideas due to Dr. Krukowski's latest lecture. In the course of his exposition of love as a power making for disease, the psychoanalyst had touched upon the falling sickness, this affliction which, in pre-analytic times, he said, men had by turns interpreted as a holy, even a prophetic visitation, and as a devilish possession. He went on to treat of, half poetically, half in ruthlessly scientific terminology, as the equivalent of love and an orgasm of the brain. In brief, he had cast such an equivocal light upon the disease that his hearers were bound to see, in Popoff's seizure, an illustration of the lecture, an awful manifestation and mysterious scandal. The flight on the part of the ladies was accordingly a disguised expression of modesty. The Hofrat himself had been present at the meal. He, with Fräulein von Meilendonkh and one or two more robust guests, carried the ecstatic from the room, blue, rigid, twisted, and foaming at the mouth as he was. They put him down in the hall, where the doctors, the directress, and other people could be seen hovering over the unconscious man, whom they afterwards bore away on a stretcher. But a short time thereafter, Herr Popoff, quite happy and serene, with his equally serene and happy wife, was to be seen sitting at the good Russian table, finishing his meal as though nothing had happened. Hans Castorp was present at this episode, and evinced all the outward signs of concern and alarm, but at bottom he was not edified. God help him. True, Popoff might have choked on his mouthful of fish, but he had not. Perhaps in all his unconscious mouthings and goings-on, he had all the while somehow taken jolly good care not to. Now he was sitting there, eating blithely away, as though he had never been behaving like a drunken berserk. Very probably he remembered nothing at all about it. But in his person he was not a man to strengthen Hans Castorp's respect for suffering. His wife, too, after her fashion, only added to those impressions of frivolous irregularity against which Hans Castorp wrestled, and which he sought to counteract by coming into closer touch, despite the prevailing attitude, with the suffering and dying in the establishment. In the same story with the cousins, not far from their rooms, lay a young girl named Lila Gerngross. According to Sister Bertha, she was about to die. Inside 10 days she had had 4 violent hemorrhages, and her parents had come in the hope to take her home while she still lived. But it was impossible. The Hofrat said poor little Gerngross could not stand the journey. She was 16 or 17 years old. Hans Castorp saw here the opportunity to carry out his plan with the pot of flowers and the good wishes for speedy recovery. There was, it is true, no birthday feast to celebrate. In all human probability, little Leila would never see another. It came in the spring, Hans Castorp learned. But he felt the fact need not prevent his offering his respectful sympathy. When he went down with his cousin for their morning walk, he entered a flower shop near the Kurhaus, and breathing in agreeably the moist, earthy, scent-laden air, he chose with care from the array a charming hortensia, and ordered it conveyed to the little sufferer's room with a card upon which he wrote no names, but simply, "From 2 housemates with best wishes for recovery." All this was an exquisite activity to Hans Castorp. He enjoyed the fragrant breath of the plants. The soft warmth of the shop, after the cold outside, made his eyes fill with tears. His heart beat with a feeling of adventure and audacity, a conviction of the good sense of his modest enterprise, to which privately he ascribed a certain symbolic value. Leila Gerngross had no private nursing. She was under the immediate supervision of Fräulein von Meilendonkh and the physicians. Sister Bertha, too, went in and out of her room, and it was she who gave the young people news of the result of their attention. The little one, in her hopeless and circumscribed state, was as pleased as a child with the stranger's greeting. The pot stood at her bedside. She caressed it with eyes and hands, saw that it was kept watered, and even in her severest fits of coughing rested her tortured gaze upon it. Likewise the parents, retired Major Gerngross and wife, were touched and pleased, and since it was impossible for them as complete strangers to guess the givers, Fräulein Schildknecht could not, she confessed it, refrain from revealing the cousin's identity.
She transmitted the desire of the whole family that they should come and receive the thanks due their gift. And thus, on the next day but one, the deaconess ushered the two on tiptoe into Layla's apartment. End of section 42.